Hey everyone, welcome to this video. So in this video, as you can see, we are going to cover each and everything that you need to know to start your Node.js journey as a beginner. Now before you skip this video, I'll highly recommend and request to watch this video for at least 5 minutes, and then you'll understand that quite a few things we are going to cover. And also one more thing I want to mention, and that is I've given a lot of effort, so please like and comment because it's very important, and also the next 24 hours also will be very important. So please share with your friends also. I'm targeting at least 500 likes and 100 comments in next 24 hours, and also the total like target for this particular video will be 15,000. Alright, so let's see what are the things that we are going to cover. So first we'll start with Node.js basics, and let's see the chapters that what will be under this particular section. So we'll start with installing Node.js, how you can run JavaScript with Node.js, what is the Node.js module system, what is module exports and require, and also we are going to explore the module wrapper function. Then we'll move to the second section, which will be NPM and the package management. So let's see that. So we are going to see what actually NPM is, what is package.json, how you can create package.json, and how you can manage dependencies, right? How to add and remove dependencies, and what is the difference between dev dependencies and the normal dependencies. Now next we are going to cover code modules and asynchronous programming. Now here we will cover some of the modules. So very important: path module, what is file system, HTTP module, callbacks, callback hell, what is promises, how you can create and consume promises, how to do error handling with promises, what is async function, what is await keyword, and also how you can do error handling with try catch. Next we'll move to event driven programming. So here we are going to see how you can what is actually event emitter class, and how you can create and consume your own custom events. Next we'll move to very important Express.js fundamentals. So let's see what are the things we are going to learn here. So first we'll understand what is Express.js, how to install Express.js, how you can create basic Express server, what is the app object, how you can implement routing, route parameters, what is route handlers, middleware, the concept of controllers, how you can create middleware, and also how we are going to understand that how you can create custom middleware. Next we'll move to template engines and CRUD operations. So here we are going to start with EJS, which is one of the most popular template engines that we will cover here, how you can set it up with Express, right? How to create and render EJS templates, and then we'll move to CRUD operation with HTTP modules. After that we are going to install Postman, and also we'll understand how we can use Postman to test our API request. Next we'll start with another very important section, which will be database integration and the RESTful API development. So here we are going to learn what is MongoDB, what is Mongoose, the basics of Mongoose, how you can create RESTful API. So here we are going to create this bookstore project, and then we'll start with extremely important section, which will be authentication and the authorization or role-based authentication. So here we'll be covering first basic two, how to two routes, how to create registration endpoint, and also how to create login logic, and after that we'll be moving to security and the advanced features. So here we are going to cover quite a few things. So first, what is bcrypt, how you can hash password, how to compare passwords, what is the concept of JWT, how you can create and sign JWT, how to verify JWT, how you can create middleware for JWT verification, how to protect routes or how to implement role-based authentication, how to do file upload using Multer and Cloudinary, and React, how to fetch uploaded images. Although we are not going to cover any UI, but I will give you some idea. How to implement change password functionality, implementing sorting, pagination, and also how to update fetch images, right? That what are the images that we are going to upload to Cloudinary. And also we are going to understand how I already mentioned that we'll be implementing role-based authentication, so how to implement image delete functionality for admins. After this we'll move to the advanced MongoDB section, so where we'll be understanding these aggregation concepts. So what is aggregation pipeline, how to use common aggregation operators, how to do complex data transformation, and also how we can use this lookup for joining collection. Then we'll move to another very important section, which will be deployment. So we're going to understand that how you can prepare Node.js application for production, how to set it up, the environment variables and the configuration, and then we are going to understand how to deploy in render and also how to deploy on Vercel. Next we'll move to Node.js with GraphQL. So here we are going to understand very basic level of GraphQL concepts. So we'll see introduction to GraphQL, how to set GraphQL server with Apollo, and how to define your GraphQL schemas, resolvers, how to query and mutate data with GraphQL, and at the end we are going to create a project where we are going to integrate GraphQL with MongoDB via Mongoose. And at the end we'll finish with another very basic level of chapter, which will be how to use TypeScript with Node.js. So here also we are going to see that how you can set TypeScript with Node.js project, how to configure these tsconfig files, some of the basic concept of TypeScript in Node.js development, how to work with modules, and then we are going to understand some of the very basic level of Express uses with TypeScript, and also how we can create models using Mongoose. So these all the things we are going to cover in this particular video, and I'm pretty sure that you'll be learning a lot of things. This video will be actually really best if you don't have any idea on Node.js, but there are some prerequisites. So first you need to know some very basic level of HTML, you need to know good amount of JavaScript, and also if you know like very basic level of TypeScript, that also will be really good. So that's all. So now again I'm repeating, so if you like this video, please give a like, comment down, subscribe to my channel, and also share this video with your friends. So let's get started, and good luck. Alright everyone, so first we'll start with installing and downloading Node.js. So first what you can do, right, just come to the official website of Node.js, and here we'll get the download option, and it's very simple. So there are multiple ways you can install. So either you can run in your PowerShell and then you can install using this command, or else you can directly go to the pre-built installer, select the operating system that you are having, download it, and then simply install it just like other software. And once the installation is completed, just go to command line and search for here, let's do it, node and -v, which will give you the node version. And if you're getting the node version, that means your node is properly installed, right? Now once this is done, now we'll start with our first chapter, which will be the Node.js basics. So here we'll start with how we can write our JavaScript with Node.js. So let's start learning all the things step by step from the next section. Alright everyone, so let's get started. So as this video will be for complete beginners, so whatever things that we are going to learn in this particular one, we will be learning from completely scratch. So that is the reason I want to mention one thing, that if you already know some of the things, then you can directly go to a particular section, as I will add timestamp in the description. So first thing, we are going to start with Node.js journey with writing our first hello world code in Node. Okay, see, when we are talking about writing Node.js, we can write Node.js in mainly two ways. The first one is called Node.js RESTful, which called the read eval print loop, and then we can directly write Node.js in a JavaScript file. So to write Node.js code, so first thing what we need to do, and before that I want to mention, you can see that I already created a blank folder, I don't have anything else here, and we are going to learn each and everything. So first I'm going to create a folder here, right? So let's give this one as, I will give hello world node. Okay, and now to write Node.js code using RESTful, what we need to do, right? First we need to open our command line. So I'm going to open, and here first obviously you need to install Node. There has to be Node installed in your machine, or else it will not work. And then what we need to do, we need to type node and then just press enter. Now here you can see that you will be getting this kind of thing, and here you can write whatever you want to write. For example, I want to do a console. You can see that you are getting the reference also, and I will do console log of hello Node.js. Hit enter, and you can see that you are getting the output. You can do anything you want. Now let's say, let's do 2 plus 2 4, 2 minus 2 0. If I do 0 divided by 0, you can see not a number. If I do 100 divided by 0, you can see we are getting infinity. So everything you can do here, right? And now the main thing is that why we then not write in this way. Obviously this is just to give you a basic example. When you will be working on a very complex application, this is not the way you will write code, right? Now to exit from this, what you need to do, you need to press Ctrl C. Sorry, I pressed 2 times, so you need to press Ctrl C, and then you'll be able to exit. Or you can do this Ctrl D, or also you can type .exit. Okay, so this is very basic way of writing Node.js in your terminal. Now let's start with our writing our first Node.js code. So inside this folder I'm going to let's create index.js. Now again I want to mention one thing is that each and every, sorry, I think I created outside of it. Let me just delete it. So I'm going to create it inside this folder and I will give this one as index.js. So what I was mentioning is that whatever files that I'll be creating inside a folder, right, I'll be giving the name as index. And if you notice my previous videos also, I follow this structure. Now some of you actually mentioned that why I always give index.js. The reason is because you can see that I've given a proper folder name. So if I'm giving already a proper folder name, so there is no point of again writing hello world.js, right, until unless you are having multiple files inside of it. And the main reason of writing index.js is that this indicates that this is the root file of this particular folder. Okay, so now here, so this will be a simple JavaScript code, whatever you are going to write inside of this. As you can see that the extension is actually a JavaScript. So I'll do a console.log and again I'm going to do a hello node.js, save it. Now the point is that because here we need to run this file, right, and to run this file we need to go to this folder in our terminal. So let's click on this folder and let's do a open in integrated terminal. So I'm going to click here. So here what you need to do, you need to give node and then you need to give the file name. So inside this we have index.js. I'm going to write index.js, enter. So you're getting hello node.js. If I just change this one, so I'll do hello.js, save it and then run it again, we'll be getting hello.js. Now again, as I already mentioned, that you will be able to do anything you want here. For example, let's say I'll take some array, right, so look const array and this will be 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and let's log this array. So I'll log this array and I'll give a comment array. Also let's do one more thing is like, for example, we'll give a set timeout here and I'm going to give a delay of, let's keep 2 seconds and I'm going to log here. So let's log something like that, this message is delayed by 2 seconds. Now if you are watching this video for the first time or you don't have any idea on Node, I'll highly recommend don't skip any of the things, like all the things are related. I created this video in such a way that each and every lecture will be interconnected with each other, and if you are completing this course you no need to buy any premium course or anything, that much guarantee I can give you. Save it and now after this I'm going to log one more thing and I'll give this one as this is the, okay, let's give this is the last line of the synchronous code. So I'll give sync code for short. And now I'm going to just do, let's expand this one, let's clear it, and again I'm going to do node and then we'll do index.js. So I'm running this particular file, right, index.js. Hit enter and let's see what is happening. See, this actually wait until unless this set timeout is getting run, right? So first time you're getting this last line of the sync code and then after 2 seconds you're getting that this message is delayed by 2 seconds. And actually this is not the point. The main point is that how you're going to write your first Node.js code and how you're going to run that file. So what we have learned so far is that there are 2 ways you can do that. Either you can run opening your terminal, that is the basic way, obviously that is just for giving you the example, and the second is how we are going to write a normal Node.js code. So here we need to create a file and then we'll type node and then we'll give the file name and then we'll be getting the results. Now for example here I'm going to do something like let's do a sum.js, okay, and I'm going to create a function. We'll do function sum, so we'll do num1 comma num2 and I'm going to simply return num1 plus num2 and I'm going to do a log and I'll do a sum of 2 comma 3. Save it. Now again, as I already mentioned, so I just want to show you that that is the difference, that how you are going to run the file. So now instead of doing node.index.js, I'm going to do node of sum.js. Hit enter, so you're getting 5 here, right? So this is the result. So this is very the basic way of learning or writing your Node.js or hello world node. Now let's move on to the next topic, which will be we are going to learn the node module system. Alright, so next we are going to learn what is Node.js module system, what is the uses of module.exports, what is the uses of require, and then also we are going to learn some of the other very basic things, okay? Now what exactly Node.js module system? See, Node.js by definition, Node.js module system allow you to organize your code into multiple reusable pieces of code. As simple as that. See, for example, you are creating a very large, let's say, e-commerce application, right, where you'll be having different section, something like that. Now if you're writing the each and every line of code in a single file, what will happen? That code will be very messy, and that is also not recommended, and you'll not be able to manage that code properly. So what will happen? Node.js has a module system where you will be able to create different modules, and then you can use those modules in a single root module. If you have worked with React, right, so just like React has a root component, and then you will be having multiple components like child components, and what at the end you will do, you will import those child components into your app.js, and at the end that app.js or the single page is getting rendered. So this is similarly the similar kind of concept you can understand. So you, let's say you have a module 1, and then you have a module 2, and let's say you have a module 3. Now at the end what you'll do, right, you'll use those all modules in a root file, and at the end your root file will be getting rendered. Right, so by definition, again I'm repeating because for beginners these kind of things will be also getting asked in interview, that what is Node.js module system. See, Node.js module system allows you to organize your code into multiple reusable pieces of modules, right? So you'll be creating multiple modules, and then each file, again I'm repeating, each file in Node.js will be treated as a separate module. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do that. Now let's go here, and I'm going to create one more, and I'll give 2 space, and I'll do node module system. Now again, all the things that we are going to learn in the first couple of hours, right? See, these might seems not that much important, but believe me, these all are the basic foundation that you should know. Without this, you will not be able to create very complex one. So that is the reason I'm giving very simple example or some theory, so that whenever we'll be creating some complex thing and learning Express Mongo, it will be easy for you to understand all this. And here I'm going to create index.js. Now again, index.js is a root file. Okay, root file inside this folder. I'm talking about these 2 folder. Now again, I already mentioned that this has 2 main thing you need to understand, what is called module.exports, and then you have require. Now if you talk about, right, so this is similar to what you have, like we have export, right, and this is similar to you have import. So you are exporting something in one file, and that thing you want to use in a different file, right? So similarly you can also use export and import, but for now we'll just keep it like this. We'll use module.exports and require, and these all are coming from CommonJS. So Node.js actually use CommonJS module. If you want to learn more, you can go to the documentation also, right? So see what exactly module.export does. So module.exports is used to expose functionality from a module. Similarly, require is used to import functionality from other modules. As simple as that, right? So whenever you need to require a particular module, you get whatever was assigned to module.exports in that particular module. So let's see. So I'm going to create our first module, and let's give this one name as first module.js. And in this first module, let's create some very basic functions. Okay, so I'm going to create add function once again, and I'll give a comma b, and let's return a plus b. Okay, next let's create a subtract. So do subtract, and I'll do again a comma b, and then I'm going to do return a minus b, and at the end we'll create one more very interesting thing, and that is function. I will do a divide method, and I'll take 2 number again, so I'll do a comma b, and I'll check here that if b is equal to 0, so we are going to throw. So to throw a new error, we need to use this new keyword, and this will be error constructor, and I'm going to give an error that divide by 0 is not allowed. Okay, and then here we are going to return, what will return? A divided by b, because at the end we are doing the divide. And now what my task is I need to use all of this method in this index.js, which is my root file inside this folder. So how I'm going to get it here, right? So I need to export it some way so that I'll be able to import it in this file. And to export it, we need to use this module. So again, I already mentioned, right? So this will be a module. So we'll do module.exports, and this will be, so here we are going to pass the add, then we'll pass the subtract, and then we are going to pass the divide. Save it. So now let's go here, and then I need to get it in this component, correct? So now I'm going to give a name, right? Let's give const first module, and this will be require, right? So we need to use this require, which will be require keyword. So that means you're telling that I require something and I need from this first module. So you need to go to that path. So I'll go to first module. Okay, and if you hover, right, you'll be getting this. If I hover here, you'll be getting this is a CommonJS module. It may be converted to a ES module. So to do this one, we need to change something in the package.js and other things, but that is not very much important here. The main thing at the end, the concept is same. So it is like they're telling that you need to use this import this. So import a from this file. So this is similar to what we are doing here, right? We are doing require. So now what we are doing that we require this module, and I need to trigger something here. So what we can do, simply we'll do log, and I'll do right first module dot. You can see that we are getting all this function because now this is now accessible. So I'll do add, and then this add will take two things, right? So we'll take the first, and so I'll give it 10 and 20, and now let's save it. And now let's go here again to run this, right? We need to go to this folder. So I'll go to this folder, I'll open in the terminal, and then I'm going to first close all these other things. So we have a module system, and again we need to run node space. Okay, I don't know why this comes always. Let me just clear it first. I'll do node, and then I'll do index.js, hit enter. So we're getting 30. So you can see that we are getting 30 because this method is getting triggered. Now let's say if you noticed here, right, in this divide method we are throwing an error, and somehow I need to log this error. So how we are going to do that? So to do this one, right, let's go here. Okay, first I'll just minimize this one. Let's create a very try and catch block. Now these all are also very basic JavaScript concepts. So we'll take a try catch, and catch will give us error right here. So in the try, what I will do, so I'll log here that okay, trying to divide by 0. And then here I'm going to do let result will be, so I'll call that first module dot, we have divide, and I'm going to do, let's say 0, 0, right? And let's log here. So I'll log this result, and in the error I'm going to do log, and I'll do something like caught an error, and then I'm going to render the error dot. So this will give us a message. I'm going to save it. Now see what will happen if I open this node space index.js. What we are getting, that first we are getting that trying to divide by 0, which is this line is getting rendered, and then we are doing invalid thing. So we are getting the error is getting catch in the catch block, and you are getting what, caught an error, divided by 0 is not allowed, and this error is nothing but what you are throwing here in this file. Okay, you got it. Now I'll make this on to 100 divided by 0, which is also invalid, so you're getting this. But if I just do 0 divided by 10, save it, and let's do a clear, and I'll do again node index.js. So now you're getting a proper result, which is rendering here, line number 11, right? Even if I log this, so you'll be able to understand. Save it. So you're getting 0, result. Okay, so this is how the very basic concept of creating your module, single module, or how many modules you want you can create, and that use in this root component. So this is one of the very basic thing. Now one more thing we need to learn, and that is how the module wrapper is actually work. See what happened, right? So in Node.js, every module, whatever module that we are creating, is wrapped in a function before it executed. Very important thing. And this wrapper function we called as a module wrapper function, right? So what happens, how this works, so this will give you some of the things, right? this function has some of the parameters like exports, require, just like we learned, module, file name, and the directory name. Directory and the file name, that which file are getting rendered. So how this looks, right? So let me give you a simple example here. So I'll just do here module, we'll do module wrapper. So this will be something like this. So we have a function, and then we'll do a function, right? And inside this function you'll be having exports, then you'll be having the require, then you will be having the module, which module you're getting rendered, then you'll be having the, let's say, file name, and then you'll be having the directory name, right? So these all the things you will be having, and these will be getting rendered, and inside these only your actual module code goes. So your module code, let's keep goes here. So this first module that you are doing, right, whatever you're writing, first what Node.js will do, they will wrap this module inside this module wrapper, and this inside this only your module code will goes, whatever you have written here. So this is another very important thing. Now to learn this one, right, I'm going to just comment it, let's save it, and let's create one more function here. So I'm going to create something like, let's do wrapper explorer.js, and here I'm going to just simply log some of the things, right? So log that node module wrapper demo, okay? And then first I'm going to log this. So I log file name, and here I'm going to log file name, okay? Let's copy this and let's paste it here, and this will be my directory name. So I'll do dir, and I'm going to do a dir. So first let's start with this one, save it, and now let's create one more function which will be my wrapper. So let's give this one as wrapper demo or wrapper test. Let's give wrapper demo.js. And inside this wrapper demo, first we need to get our explorer. So how we are going to do this one, right? So first thing, we need to do one more thing. Let's create one more function here. So we'll do module.exports, we'll do module.exports, and I'm going to export one function here. Let's do a greet, and I'll do a function name, and I'm going to just do console.log, and I'll do a hello, and then I'll pass this name. Save it. Now let's go to our wrapper demo. First I'll need that explorer, so I'll do wrapper explorer. So how we are going to get it? So we'll do require, and we need the wrapper explorer, okay? And now what we are going to do, simply just log here, and I'm going to log something like in wrapper demo.js file, and let's log here. So again I'm going to log file name, and I'll do file name. Let's copy this. So this will be my directory name. Now let's save it. And what we need to do, right, you remember we have actually call this function, exported this function. Now after this I'm going to just call that wrapper explorer, and then I'll call this greet method, and then I'll pass my name here. Now let's save it, and now I'm going to just run this. So I'll do node, because we are in this folder only, and we need to run wrapper demo, right? So I'll do wrapper demo.js, hit enter, and now see what we are getting here. The first thing is that we are getting 4 times. Okay, let me just quickly change this one, or else for beginners it will be difficult. So file name in, we'll do in wrapper explorer, means this is in a different file, right? So I'll just copy this and paste it here, and this will be in file name in wrapper demo file. So we'll do wrapper demo, save it, and let's clear it one more time, and I'll run it, and let's see what we are getting first. So first you can see that we are getting Node.js module wrapper demo, which is coming from this file. So in this one, so file explorer, if you notice, right, this is the absolute path. This is the path where I have created my YouTube and then Node.js full course lesson, and this is the file name. This is the directory. Directory means what? This is the folder name, you can see. And similarly, if you go to this wrapper demo, right, where we are logging these, so in the wrapper demo.js file, we are getting that file name and the similar directory name, and at the end you are getting hello Sangam Mukherjee, which is coming from this file, this wrapper explorer here. So this is just, I want to explain that how this actually works, right? So this is how we'll be getting the file name, directory name, and all the other things. Now this is a very basic things that we have learned so far. So we'll learn that how you can write very simple Node.js code, how to create your module, how to export a module, how to import a module or require using require, and also some of the basic things of module wrapper function. Now in the next one, we are going to learn the Node module manager, or we called like some of the things like how to create your package.json, how to install node modules and those things, right? So let's do this one in the next section. Alright, so next we will be learning what is called Node Package Manager, right? Or I think many of you actually heard the term that we called short as NPM. So what NPM is that? NPM is the default package manager for Node.js. Now it allows to couple of things, right? So first thing is that what you can do, you can install and manage third-party packages like libraries and tools and everything, right? You can manage your project dependencies. You can run scripts defined in your package.json file that we are going to learn, that how you can create package.json file and everything. And also you can publish your own packages, right? And there are some key npm commands that I'm going to explain. First, let's go here and then let's create one more folder, and I'm going to give this on, let's give this as Node Package Manager, right? Anything you can give, it's up to you. Let's close this and let's open close everything, and for now let's not create anything. First we need to learn that how we can create a main package.json file. So what package.json file does, right? So it will basically manage your dependencies and the dev dependencies. Also, this package.json file, which is nothing but a JSON file that contains some metadata about your project. So let's say how we are going to create it, right? So to create a new package.json inside this folder, first I'm going to open in our integrated terminal, and let's close everything. And here to create it, so you need to do npm init. Okay, so this npm init will initialize a new Node.js project. Very, very important. Now let's enter. Let's see what will happen. Now it will ask you some of the things, right? So it's asking package name, which will keep it like this. So you can give some random value here, or you can keep it like this. I'll keep it Vercel, let's give 1.0.0. Then I have the description, so I'll do Node Package Manager, entry point index.js. We have an entry point, right? So that we are going to create. So for now we are going to keep it as index.js. The reason is because we'll be creating here one file as index.js. If you're creating a different name, let's say server.js, so you need to mention here. Enter test command will keep it like this. You can give git repository if you have any. Keywords you can give, and then we have author. Let's give my name. License will keep it like this. Is it okay? We'll do yes. Hit enter. Now inside this we'll be having a package.json, and if I open this one, right, we'll be having all the things, right? We'll be having the scripts. Once we'll install some of the third-party packages, we'll be having the dependencies and also the dev dependencies, right? And what is the difference between dependencies and the dev dependencies? See, dependencies are all the packages that is actually required for your application to run in production. So you need to have those dependency. And on the other end, the dev dependencies, as the name suggests, only needed for your local development and testing, right? So that is the only difference. Now here we have learned one command, that is npm init, right? So there is another way you will be able to create this package.json. So I'm going to delete this one from here, and inside this I'm going to do npm same init, but I'm going to give this -y. So what will happen, it will automatically create a package.json inside this, right? You can see now here, if you go, you will be getting the similar kind of structure. Then second thing, we are having how you can install a different packages and everything, right? So for example, we are going to use, let's say you're creating a project and you'll be needing some dependencies like MongoDB or Express or Node.js or anything like that. So you need to install that package so that these package.json will keep a track of that package that you've installed, right? So to do this one, we need to use this npm install command, right? So you'll do npm install and then the name of the package. So for example, your name is A, you need to give this one the name of the package, and the name of the package has to be there. If this package name is not found, right, so it will give you error. For example, I'll give some random value here, enter and see what will happen. What we are getting, that this package is not found in the registry. So npm has a registry, right, where all the packages are available, and this is not found, so it will not happen. So you need to give a proper name, and also you can give multiple dependency name at once, but you need to give space. So let's say this is your package 1 dependency, space 2 dependency, 3rd dependency. So you need to give it like this. Now let's install a dependency. So I'm going to install a let's do a Node.js, right? Node.js is a very popular packages. Now here we need to give enter. Now what will happen, it will install. See, there is a node modules is getting added, and also this package.log will also track of all of this. So you can see we have a name and everything, and then there is a Node.js is added, the version and all the other things. This you no need to know that much, like you no need to change anything here. Also you no need to change anything inside node modules, because here you'll be having all the other things. What we need to do, we just need to use all of this in our code. So this is how you'll install a dependency, right? Now there are some other commands also you need to do, like you can do npm uninstall and the package name, so it will uninstall your package. And also you can do to update packages, you need to do npm update. And the last one, the way, one more important is that to run a particular script. So you can see that there is different scripts, right? So you need to do npm run and then the script name, and whatever scripts is defined in your package.json, so that will be automatically run. So I'll do here, so let's create simply one index.js. Once again, the reason is because in our package.json this is our entry point, and I'm going to use our packages that we have installed, right? So install the Node.js. So I'll do const I need Node.js. And to get it, again, what you need to do, what we learned in the previous one, that we need to use this require, right? So do require, and I need Node.js. See, automatically it will give you option. And example, I'll give some name here. So I'll do names. Let's give my name. Let's give John, some other name, and I'll do okay. Now what I want to do, let's say I want to capitalize all of this. So I'll just take one, do capitalize, and I'll use this Node.js dot. So here I'm going to do a map, and here we are going to use names, and then I'm going to pass this Node.js dot. So this will have a, I think it's called capitalize. I think this is correct. Now let's log this, and I'm going to log this capitalize here. Now let's save it, and now I want to add one more script in my package.json, and that will be my start script. So I'm going to start it. So you'll see that there are a lot of scripts that you can add. So I'll start. So to start, how we are doing here, so we'll do node and then the name of the file, right? Similarly we need to add here. So we'll do node and then the name of the file is index.js, and if I now save it, right, and I'll do npm start, enter. See what is happening. Sorry, I think it will do the first letter only, my bad. So see, first letter are all capitalized, right? Alex and Mia, you can see. So the main point is not learning this. The main thing is that how you can create package.json and how you can run your start. Now let's say you can add some other, like you can add your dev script and other things that we are going to learn later. But this is a very basic way how you can install, manage and create your package.json. Now let's move on to the next one. Next section will be very important. So there we are going to learn some of the very basic and very popular module. So we'll start with path module. then we are going to learn the file system, and then the basic HTTP module. Okay, and after that only we'll be moving to some other things. So first let's complete all these three. So some of the very basic idea will be completed so that it will be easy to start like Express and those things. Okay, so now let's get started with the path module. So let's create one more folder here, and I'm going to give this one as path module. Okay, and let's create index.js inside of this, and also we're going to open this in our terminal. So what exactly path module does, right? So as the name suggests, as simple as that, path module provides utilities for working with file and directory paths. So let's see how it works with some simple example, and it will be very easy to understand. So the first thing we need to get our path module here. So first we'll get it like const path, and we'll do require, and we need path. Okay, so this is the module name, and here the first thing we are going to do, let's log the current directory name. So I'm going to do here console.log, and let's give like directory name, right? And here I'm going to give path dot, so the this is a method, so this directory name, and here you need to pass the file name, so we'll do file name. Okay, and if I now save these, right, and let's say run this node index.js, and what we are getting, simply we are getting the absolute path here, and if you notice you are getting this path module because that is the directory name, and inside this you are having this file name. And I think the file one we already know how we are going to get it. So to get this one we need to use the path.base name. So let's do the file name also. So I'll do console.log, one more console, and I'm going to do, I need to get the file name. And even this looks very simple, but believe me, these are all are the very basic concepts, so you need to understand all of these so that you'll be able to apply this in your real projects. So I'll do path.base name, and again I'm going to pass the file name here. Save it, clear this, and then run it again. So now we are getting index.js. Okay, what else? So we can also get some of the other things, like we can get the file extension also. And to get a file extension, we'll do, let's log one more time. So we'll do console.log, and we'll do file extension. And to get the file extension we need to use path.ext name, and here you need to pass the file name. Okay, save it, and let's clear and run one more time. So we are getting .js. Okay, so this will give you the file extension. Now there are a couple of other things you can do. So you can combine multiple path segments into one, okay, and create one absolute path or relative path also. So for example, let's say I'll create one more. So I'll do const join path, and here we are going to give path.join, and you can give different path. Let's say I want to go to /user, and then after this I want to merge or join documents. This is just example. Then I'll do node, and I'll give something like projects. Okay, and let's log this. So we'll do console.log. So we'll do here joined path, and this will be joined path. Save it, and let's see what we are getting. So we are getting the joined path, right? So automatically it will add all of this and combine and create one path for you. Also we can also resolve some path, right? So if you want to resolve path, so here we need to use, let's say I'll do const resolve path, and you need to use path.resolve, and here we'll pass, let's say user, and I'll pass something like documents, the same example. Then I'll pass the node, and I'll pass the project. So it will check that whether this is this path is exist or not, and then we are going to resolve this path. So I'll console.log, and I'll do resolve path. Also let's give some comment here. So I'll do resolve path. Let's save it, and now let's log here. So if you see here, right, we are getting resolve path, we are getting video, YouTube, Node.js, and then we are getting this path module user/node./project. Okay, So this is some of the very interesting thing that you can do using this path. Now the most one used here is you'll be using most of the time this path dot directory name, and also this join path is also important here. Okay, now what else you can do? Now let's see one more thing, how you can do a normalize path. So I'll do const and I'll do normalize path, and I'm going to do path dot normalize, and here we are going to give something like, let's give slash user slash I want to go to slash documents, and then I have some other path here, and then I'm going to give here again something like node slash projects, something like that. And then if I just log this, so I'll do console.log and I'll do normalize path, and let's give some comment also. Let's save this one, clear this. So you can see that we are getting slash user slash node slash projects, right? So it actually giving you this path from here, and it is normalizing, or you can say it's simplifying the path. Okay, and then it is giving you the normalized path. So this is one more thing you can do. So what are the things that we have learned so far? How to get the directory name, the file name, file extension, how you can join path, okay, resolve path, and also normalize path. Now in the next module we are going to learn the file system or file module, and there we are going to apply some of the logic or concept that we have learned so far in this particular path module. So let's move on to the next one. Okay, so I understand that how this path module works. Now let's create one more, and I'm going to give here file system or file module also you can give. I'll give file system and I'll create index.js here, and I'm going to open this one in our terminal. Okay, and let's close this. Okay, so again the file system help you to work with files, and to get this one first we need to again import it, right? So we'll give const, it's always better to give this one as fs, so this stands for file system, and I'm going to do a require, and here we are going to do a fs. So this is the module name, and also we are going to now import our path module also. This is just now we learned, right? So we'll do require path. Now let's say I want to do something, right? So inside this folder I want to create another subfolder, and inside that subfolder I want to create some files. Okay, so or we can create some text file or whatever. So how we are going to do that? Now again, now as I already mentioned that you need to apply some of the logic or concept that you've learned so far. So how you can create a module, or sorry, not module, a folder inside this file system, right? So let's create a data folder here. So I'm going to create a data folder, and to do this one, right, we'll do path dot join. See here this will help, and then what you need the directory name. So what is the directory name? See, if I am hovering, you can see there is a absolute path is coming here. If I hover, see c/user and this, and it's going till file system. So after this I want to add one more folder which will be my data folder. I hope you're getting. So what you need to pass here, so if I go to this join, right, so you're giving this path and everything. This is some, I've given some example, but here we need to pass the directory name. So I'll do directory name and I'll give the folder name here. So I'll give data. Okay, now let's save it. Now what I will do, so this will be my data folder. Now I need to check that if it doesn't exist, so we are going to create that folder, right? Currently we don't have that folder created here, and now here this fs will help you. So this file system, so I'm going to check here this fs dot, so we have exists sync. Okay, so this here we are going to check this data folder. So this will check whether this is exist or not, and here if it doesn't exist, so I'll do fs.mkdir sync. Now what again this will do, this will create that data folder, right? So I'm going to pass here data folder, and I'm going to just do a console.log, and I'll do data folder created. Now let's save it. Now let's run it here. So you learn one property here till now. So I'm going to do node of index.js, hit enter. So you're having a data folder created. See, it's created, right? So it's checking that whether this data folder is exist or not, and then I'm going to create the data folder. Now once I create the data folder, I want to create a file inside of this. So let's see how we are going to do that. So to create a file, we are going to, again, you need to give the file path, like where you want to create the file. So inside this data folder, to do this one, I'm going to do const file path, and here I'm going to pass path dot join, and I'm going to pass what, the data folder, right? And I'm going to give a name like example.txt. so this will be my name of the file. And then to create a file, now this is synchronous, okay? I don't know, synchronous, I forgot the spelling, whatever you remember. So this is synchronous way of creating the file. So here we are going to do fs and the method called write file, fs dot write file sync. So we'll do write file sync. Okay, so this will create the file, but how we are going to create it? So we'll give the path again. If you notice, right, how this is related, first we are getting the directory name, we are giving the folder name, then we are getting the folder name, and we are giving the file name. Okay, and then here we are going to give the file path, and then I'm going to give some text. So hello from Node.js, and I'm going to log once again. So I'll do console.log, and I'll do file created successfully. Save it, and let's run this. File created successfully, and there is a example.txt, and if I go in this file, we are having hello.node.js. Awesome. Now this is we have learned. Now how we are going to read this content from the file, right? So we need to get the file content. So look const read content from file. To read this one, we need to use fs dot. Now you can note all of these methods. Okay, these are important actually, and this is called read file sync. So here you need to again give the file path, and I'm going to give here the property as utf8. Okay, now let's save it, and I'm going to do a console.log, and I'm going to give like file content, and this will be my read content from file. And let's clear this, and I'm going to just run it again. So we are getting hello from Node.js. So this is what we are having here. All right, so this is how to write, and this is how to read. Now what else we can do? See, this is not the only thing, right? Let's say I want to add another line here in this, so I need to append another line, and to append it we need to use this fs dot append file sync. And here you again need to pass the file path, and I'll give a new line here. So I'll give n, and then I'll give this is a new line added to that file. Okay, and then I'm going to do again console.log, and I'll do file new file content added. Save this, and let's run one more time. So new file content added we are getting, and if I go here, right, so we're having a new file being added to this file. So this is one more thing you have learned. So what are the things you have learned so far? First, to check if it's a folder exists, so using exit sync. To create a folder, we are going to use mkdir sync. To write a file in a synchronous way, write file sync. To read a file, read file sync. And to append a new line, append file sync. Now see how you can do the async way. So do async way of writing code, right? So I will do async way of creating the file. So use async way, and I'm going to do here the first thing, I'm going to create one more. So do async file path. Again I'm going to use path dot join. I'm going to pass the directory name. Sorry, not directory name. We need to pass the data folder, because inside of this data only I want to create. And I'm going to give here like async. Let's give something like async example.txt. Now to write in a async way, we'll do fs dot write file. Okay, this is not write file sync but write file. You need to pass the async file path or the file path here, and you need to pass the content. So I'll do hello async Node.js, and you need to pass a callback here. So this will take a callback. So I'll take an error, and here we are going to do if there is any error. So I'm going to just throw error, or else I'm going to just do a console.log that async file is created successfully. After this you can do the read and everything, right? Because this is a callback, so inside this we are going to do first. Let's see, let's save till this part and let's run once again. So we have a async file now is created, and you'll be getting the content. Now I want to read from here, so I'm going to do fs dot read file. Again you need to pass the file path, will pass the format, and then again this will once again give you the callback. So we'll do error and the data. Alright, and once you'll get this, so here also you can do the same thing, right? So you can just log this, and then we are going to do, so the first thing let's log this data and let's see what you're getting. So we'll do console.log, and we'll do async file content, and I'm going to pass log the data. So let's save this, clear it. So getting a async file content which is hello async Node.js, which is correct. So this is done. After this again we are going to, inside of this we are going to do fs.append file, not sync. If you see, that is the difference. So in this case this is only append file. Again you give async file path, and again I'm going to give a new line. So I'll do this is another line added, right? And here again it will give you the error, and if error, so throw error, or else we'll do console.log that new line added to async file or async way or async file. Let's save it. Now let's clear this. So we're getting new line added, and if I go here, right, you're getting this is another line added, is this will be whatever. So this is done. And what else we can do? And if you want to, let's say you want to get the updated file content, so again you need to use this fs.read file inside of this. So I'll do again fs.read file, and here we're going to pass the file path, we'll do utf8, and now I'm going to do error, and then I'll do updated data, right? Because your data is now updated. So here if error, just throw error, or else I'm going to just log here updated file content, and this will be your updated data. Save it, and let's clear and run this. Okay, so we are getting updated file content which is hello async Node.js, and this is another line added. So I hope these all are the main thing that you should know in the file system. So first, if the file exists, something exists or not, so using this, create a new folder, create a new file using sync way, write file sync, to read file sync, to append file sync, and to async way you just need to remove all of this sync. Rest will be same. So write file, read file, and append file. Okay, so this is all about these two sections. Now let's move on to the next one. So next one we're going to learn the very basic HTTP module. Alright everyone, so let's get started with another module. So in this one we are going to start learning the HTTP module. Now in this particular module, right, there are a lot of things that you can learn, but we are not going to discuss each and everything. But first we'll start learning some of the very basic thing and the things that will be required in our next section. Okay, so first we need to understand how you can create a HTTP server, alright, and how you can create some routes, and then we're going to create a very simple project. So let's create one more folder here, and I'm going to give this one as 6, and let's give HTTP module, and let's create server.js. Okay, so first when you will create a HTTP server, you need to get the HTTP module here, right? So this thing we have learned so far, that whenever you need some particular module, you need to export it, or you need to require that particular module. So I'll do const and I'll do HTTP, and this will be require. So I need HTTP module, right? Now first you need to understand that how we can create a HTTP server. So let's create a server, and this HTTP will give you create server method. Okay, so which will give you these two properties, that will be a request object and the response. And here you will get lot of things. For example, this request will give you all the properties whenever you will be requesting something. Let's say you are calling an API and you need to pass some pass something in your payload, so that it will call a API, right? It will go to a database, it will do something, and then it will give you the response back. So this request will do all of the things. For example, this request consists of the params, this request will give you the body and lot of other things, okay, the payload and everything. And this response is nothing but it will return the response back. Now in a real scenario, the example will be, let's say you're working on a front end and a back end, right? So front end will have some form and you will be submitting the form, and once the form submission is successful, then you will be getting some response, right, whether it is successful or not. So in this request you will be passing all the form values, or basically the body. Let's say you have a register form and you have input and password, so those you'll be getting in this request, and you'll do the API call as I mentioned, and once you'll get the response back, so you'll be passing this response back to your client, right? And in the client, based on this response, you will understand that okay, my response is successful or not, and based on that you are going to do something. So here if I'm going to log this, right, request, now this will consist of lot of properties that you can check. First, one more thing we need to do. Now will this thing, whatever you write, will this work? No. The reason is because this server that you have created, right, this server should listen to a particular port, so that you'll be able to receive request and you'll be able to send response back. And to do this one, you need to do this. If I search for .listen, right, you see there is a server.listen method, which nothing but starts the HTTP server listening for connection. So that means what we understand, that we need to now create a connection here, right? So we need to create a port, right? So I'll create a variable and I'll give a port as 3000. So that means I want to run this server on my port 3000. And then as I mentioned, that this server will give you the listen method. Here you need to pass the port that you are running, and this will give you a callback. So I'll just log here that server is now listening to port, and then I'll pass my port here. Okay, if I now save this, right, and let's open this in our terminal, and then I'm going to do what we need to do, node space server.js, hit enter. So server is now, sorry, this will be server. Okay, so now let's go here, and what I'm going to do, right, I'll just open this and see what is happened, right? So you can see that you are getting the response object, which is a very large thing, and here you'll be getting each and everything that you need, right, as a request. So all the properties you can go through. And the thing what I want to explain here is that you notice, right, if I go there, so you see it's loading continuously and nothing is happening here. The reason is because we are not sending any response back, right? So that is the reason it's continuously loading. So we need to send something. So what I'll do, right, in this res, I will do a write head. So these all are the method or properties of this response object that you'll be getting here. This you can go through to the official documentation, or if you don't want to do it, what I'll say, right, or suggest that in this whole module or in this particular video, we are going to use this response object multiple times. So once you'll go through this video and do all of this step by step, you will be getting all the properties, the most used properties, right? You no need to know everything in this request object having, and it's a huge object. You can see that all the properties is available here. So the first thing I'm going to say something like this. Okay, I will pass a 200, and here I will do a content type. So what will be my content type, right? So this will be my another property here. So this will be content type, and I just want to pass a simple text, so I'll do text slash plain, and then I will do what? I'll do send. So this is to send the response back, and I'll sending what I'm sending. So I'll do hello Node.js from HTTP module, right? Let's save this, and now if you go there, right, it will still be loading. So now I will go to my terminal. Let's go down, let's run it one more time. So I'll do clear, and I'll do node space server.js. So it's coming here. If I now refresh this, right, okay, something we are getting res dots. Okay, I have done send. Oh, sorry, it will be res dot end, not send. Okay, so that is the reason. Now let's run it, and now let's refresh this one more time. So you can see that we are getting hello Node.js from HTTP module. So that means that is the reason that we are sending a response back. Okay, now what I've learned so far, the very basic thing, two things I've learned is that we need to create server, HTTP server using http.create server. We need to listen to a particular port, and we learned that how we can send as a response back whenever we will be loading something on this localhost 3000. Again, this port and everything is very important. The reason is because whatever you will be mentioning here, it will be running on that particular port only, and all of this we are going to learn in very depth when we'll move to our RESTful API development, right? And we are going to use Postman and everything, but for now I think this will be more than enough. Now let's move on to the next one. Now next what we are going to learn, right, I will explain you how you can create simple routes using this HTTP module. So let's create a routes.js file, right? So first thing, again, we need the HTTP. So I'll do HTTP will be equals require, we need HTTP module, and I'm going to create my server. So I'll do const server, which will be http.create server, and I'll be getting my request object and the response. The first thing, again, never forget to run this, right? Until unless you listen to this port, this will not work. So I'm going to give port as 3000, and then I will do server.listen, it will be port, and here it will take the callback. So again, let's log the same thing. So I'm going to do server is now listening to port 3000. The first thing, this request object, right, this will give a request.url. okay, so URL is one of the properties of this request object. So I'm going to get my current URL from this request.url, and I'm going to check if this URL is equal to slash. That means, so if I go here, right, and you can see that if I just paste it here, so you can see that you are getting only this slash at the end. So that means it's checking if it is only in the base URL or in this localhost 3000. So I want to do something, right? So here I'm going to do, I again do res.write head, and I'm going to pass it 200, and I'll do the content type as text. So I'll do text slash plain. Okay, and then let's send one more. So I'll do res.end. So I'm going to do this one as, so this is my home page. Okay, so now let's save this, and now we need to run this file, right, instead of this. So we'll close this server, and I'll do node space routes.js, and now let's refresh this. So you're getting home page on this slash, okay, because you are currently in the base route. Else I'm going to do if my URL or the current URL that I'm having, if it is in my, let's say, projects, right? So if it is in the projects page, so I'm going to do a projects page here. So I'll copy this and paste it here. Else I'm going to do something else. So I'll save this, and I'm going to do a, instead of 200, right, I'm going to do a 404, and I'll do that this page is not found. So I'll do this page cannot be found. Save this, and now again we need to run it. So run this one, let's refresh this, and now let's go to the projects. oh sorry, we are passing home page here. We need to do projects here, save it, and now let's refresh this. So you're getting projects. If I go to the root, you're getting home page. Let's go to something else. Let's go to about page. We're getting this page cannot be found because this page doesn't exist. So the main funda is not that. Main funda is how you can create, or how you can create separate routes, and how we are creating it. So based on the current URL, right, which we are getting from the request.url. So this request.url will give you the current route that you are having, and based on that we are sending the response back. Now currently we are sending very simple response. This is not the case, but this is just to give you the understanding. So till now we have learned quite a few things. The reason why I am saying is that because all the things whatever we'll be learning, all of the concepts are very based on this HTTP module and all the other things like file system and path module. So all of this is very important, and try to write each and everything what I'm writing here line by line. If you never worked on Node.js, this is going to help you a lot. So now we learn two very basic things. Now what will be our next step, right? So next step will be, we are going to learn three or four things, I'll say. The first will be start with our callbacks. We'll learn what is callback hell, and then we'll be learning promises, async await, and then we're going to learn some of the concept of event emitter. Once we complete all of these four things, then we will be moving to our main section, which will be our Express. So there we are going to start learning Express, template engines, and then we'll be moving to our main section, again the second main section, which will be our REST API development. So let's start learning all of this step by step from the next part. So let's create one more folder here, and I'm going to give this one as callbacks, and let's create two more. So next will be promises. Now again, all the section will be very short, because I'm pretty sure that you already have some idea on this callback, promises, and async await if you know JavaScript, but still I will highly suggest not to skip all of this. Next will be having this will be 9, which will be async await, and lastly we'll be having our event emitter. So these four things we are going to learn. So start with callbacks, right? So here I'm going to do one thing. First I'm going to create my main index.js, and I'm going to create one file which will be my index.txt, and this is my callback logic concepts. Save it. So now the first thing we need to understand that what actually callbacks are, right? So see, callbacks, if by definition callbacks are functions that are passed as arguments to other functions. Now what exactly it helps? So callback functions allow you to defer the execution of a code until after an asynchronous operation has completed. Now when we are talking about callbacks in Node.js, it's used, you can say, like almost everywhere. Like it's very commonly used. For example, handling any asynchronous operations, such as we have learned the file module, right? Reading file, writing file. So those all uses callback functions, making HTTP request, or whenever you'll be doing some query database and everything, right? And callback hell is also known as, so I think it's called pyramid of doom, something like that. And it happens when you have multiple nested callbacks. For example, let's say, I'll give very simple, right? So you have a set timeout, right? And then inside set timeout you are having another set timeout, something like that, and then inside this you are having another set timeout. So what is this? So this is a callback hell. So you are calling callback inside another callback, something like that, right? So this will be the very basic concept. Now how we are going to understand it? So let's create a very simple function here. So I'm going to do a function, and let's give this one as person. So this person will receive two things. It will receive my name, and it will receive a callback function. So I'm going to do callback function, right? Two things. And then this, I'm going to create one more function which will be like, I'll give something like address, and here let's just simply console log. So we'll do console.log, and I'm going to just log the address, simple as that. Now how I'm going to create a callback, right? So first thing, I'm going to call this person which is my this function. I'm going to pass my name here. This name is the input to this name, and then I'm going to call the callback function. Means in this callback function I'm going to pass this address as a callback. So I'm going to pass this address here. So what I'm trying to do simply, so here inside this function I'm going to do a console.log, and I'll do something like hello, then I'm going to render my name, right? Once this is done, as I already mentioned in the definition, right, so this will wait until one functionality or one step is done, and after this step is done, then only I'm going to call my callback function. So here I'm going to call this, and then I'm going to invoke it. So what we are doing, I hope you are getting that we are passing this as an input, we are calling this address as a callback, and then once this line of code is executed, then I'm going to call this callback function. So now let's save it, and I'm going to open this in terminal. Let's close this one also. And what is the name? So you have node space index.js, right? So what you are getting, right, you are getting, sorry, I think I logged address here, so let me just log India. Let's clear it and let's run it. So you're getting hello Sangam Mukherjee, and then we are printing India, right? So this is an example of a very simple callback function. Now the definition from a Node.js point of view, so simply we can do something like this, right? So let's get our file system, and I think this part we've already done. So I'm going to do require, and then I'll take my file system, and I'm going to simply read a file. So I'm going to do read file. Remember, this is a asynchronous way of reading the file, right? And here I'm going to pass up my let's do something like this. I'll pass my input, so this input.txt. So this is the file, and then I'm going to pass utf8, and then I'm going to take my error and then data. Now what is this error and data? So this is my callback function here, I'm calling it, and then I'm going to do if error, then I'm going to just do console of error. So I'm going to do error reading file, and I'm going to log the error, and then simply return from here, or else I'm going to just do console.log, and I'm going to render the data. Let's save it, let's clear it, and let's run it. So you're getting callback logic concepts, which is my this text. Now this is not the point of getting the data, but just to give example that this is the callback function. We are first reading it, then in the callback we are checking if there is an error, render it, or else render the data. Okay, now let's see one example of callback hell. So inside this I'm going to create one more, and I'll give this one as callback hell.js, right? So here I want to do the following things. First, I will read from this input.txt from this file, and then I'm going to modify this data. So this data I'm going to modify, and then I'm going to create one more file here. So first I need my file system, so I'm going to do require, and I'll do fs. So first let's minimize this. So I'm going to do fs.read file, and I'm going to pass my input.txt. So here again we'll pass the format of utf8, and I'm going to do error and the data, right? So first let's go here and let's log this part, the same thing. So we are already inside one callback. Just remember this thing, that we are inside in this callback already, and here I'm going to do const modify file data. So here I'm do data dot to uppercase, okay, and then I'm going to do fs dot write file. Now see what we are doing, and I'm going to do a output dot txt. I'll give, sorry, we need to pass the file content. So this is the file name, this is the file content, and again inside this we have a callback, right? And then I'm going to just copy this, and I'm do error writing file, right? And then inside this again I'm going to log this, log this. So do console, sorry, we'll do console.log, and I'll do data written to the new file, right? So inside this another callback. So first we have one callback. Inside this, in the right file, we have another callback. Now inside again I'm going to take one more callback. I'm going to do read file here, and I'm going to now read file from output.txt, the new file that I have created. I'll do utf-8, and then again I'll do error and data. So I'll do if error, so I'll do console.error, so I'll do error reading file, and I'm going to return, and then I'll do console.log, and I'm going to enter the data. Let's save it. Now first thing, what are the things that we have done, right? So first start from this top level. So read file will give you the first callback. Inside the read we have a write file, which is another callback. So this is a nested callback, and inside this again we are reading this, which is another callback. So this is a perfect example of a callback hell. Now definitely this will work. So if I now do this, right, sorry, we need to run this file. So I'm going to copy this file name, and I'll do node space.js, enter. So we have output.txt which is written, and we are getting each and everything that whatever you have logged so far. Now I think it's simpler that how the callback, what is callback, how you can create a simple callback. Now these all are very important interview questions also, and how you can also, they can ask you like, okay, give me some example of callback and callback hell in context of Node.js. So even if you're writing a simple function, they will ask you. So in that case, you can give this kind of example using this file system and everything. Now let's move on to the next section, where we'll be learning two things: the promises and how to like create promises and everything, and what will be the alternative of promises, which is Async Await, and then we are going to learn these event emitters. Now we learned that callback and callback hell, right? Now see, promises are actually better way or cleaner way to handle asynchronous code, as simple as that, when you compare promises with callbacks. So let's see how we can create promises and how we can handle errors with promises. So here I'm going to create one more index.js inside these promises. I'll close everything else, and let's open this in our terminal. Alright, the first thing is that how we can create promises, right? So to create a new promise, we have this promise interface that we can use, but let's do this one with a simple example. So I'm going to create a function. I'm going to do a delay function, which will take a timer or time, and this delay function will return a promise. Now to return a promise, we need to create a new promise, and what this promise will give. So promise will give you two things: one will be the resolve, and another will be the reject, right? If there are any errors, so it will reject the promise, and you'll be able to log the error or something, and if it is resolving the value, so it will come to your resolve block. So here I'm going to take my resolve first, and what I want to resolve, I want to do a set timeout, and I will just pass this resolve, and after the time that I'll be passing as input, after that many time I want to resolve this promise, as simple as that. So I'm going to pass my time here, right? So now we'll do a console.log, and I'm going to do a promise lecture starts, and then I'm going to just simply call this delay function, and I'm going to pass a time of 2 seconds. So 2000 milliseconds. Now what this promise will give, so this will give you dot then, right? Which I'm pretty sure you already know. You guys might be thinking that what I'm doing all of this, but I think it's important to just revise all of this one more time, even if you know, right? So this will give you a then, which if the promise is getting resolved, so it will come inside this then block, or on fulfilled, you can see that. And here I'm going to just do a console.log, because I'm passing 2000, right? So I'm going to give a after 2 seconds promise resolved, and then after this I'm going to do a console.log end, save it, and now I'm going to do node index.js because I'm in that folder, hit enter. See what happened? So promise lecture start, and then it immediately log this console log, but it wait until 2 seconds until unless the promise is getting resolved. Again, if you make this one, let's say 200, right? so it will be very fast. Now let's enter it. See, immediately so it will be 0.2 seconds, whatever. So this is the very simple way of creating promises. Now how we can create or catch error in promise. So let's create one more example. So I'm going to create a function here. So let's create a myDivide function, and I'm going to take my number 1 and I'm going to take a number 2, and again this will return a new promise, and this time I'm going to take my resolve and also my reject. So I'm going to simply check that if my num2 that we are having, if it is 0, so we can't divide by 0, right? So I'm going to reject here, right? So I'm going to do a reject. So I'm going to call this reject method, and you need to give the reason. So I'm going to give like we cannot perform division by 0, right? Else I'm going to do a resolve, and I'm going to do num1 divided by num2. I hope you are getting, right? So this will now return a promise, and we are either rejecting the promise or resolving the promise. And to check it, we can simply do divide function, and I'm going to pass 10 divided by, let's say, 5 dot then. So what will give, this will give you a result, right? Which will be your promise result or resolved result. So I'm going to log my result, or I'm going to catch here. So this will be my error block. And here I'm going to just log my error, and let's do a console.log, and I'm going to log my error here. Save this, and let's run it one more time, and you can see that we are getting 2 here, which is coming from this one. So this result, right? So if I do a result, so it will coming from there actually. So if I now run it one more time, so you can see that it's coming from here. But what will happen if I just pass here 0, save it, and now run it one more time? So it's getting cannot perform division by 0 and error. So it's going into the catch block, right? It will never run this, it will going to directly to the catch block. So this is how we can create promises, and also we can catch promises. So catch means we need to reject that promise, and then when you'll be calling that promise, either we can dot then means the promise is resolved, so you can whatever value will be receiving, using that value we can do something, or else you can catch that error, and using that error we can do some operations, right? So this is the basic lecture or like concepts on promises. Now let's move to the next one, which will be my Async Await. So what is Async Await? Async Await is exactly what promises are doing to handle your asynchronous operation, right? But why you use that? Because it's like, you can say like synthetic sugar over promises. Like it's much more simpler, whatever syntax and everything you will be writing, right? And how you can write async and await, we are going to see that. So async function, that whatever each and every async function that you will be creating, it will always return a promise. Very important, every time it will return a promise, and the await keyword is only be used inside your async function. You can't use outside of it, right? And what that await keyword does, so it pauses the execution of the function until unless your promise is getting resolved. So let's see one more example. I'm going to create an index.js inside of this, and let's create a very simple async function, right? So we're going to create the delay function only. So I'm going to do a function, and I'm delay function, which will be my this will be my time, and again I'm going to return new promise here, right? Because I already mentioned that this will always return a promise async function, and I'm going to do a set timeout. I'm going to resolve it, and I'm going to pass my time. Now to do this one, we're going to do async function, right? Because we need to give the async keyword, and I'm going to do a delayed greet, something like that. And here let's say I'm going to get my name. First I'm going to call this await, and I'm going to delay it. So we'll do delay. So I'm going to do delay function of 2000, and I'm going to do console.log, and I'm going to pass my name here, and then at the end I'm going to call this delayed greet, and I'm going to pass my name here. Let's clear it, and let's open this folder in our terminal, because we have opened currently the promises folder. So open, and I'm going to do node space index.js, hit enter. See, after some time you're getting that my name, right? If I once again do, see, it's waiting for 2 seconds and then it is giving my name, so it's delaying it because of this await and async, right? So this is a very simple way. Now coming to the error handling, how you can do error handling, right? Again, we can do that similar this example only, so let's do here only. So what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to do async function and I'll do a division, and I'm going to take my num1 and num2, and then to do this one, to catch it, we need to take what? We need to take try catch block, correct? So we'll take a try catch here. This catch again will catch the error, and I'm going to do a console.error. So I'm going to pass an error and I'm going to log this error, and here I'm going to do a return null, and in the try block I will do if my num2, again once again the same logic, if it is 0, so what we will do, we'll throw a new error, and I'll do cannot divide by 0, and if this is not the case, so what we'll do, simply return num1 divided by num2, save it. And now to call this one, right, so we'll do async function, we'll do a main function, so let's do main function, and here I'm going to do console.log await, and I'm call this division method, and I'll again call this 10,2, and I'm going to log one more time, but this time I'm going to divide by 0, and we're going to see what is happening here. So let's clear it and let's run it. Sorry, I think we haven't called the main function. Sorry, we need to trigger it, main function. So now let's see, clear it and run it. So what you are getting, first time you are getting 5, second we are getting error that cannot divide by 0, we are getting null, and after this we are getting the previous function my name Sangam, which is different, but it's catching the error here, right? So this is how you can do. So what you learned over that in promise is you can do the catch block, and catch block will give you the error in async await. And now obviously each and everything we are going to create our controllers and everything logic, we are going to use async function because this is much more simpler, right? And we are going to use it try and catch block. So these all the three is very important things, and although you might think these are very simple, but it's not. All the logic and everything whatever we are going to write in each and every project is depending on these three things, right? Callbacks, promise and async await. And in the next section we are going to learn the event emitter, and after that we'll move into the Express. So let's quickly see the event section, right? So see what they're telling, that if you work with JavaScript in the browser, you know that how much interaction of a user is handled through events, right? So similarly, using this Node.js event emitter, we can achieve similar kind of functionality. So what exactly event emitter is, right? So event emitter class is a core module in your Node.js, right? So what this allows object to emit named events, right? Or you can say those like functions or listeners to be called. Okay, now you can see that we have emit, which is used to trigger event, and then on is used to add a callback function, and that's going to be executed when the event is triggered. And inside this call you can do certain operation, like for example you need to call some API call or some functionality and everything. But let's see with a simple example and it will be easy to understand. So let's go there, and we have event emitter. Now I'm going to create here index.js, and let's open this one in our terminal, right? Let's expand this and close it. I'm going to close both. The first thing again, right? So you need the events module here. So I'm going to do a const, and I'm going to give this one as event emitter, and I'm going to do a require. So you need the events module, and to create your event emitter, so I'm going to give my first emitter, right? So you need to do new event emitter, and again as I already mentioned that what this does, this will give you this emit method and the on method, right? Emit is to trigger event. Let's say you're creating an event, so you need to use emit, and on is to register a listener. So I'm going to now register my first listener, right? So register a listener. So how to register? So I'm to my first register dot on, and here you need to give a name of that register. So I'm going to give this one as greet, right? And this will give you a callback. So I'm going to get my name, and then I'm going to do a console.log. So I'll do hello, and then I'm going to pass my name here. And to call this listener, again we need to use this on method, sorry, emit method, not on method. So I'm going to just simply do my event, my first emitter dot emit, and what you need to pass, you need to emit this event which is you're using this name. Very important, this is the name of that listener. So here you need to pass the greet, and then you need to pass the name, because this will take a callback in the, not callback, in the parameter this will take a callback, right? So in the parameter you need to pass. I'm going to pass my name here, save this, and then I'm going to do node index.js. So getting my name here. Now you might think this is a very simple example, but this is very important, like these listeners and everything. If you work with any React Native projects or anything, right, so there will be adding a lot of listeners. So what it will do, if user is doing certain actions, so you'll be emit an event, and based on that event you'll be doing certain operations. So this is the very basic way of writing. I just want to explain, although we are not going to use all of this, but if you see, if you work with socket and everything, right, for real-time data communication, they are using a lot of listeners and everything, listeners and everything. So that is the reason this is very important. Now let's create a custom event listener, right? So I'm going to create my custom one more. So here I'm going to create, let's create a, we'll do custom, I'm going to do listener. You can give any other name if you want. And first we need our event emitter, right? So let's copy this line, paste it here. So here I'll take a class, and I'll do my custom emitter, which extends event emitter, right? And here we are going to take a constructor, we'll take super, and then I'm going to take, let's do this dot, we are going to take this dot greeting, which will be hello, and then here I'm going to create a method which will be my greet method. Again it will take the name, and here very important, what we need to do, this method was doing what here, see here what this was doing, we are emitting this and then we are doing those logics, right? So here in this function I'm going to do this dot emit, so I'm going to pass greeting, and then here we are going to pass this, sorry, this dot greeting, and then I'm going to pass the name that I'll be receiving here, right? So this will be my name, so which will be, let's say I'm passing my name, hello Sangam, okay? And then after this what we are going to do simply, so here, so let's create const, I'll do my custom emitter, and this will be new my custom emitter, which is this class that I have created, which is extending the main event emitter from your Node.js events. And now because this is a custom one, you can simply create your own, right? So you'll do my custom editor dot on, and what you need to pass, you need to pass is greeting, this is the name, so you'll pass greeting. Again this will take a callback, let's say what we'll do, right? So I'll do some input or something, anything, and here we'll do console.log, and I'll do greeting event, and I'm going to pass this input here, okay? And then I'm going to just log this, will do my custom emitter dot, see you're getting greet, right? Because this is where you're emitting this, so you're going to do greet, and then you'll pass, let's say, my name here. Now let's save it, and I'm going to run this. I'll do node custom listener.js, hit enter. So you're getting greeting event, which is coming from here, and in the input what you are getting, if you noticed, you're getting this dot greeting also. Very important. Now this dot greeting is nothing but this, it's coming from your constructor where you're defining this, and the name is the one that you're passing in this input. Again, because you're calling this greeting, so it is triggering this method here, and then you're rendering your name here. So we are getting greeting, this is the method, not this is logging. You're getting this dot greeting, if you noticed, which is hello, and then the name, and this is coming from this greeting event. So this is how you can create your own custom emitter. Okay, so these two things I want to explain before moving into the Express section. So now if I recap everything, right, so you've learned almost all the basic and most used Node.js modules. So learn how to write your first Node.js code, the NPM packages and everything, how to create your package.js and path module, file system, HTTP, callbacks, promises, async await, and event emitter. Now in the next section we will be start working on our main things, which will be the two things we are going to learn, right? First we are going to learn the Express, then we are going to learn how template engine works, which is called EJS as a sort. Then we are going to move to REST API development, and then MongoDB, socket, lot of things we are going to do. So let's start step by step. So first we'll start with our Express module. Alright everyone, so now we will start our journey on Express. The first thing is that you need to understand what actually Express.js is, right? So Express.js is nothing but a web framework for Node.js. So just like we have React.js for JavaScript, something like that. What are the main advantages or the key features of Express.js? This is also interview questions, right? So first thing is that routing, and even if you go to the official doc, right, and if you go to the guide, you'll see that most of the important topics and some of the very basic concept you can understand from here also, like how to write hello world code. Definitely we are going to understand each and everything in this particular section. I have divided each and every concepts in different parts, right, or chapters. So the key features are like routing, then we have the middleware concept, template engines like EJS, EJS, Pug, then there are a lot of others. To generate dynamic HTML, then we have static file serving, error handling, and creating RESTful API development, right? So the first thing what I have done, I created another folder. This is a new project. Now all of this I'm going to add in my GitHub, so you can go there and then just check in the repo and then start coding. I will highly suggest that whatever we are going to create from this particular module, you can write along with me or with this video. It is going to help you. You believe me or not, take your time, and these all the concepts I haven't learned in a single day or in a month or 3 months, right? This takes time. So take your time and start learning step by step. No hurry. The first thing I'm going to give right here. So let's create. We have understand in the previous section that whenever we need some third-party library packages, what we need to do, we need to have some metadata or our package.json, which will keep a track of all the dependencies and everything we'll be creating. So here what exactly we need, so we need Express.js, right? So I'm going to create npm init. Now instead of doing this one, I'm going to use the shortcut, which will be -y. Hit enter. Now this will create a package.json, right? Now here I'm going to simply install. So let's do npm install, and I'm going to do Express. So now this will automatically install Express.js, and let's go here, and then we have our Express.js. Main is our index.js. Now this is fine and nothing else. I think for now this will be fine. Now what else we need, right? So first we need to start learning some of the things. So first we'll understand how you can create a basic Express server, how we can create routes, what are the concept of middleware, how you can create custom middleware, right? What are the request properties, and then lot of other things. Now in this section, this particular section will be only basics and the concepts. In the next section we are going to learn about the template engines. So we'll be learning EJS template engine, and after that we'll be moving to REST API development. So here I'm going to create my first file, and I'm going to give this one as index.js. Okay, let me just minimize this one. Now how we can create a Express server, right? So that will be the first thing. So whenever we'll be creating something, we need to get that module. So I'm going to do a require, and this will be my Express here. So that I'll be getting. To create Express application, we need to invoke this method, right? So even if you go to their code, right? So let's go to hello world, and you can see that they're creating this app here, right? So this app we need to create this app. You can see what they're telling, right? This line is important, that this app start as servers and listen to a particular port, and then it's send a response back, hello world or something like that. So similar thing we are going to create here. So I'm going to do const app, which will be my Express, and I'm going to invoke it, right, which will create an Express application. As simple as that. Now this app will give you everything you need. So you can see here, right, all of the things, all the properties and everything from this app you are going to use it. So now I'm going to create my first route, which will be my for my root URL. So to do this one, so I'm going to do a get route here, and I'm going to do here app.get. So I'm going to do slash, and this will give us the callback, and this we already learned that we have the request and the response object. And I'm going to do a rest.send, and here I'm going to pass a hello world. Let's save it. Now will this work? So this will not work, right? The reason is because we haven't started our server yet, so we need to start it. So I'm going to take a port which will be again 3000, and then I'm going to do app.listen, and I'm going to pass the port. This will give us the callback, and now I'm going to do console.log. So we'll do server is now running at port 3000, right? So you have the port. Let's save it. So now I'm going to run node index.js. Okay, we are getting some error. Oh, sorry, I think the spelling is wrong, right? So you have to give nodes. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's remove this one here. So I'm going to keep only node index.js, and then I'm going to again clear it, and I'll do node index.js. So you have now server is running. Now let's go there and let's run our localhost 3000, right? So you're getting hello world, as simple as that. Now this is to create a simple your first hello world. So what are the main key things we have learned so far? Now each and everything you'll be learning from this point, right? It will be very, very important, like all the things you are going to use whenever you will be creating any backend application using Express. So first you'll learn that we need to get the Express module. We have created the app, so we need to invoke it, so which will create our Express application, and then we created a route endpoint. So whenever I'll go to this slash or my root URL, I am sending a response back, a hello world, and then I'm listening to a port, so 3000 in this case, and then I'm running my server, right? So whenever I'll go to localhost 3000, I'll be getting this response. So this will be our first thing that we need to learn. Now second thing, we need to understand some of the very important modules that you should be using most of the time. So let's create our, I'm going to give this one name as app module. Now it's up to you how you are going to write the notes and everything for yourself. So you can write in a notebook, or you can write it in your computer also. It's up to you. And the naming convention, again, you can give it based on your convenience, whatever is easy for you for learning. So again, here I'm going to copy these two things, and I'm going to paste it here. And the first thing is that we can do couple of things using this app, right? So we can do something like application level settings. So what are the things that we can do? So you can do like app.set. So this will give, like, let's say we want to set our view engine, which is our EJS, right? So template engine. So we need to give view, and then we need to give engine, and you can set something like we'll set it as EJS. So these all the properties that we can do. So this is one. Next we can do, or we can create routing. So that we have learned so far, right? So routing, how we can do. So you can, let's say I'm going to create a get. So I'll do a app.get, and then I'm going to do a slash, and here I'm going to pass a request response, and here you can do like res.send, which will be my, let's say, home page. So this will be my get. Now we can also do post request, right? So I can do app.post, and then I'm going to do something like, let's say I'm passing in this API/data endpoint, and I'm going to getting my request and response, and I'll pass a res.json as a response, and I'll be passing, like, for example, message data received, and then I'm going to pass my data, which will be some random data, so which is my request.body. Let's say I'm getting from my request.body. So this is just to give example. Okay, so these all the things that we can do. Then you can also do, we can also manage some kind of error handling middleware. So how you can do that, right? So for example, this app will give you one more method, which is use, and here you will be getting error, request, response, and next. Now you don't have to worry about all this what this next is doing and everything. This we are going to discuss in our next upcoming lectures, what exactly all of these things. So I'm just giving example, like some of the things that we can do here, and then you can simply do a console.log and we'll do error.stack. so this will give you the particular error, and then you can send a response back. So I'm going to send like, let's say I'm going to send a status of 500 that there is an error, 500 or anything starts with 4, that means there is an error, and this is kind of an internal server error. Or if you're facing this, and then you'll you will send something like something went wrong, something went wrong. Okay, and then we can do these things that will run the server and everything. But this part, right, whatever you have learned so far, this is just to give example that what this app is doing. If you go to their official doc, right, let's go to their API reference. So here if you go to this Express, right, you will be getting all of this, like what are the properties and everything this has, right, and each and everything. Like you can see, this is a huge documentation, like lot of things are there. So for example, you learned some app.use and everything, right, that also we are going to do. So if you see, right, we have app dot which one is that? So we have app.use, that this one. So these all the methods. So app.post is a method, app.get and everything. So this is one more thing. If you want to learn more, you can go to some particular section and you can understand everything. So these all the things you have understand so far. See, we have app.locals, app.mount path. So these all lot of things, right? Like I'll also not be able to understand each and everything because I haven't maybe read or haven't applied in my real projects. So some of the very important thing is we are going to use app.get, app.listen, then app.post, put. See, all the things you will be getting from here, so methods and everything. Now next thing, we are going to learn some of the other things, right? So let's learn that how we can create different kinds of routes, and this part will be important. So I'm going to give this one name as app, or let's give this one as routes module.js, or routes example, not module I'll give. So I'll give routes example. So we are going to create some of the basic routes. So to give do this one, first we'll start with, we need our Express, right? So we'll get Express, and this will be require. So I'll be getting my Express here, and then I'm going to create my app. So I'll do const app. So this will be my Express. Now the first thing, we are going to create our get route. So let's say which will be our root route, right? Root route, which will be app.get, and here I'm passing slash because this will be our home URL, you may say, or the main root URL. Here we'll be getting request and response, and I'm going to send. So we'll do res.send. We'll do something like welcome to our home page. Save it, and then we're going to create. So I'll do const port. So I'll do 3000, and I'll do app.listen. So I'll pass port, and in the callback I'm going to just log that. So let's go here and let's copy this from here, and I'll paste it here, right? So let's open this. So I'm going to close this. So I'll do node.js. So let's refresh this. So we're getting welcome to our home page. So this part we have already learned in the previous section in the index.js. Now what are other things we can do, right? So let's say we have some list of products that we need to get, and we can't get each and everything in the same route, correct? We need to create separate routes. So these each and everything, whatever you're creating, each and everything is your API, is your each and everything, each individual route. So here I'm going to create one more route to get all products, for example, right? So we'll do all products. So I'm going to do app.get, and here we are going to get, let's say, slash products, means I'm telling that whenever I want to get something from this endpoint, as simple as that, or from this route. And here I'm going to do a request and response, and let's create some products, right? So I'll create products, which will be array of objects. I'll give id 1, and I'll do label as product 1. So let's copy this and paste it 2 more times. So this will be product 2, and this will be my product 3, right? And I want to pass something from here, and to pass it we'll do res.json simply for now, and I'm going to pass these products. So now let's save it. So what will happen, right, if I go to the slash products? So let's see. So if I go to slash products, okay, we are getting slash products cannot be found. This is interesting. Okay, this is my bad. The reason is because we need to, every time we make some change, right, we need to run it, because we are not using anything like notebook and everything. Those we are going to learn later. So again we need to run this file. So now it will work. So let's refresh this. Okay, so now we are getting all this. So we're getting product 1, product 2, and product 3. And the important thing is not about what you are getting. Important thing is that how you are getting it. For a beginners, if you're a complete beginner, right, so that is the reason I'm going this much in depth, or a very simple way, that what exactly this thing is doing. So when you will be working on any real life project, let's say you're working on some React, Angular, doesn't matter, anything, so you'll be calling this API endpoint from your client side. Okay, and then whenever you'll hit it, you'll be getting this response back, and this response back line is nothing but where you are sending this response back for this particular endpoint. If you don't send anything, it will not work. So now you learned that how you can get all products, and now I want to do something else. I want to get a specific product. So I want to get only, let's say, id 2 product or id 3 product. So how you need to do it? So in that case, now the concept of dynamic routing comes into picture, right? So you need to pass some dynamic id. So for example, let's say you have some e-commerce project and you are clicking on id 2 product, you'll go to a details page. So you need to get this id 2, right? And then this id 2 you will capture from your client side and you will be sending in your server. So this you will be passing as an input. For example, just hypothetical situation, not hypothetical, that will be the real scenario for now, because we are not having any front end. So that is the reason I'm explaining that you'll be sending this to your backend, and from your backend you'll be doing a API call, and then you will be getting this from your database and you'll be sending back to your client. So to create a dynamic, so look, get a single product, right? Look, get a single product, we need to do something. So how we are going to do it? So I'll do a get. Now here I need to do something else. So I need to do products, but I need to tell something that I have a dynamic value here. So how we are going to do this dynamic value? Now to do a dynamic, to create a dynamic route, you need to give this colon. Very important, very important, I'll say, right? This colon, and then after this you need to give any random value, but don't give any random value, give which is like relevant to this. So I'm going to give a id. So what I'm telling Express, that this API endpoint that I'm creating, this is a dynamic API route. So I need to go to my slash products, and this id value will be a dynamic. And how they will understand, so this is a dynamic because of this colon. If you remove this, this is not a dynamic route. So you are telling that, okay, this value can be anything, it can be 1, 2, 3 and 4, whatever. So whenever I'll go to this route, I need to get a single product. So now in this route we are going to get a request and response, right? And then I'm going to do const product id, and I'm going to now do a parse int of, so request, we have params. Now you'll understand what this params is doing. So these params will give you the id. How you will be getting the id? The important thing here is this id name you have given, right? This id you need to get here. So it will be res.params.id. If you are giving here, let's say instead of id you'll give product id. you need to give product ID. Again, this is, you need to give exact. If your I is capital, you need to give capital here, or else this will not work. If you're giving something else, you need to pass here the same value, right? I hope you're getting that whatever you'll be passing here, from this value Express will get the dynamic. So in the real scenario, how we'll be passing? So we'll be passing like this. So we'll do products, and then you'll be passing /2. So then Express will understand, okay, these 2 is nothing but this dynamic value. So whenever you'll go to request.params.this, it will give you 2. I hope you're getting right. So let's make this on ID. So now I'm going to go do this on ID, and let's copy these products here because we don't have real database or anything. And now I'm going to get single product, which will be what? Products dot find. So will product, we have product, so I'll do product dot ID should be equal to this product ID. So what will happen? This will give you your current product. So I'll do product ID, right? And then I'm going to check if this get single product is present. So I'm going to do a res.json of get single product, else I need to do something. So I'll do res.status. So 404 is a status code that usually use for whenever you will not get anything, right? So I'm going to do a send, and let's do like product is not found, please try with different ID. Save it. Again, we need to run it. I always forget this. We need to run this one, and we'll go here and let's go to /1. You're getting ID product 1. If I refresh this, you're getting 2. If I give 20, you're getting product is not found. Even if I just show you, right, if it is difficult to understand, let's log this request.params here. Save it. Now run it once again, and I'm going to refresh this. So getting request.params is ID 20. Now you notice, right, this ID is nothing but this ID value it is taking. If I give product ID here, and I'm going to pass product ID here, save it, run it once again, and now I'll go to /3. So now you will be getting product ID instead of ID because you have changed this value. So this is how you need to get a or create a dynamic route. I hope this will be clear, right? Okay, so now this is the only this is all about this particular section, that where we understand that how you can create different routes. Now definitely we haven't discussed post request, delete request, put request, all of these. Those things we are going to learn in the next section, where we will be creating the projects, and we'll start our RESTful API development. But for now I think this will be more than enough. Now next thing, we are going to learn something about what is middleware, and we are going to create some middleware. Also we are going to understand some of the middleware function like next function and how it works, and then we'll move to the template engine. So let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now we will start learning the middleware concepts. Okay, now again I'm mentioning because we'll be creating multiple projects, and all of these projects we are going to use middleware. So when you'll be doing the practical projects, right, it will be easy to understand how that works, but I thought it will be much better if we give some very basic theory and also with some very basic examples, so that it will be easy when you'll start the projects and everything. So what exactly is middleware, right? See, if you see the definition, now these all the definition, the reason why I'm explaining, because these all are interview questions also. So you might guess these kind of questions in your interview, like, okay, tell me the definition of middleware. So middleware functions are simply functions, you can see that have the access of the request and the response object that we have discussed. The only thing that it has a next middleware function. All right, and what this next middleware function does, right, which will call the next middleware function in the stack. Okay, but now you might think, okay, what exactly all of these? We have different kind of middleware, application level error handling middleware, and built-in middleware also is there, and also you can create your own custom middleware. So let's start with a very simple one, right? So I'll go here, and then I'm going to let's create this one as middleware Express.js. Okay, now let's close this. So first I'm going to need Express, so we'll do require Express, and then I'm going to create our Express app, right? So we'll do app which will be my Express. Now I'm going to define my first middleware, so we'll do defined middleware function. So again we'll go by the definition. So middleware are simple functions, right? So we'll give here my middleware, something like that, my first middleware. So this will be function which will have request, response, and it will have a next property, right? So here what we need to do, I'm going to simply log it, that let's do console.log, and this first middleware will run on every request, right? Let's say you want to do some kind of validation here, and whenever you want to do or run this middleware, so you need to use that middleware, right? But here the trick, and that is you need to call this next method here, so that it will call the next method or next middleware in the stack. If you go here, let's go to application level, you will see that they're logging some time, and then they're calling the next here, right? So now I want to use this middleware. So how we are going to do that? Now to use the middleware, we have this, again I already mentioned in the previous videos multiple times, right? This app that you are invoking or creating your Express application, this app will give you a lot of properties. One of the most used property is that it will give you this app.use. Okay, so here you are telling that, okay, every time I will run or go to a particular URL, I want to run this middleware, and what your middleware is doing, let's say it's doing some validation, and based on that it will run the middleware. For now we are just console log, that is fine. Now let's going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. So I'm using this middleware every time, and this is for all the routes. So now I'm going to let's create some routes. So I'm going to create app.get, and here I'm going to give a slash, and so this is my home page. So it will request response, and let's give a res.send, and we'll give this one as home page, right? This part we have already done, and then I'm going to create one more, and this I'm going to give as about page, anything about page, and this will be my about page. Now let's create our port, or let's directly do this. We'll do app.listen, I'm going to pass 3000, and this will be a callback, and I'll simply log here, right? So log, so we'll do server is now running on port 3000. Okay, we're not using any variables, so we'll give 3000. Now let's save it. So now let's open this, right? So I'm going to open this one in my terminal, this file. Now let's run it. So I'm going to do node space middleware.js. Okay, so server is now running. Now let's go here. Okay, let's refresh this page. So you're getting home page. That is not the thing. The thing is that you can see that your middleware is getting run on every time. Okay, I'm going to do one thing. Okay, now let's go here and let's go to the about page. So I'll go to the /about, refresh this, you're getting about page. This middleware is again running. I'm going to just comment out this next method from here, and I'll rerun this once again. So I'll do this, and now I'm going to refresh this page, and what is happening here? It is calling this, or the functionality you want to do, that part of code is getting executed, but it's not calling the next stack here. And the reason is simple, because you are not calling this next function. So that is the reason you need to call this next function to invoke or to put the next kind of things that you are doing. For example, we are calling this about method, so this is not getting executed only, or this is not being added in the stack. So that is the reason you need to use this next method. Save it. I'm going to run it once again. Let's go here, and you can see you immediately get this, right? So this is the very basic concept. Not, I will say not very basic, but this is what exactly middleware is. There is nothing like some people will think that middleware concepts are very difficult. It's actually not. This is the base concept, that it will run every time, and you need to call the next middleware function using that next function that it will provide. Okay, so this part is done. Now let's see, we'll do something, right? So we'll create one more middleware here. So let's do something like this. So here let's create a custom middleware. I'm just giving the name, it's up to you, you can give any other name you want, and also try to experiment with all this. The reason is because until unless you will not practice by your own, it is very difficult to work on a very big project. And one more pattern I am seeing nowadays is that don't take it personally, but all of you are going for like very fancy kind of projects. Like you'll be asking for like Postgres, like all the other things like Prisma, GraphQL, all of the things at once in one project. See, these kind of things are okay, but when you'll go for a very big tech company, they doesn't work like that. So for example, you are working on a project, so that project will be either on Express or either on Postgres or either on SQL. I'm not telling you that don't learn. Learning is definitely good, but you should learn one thing at a once, and then you should learn it properly. Means you can't learn Express and then on the other side, let's say you are learning Nest.js, all of these two things in 2 days. It takes time, so take your time and then go for very large scale projects. So first you need to clear your basics. It's very important actually. So here let's do one thing. I'm not going to rewrite everything, so I'm going to copy this and then paste it here, and I'm going to create a let's say we are doing some kind of logging functionality, and you need to log a timestamp every time you will do some request. Okay, every time you refresh the page or something like that. So I'll do here, let's create a request timestamp logger, right? And what this will do, so we'll take request response, and next I want to do, I'll create a timestamp here. Let's give a new date, right? And I'm going to do this one to ISO string. All right, and then I'm going to just log this. So let's give this timestamp, and I'm going to give like from, and I'm going to do request dot method. We'll give method, and we'll do to, I'm going to do this URL, so request dot URL, something like that. Okay, and then I'm going to call the next method. So this is done. Now what we need to do, what I've learned, that we need to use it, right? So we'll do app.use, and I'm going to pass the request timestamp logger. Now let's go here and let's copy these all things, right? I'm going to keep the same, and then I'm going to just paste it here, save it, and then we'll run this file. So we'll do clear, and I'll do node custom middleware.js, and now let's go here, refresh this page, and you can see that we are getting that it's a get method, and this is the URL. If I go to home page, and you are getting it's from the home page. The point is not that, the point is that what you can do, right? Whatever things you are doing here, let's say you are working on authentication or something like that, so there are a lot of things you can use in this middleware, right? Middlewares are extremely important and very versatile concept. Like for example, if you work with Next.js or something, right? So they have a concept of middleware, so what you can do, that will run on every request. And let's say you need to implement some kind of auth functionality or authorizations, like based on roles, so you can run a middleware, and based on that you can restrict or you can allow users to access some particular pages. So in those scenarios, this middleware is very, very important. So try to practice by your own and create some more middleware so that you'll be able to understand. So this is all about the middleware concept that I just want to explain. Now what we've learned so far is that the first thing what we learned, right? Which one was the first one? So I think in this one, index, that we learn how to create an Express server, right? How to listen to a port. Then you will learn this app model, right? Where we learned that we can do different things with this app, right? This app will give you a lot of things like .set, which will help us like to set our view engine if you're using some dynamic template engine like EJS or Pug. There are a lot others also. Then we have the routing, so we can create routings, right? We can also do use and a lot of other things you can do. Now I will highly suggest that you can go through this app properties in the official doc, but for now why I explain all of this, because this is all what we are going to use in most of the times in your projects also. Then you learn the very, very important concept, and that is middleware and how you can create custom middlewares. Alright, so this part is done. Now what will be the next thing? The next thing is that we are going to go to the dynamic template engine section, which will be our EJS. We are going to understand. So what we'll do, right, we'll be creating some API routes, and then I'll show you that how you can create a UI using that EJS or dynamic engine that we basically say. So let's move on to the next section. Alright, so now in this section we are going to learn how we can use this embedded JavaScript templating, or that we call EJS. Now there are others also that you can use, you can search it, but in this tutorial or in this video we are going to only follow this particular one. Alright, so what exactly is this? So this is nothing but you can consider this as a HTML markup which you are writing with plain JavaScript, as simple as that. So if someone asks you what is the definition, so EJS or embedded JavaScript will be a simple templating language that lets you generate HTML markup with plain JavaScript, right? And why it is useful? Because it can help you to generate dynamic HTML pages in Express application, right? And how you can write dynamic, so you can see that this less than and this percentage, this whatever tag that we are using, right, this is to render any dynamic value inside of this. We are going to see this with a very simple example, right? So what I am going to do, so let's do one thing, right? So let me quickly pause this. I will create one more project, or let's create one more folder, and there we are going to create a very simple one. Alright, so I created one folder, and now the first thing I'm going to create my first thing we need to create our package.json, right? So I'll do npm init -y, so it will automatically create. And after that we need to install two things. So the first thing we need to install EJS, right? So we install EJS, and also because we are integrating in our Express, we need Express. So these two things we need. The first thing, I am going to create one index.js, or let's give this on index.js only. Okay, so now what we are going to do here, right? So in this logic, the first thing we need to tell Express that I want to use EJS as my view engine. Now see, in the previous section we have understood, right, that all the properties and everything that we can use from the app. So app.set, there is a method that we can use which will set the view engine, right? So that we need to do. First we'll import Express. So I'll do require, we need Express, and then I need EJS. So not EJS, sorry, we need we'll do one more thing, we need a path. So I'm going to do a require, and I'll do a path here. Now what I need to do, first I need to create my app. So I'll do what, Express, and then which will create our Express application. Now I need to set the view engine as what, as EJS, right? And how we are going to set it, so we'll say like this, we'll do app.set, and I'm going to tell that, okay, set my view engine as EJS, right? So now this will set the view engine. Now what I need to do, I need to create a views. See, just like if you have worked in React, right? So what usually the folder structure look like, so we'll be having the pages component and everything. So pages components will define the how the UI will look, right? Because here we are writing everything on the server side, so we need to create some kind of views, right? So here I'm going to create a folder, and I'm going to give the name as views. So these will be my views folder, and inside of this, whatever UI and everything, all the EJS logic we are going to write. So now I need to tell that, okay, this app.set, first time I set the view engine, so I need to now set my views, and my views will point to the folder, this views folder. So I'll do here that set the directory for the views, right? So I'll do for the views. So I'll do app.set, and here I'm going to tell that, okay, set my views, which will be what, now here you remember we have learned that path.join, and what we can use the directory name. So in the first section only we have understood all of this, and now I'm going to join these views. So now this will tell that, okay, my views will be denoted to this folder, this views folder that I have created. So that is my second step. Next thing, let's create some dummy data, right? So I'm going to do something like this. I'll create a products. So I'll do ID1. Let's use a title which will be product 1. Now I'll paste this, and let's do this on 3. So this will be product 3 and this will be product 2. Okay, now I'm going to do like this. So I'll do that app.get. So whenever I'll go to my home page, I want to do what? So I'll do a request and response. So I'll do res. Now here comes the trick. So whenever I'll go to this route, I need to somehow pass this product list of products, right? So that in my home page I'll be able to render this list of products. So this response will give you another property or method which will be the render. So I'm telling that, okay, I want to render something in my which path I need to give. So inside my home views, right, what I will do, so here we are going to create a home.ejs file. So here I'm going to create a home.ejs. okay, and what I will do, simply let's take a h1 and I'll give this one as welcome to homepage, and then I will give let's take a label, right? So we'll take a label and I'm going to do list of products. Now I want to take a UL, and inside this I want to render all the products that we are having, so these products. Okay, so how we are going to do this? So we'll tell that, okay, I want to render something on my home page. So I'm going to tell here that home, and here I'm going to pass something like, we'll pass a title which will be my home, and I want to pass my products which will be my these products that we are having. Okay, so this we are rendering on this page. Second, I'll do another app.get, and this time I'm going to do like, let's say about, and here again we'll take request response, and I'm going to do, let's do a res.render, and this time let's create another about component. So inside views I'm going to create another about.ejs, and here I'm going to just keep like h1, and this is our about page, right? Okay, now I want to render this, and only I'm going to just pass the title which will be about page. So this is done. Now what will be the next step? The next step, let's recap one more, right? So first we have created our app, we have set the view engine to EJS, we set our views which will denote to this views folder, and then what we are doing, whatever routes that we are creating, so on this home page I want to render my home, and there I want to pass this, so I want to pass the title as home and the products. Similarly for about, I'm only passing the title. Now I'll do what? So I'll create my port which will be 3000, and I'll do app.listen. So I'll pass the port, and then we'll just log here server is running. Let's save it. Now we are passing the list of products in my home page, correct? So we need to render the list of products here in my home page. So how we are going to do that? So if we go here, right, let's go to the docs, and you can see that what they are doing. So simply we need to take these values, this template system to render any dynamic values, correct? And one more thing, if you see here, right, how they are doing, they're doing the render and then they're passing the render. So there are different ways that you can do that. So this is kind of uses, you can go to their official doc, what this is doing. So this is like a scriptlet tag for your control for no output. This is for your white space and everything, and lot of other things like outputs the value into the template which is HTML escaped, and you can go through all of this. And now what we are checking here, that okay, I'm rendering my list of products here. So I will do a user.forEach, which similarly just like you will render your JSX in your React, right? So you'll take your map and then you'll just render all of this. Now another thing we need to understand is that, let's say here currently we are having individual component, we are having a home, about, and those things. Let's say I want to render a common component. So let's say we have a common header component. I want to render the header component inside both this home and also in this about. Now it's not good practice to write the same code again and again, right? So what usually we'll do in React, we'll create a common component inside component folder, and then we'll import it in every component. But here how we are going to do it, right? So let's see how we are going to do it. So inside views, I'm going to create a components folder, and I'm going to create header.ejs. Okay, and now here let's say what we can do, right? So let's create a simple HTML, and here I'm going to just render a header, and I'll do a h1, I'll do EJS template demo. So this is my header. Now I need to go to my home page and I need to include this component here, include this header component here. So how we are going to do it, right? So you take this, right? You can see that you are already getting this EJS tag because I have some install. You can also search for EJS in the extension and you'll get it. See, it's coming here, right? So now I'm telling that, okay, let's go here, just a minute. So here you can see that what we are using this output the unescaped value into the template. So this we are going to use. So I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to tell that, okay, include. So I want to include my, so we'll go to components / header. So I'm including my, go to the components directory, and then I'm including my header.ejs file here. Okay, so this you need to include. Now when I'll do the same thing, I'll copy this, save it, and let's go here and let's paste it also. So now we have imported in both the files, right? So now what will happen, whatever header content that we are having, we should come in both the pages or both the views. So let's see if it is working or not. So now let's go here and let's do node.index.js, and now let's go here and okay, I need to refresh this. So you can see that we are getting EJS template header, and if I remove this, we are getting EJS template header in both the pages. Similarly, I'll give you one homework, and that is you can create one more components inside of this, whatever you can give, like footer or like some other section, product details section, anything, and then try to include it in both the files or both the views and see if you're able to get that content or not. So now let's go here, and then I'm going to now render the list of products. So I'll take the template here, sorry, dynamic template here, and then I'm going to do here products. The reason we are taking products, because if I go here, we are having products here, right? So what I'll do products dot for each. So I'll take single product, right? So here you need to do, if I go to the official doc, right, we need to do a ending tag, plain ending tag. So they're using this, so I'm going to use this one, and now we also need to take one li, and inside this li now I want to render my product.title. So I'll take one more, but this time I'll do equals, and what this equals does, equals is outputs the value into the template. So now I'm going to do product.title, and I need to close this. And also I think we are getting some error here, okay, because we are not closing this one, so I need to close this here. Okay, this part is done. So I'm doing simple product.for each. Now let's save it and let's see what we're getting, right? So let me close and rerun, and now let's go here and let's refresh this page. We are getting product 1, 2 and 3. So you're able to list down the products. Now again, because we don't use this in very real life projects or in prod projects, we'll be having, definitely we'll be having a separate client like framework like React or plain JavaScript or Angular or whatever. But again, it's always important to understand all of these things, how it will work. So I'll highly suggest you can go to the official doc and try some simple example. But for now this will be enough. Again, I give you one more homework, which is that create one more usable component and try to include. And another one I'll give you, and that is, you can see that apart from the products, I'm also passing this title here, and this is I created in that idea only that you guys needs to get this title in your both about and home. Okay, currently we are rendering this static. So what your homework will be, try to render this title, which is a dynamic value, in your about page and in the home page. Okay, so this is all about the plain way how you can create or use dynamic template system in your Express application. Now let's move on to the next one, because till this part whatever we have learned this run, right? So this you can consider as our first section, which is completely based on Node basics, core Node concepts, and also the core Express.js concept. Now we'll start our journey on REST API development, because there are quite a few things we need to do. We need to understand how you can create your backend API logic, the exactly what we'll be doing in your real life companies, or let's say you're doing some freelancing and everything. You're not going to do all of this, right? This is not what every company uses. Okay, this is a fact. most of the companies will have a separate client and you'll be having a separate backend logic. So we are going to focus from the next section. I'll highly recommend, please don't skip any of the things, because all the things will be interconnected. It's very, very important. So we'll start with Express RESTful API development. We'll learn how we can create a connect with our MongoDB, how to create MongoDB schema and some of the Mongoose methods and everything. Then we'll move to creating our first project, which will be a bookstore, something like that. Then we'll move to authentication, sockets, then lot of things. Okay, so from next section it will be very, very important, and please be very serious from the next part. Alright everyone, so now we will start our journey with RESTful API development, right? So first, what I'm going to do, right, we will be having some proper structure that how we are going to like create models, how to connect your application with database, whatever database you want to use. In our case, because this is we are using as a MARN, let's say, so we'll be using MongoDB as a database. We are going to understand how you can create controllers, or basically keep or separate your logic in one file, and then you'll be able to use those controllers or your helper functions to use and create routes. And also you're going to understand how you can create different kind of routes, right? For example, like how to create a GET request, POST request, and those things. So in the next two sections, what we will be doing, we will be creating a bookstore kind of application. Okay, so what I've done, right, I created a folder, blank folder, you can see that. And the first thing, we need to create our package.json right here. So let's start with step by step. So I'm going to do a npm init, and I'm going to do a -y, so it will automatically create our package.json. And what are the things that we need here, right? So here we need only for now Express. So I'm going to do npm install, and I'll do Express. So now this will install Express. And also we need to change one more thing, and that is, let's go to our package.json, and I'm going to minimize this one, and let's keep this one as app.js instead of index.js. And here I'm going to create my app.js. So here first we need our Express, right? So I'm going to get Express, and this will be require, and I need Express. Then we need to create our app, so we'll do app, which will be Express. And try to do from this part, right, as I already mentioned in the previous section, that's from this part, whatever we are going to write, this will be a real life project. Whenever you'll be working in a company or you are creating some freelancing project, these all the concepts that you need to create. And if you notice that I'm doing everything from ground up, so that for a beginner, like if you're a complete beginner, it will be very helpful for you. Now here you remember that we have understand the logic or the concept of middleware, right? So here we need to use the express.json. So this Express will give you the middleware that you can use in your app.js, or basically in your route, wherever you want to use that. And middleware concepts also you have understood, right? How middleware run, what is the uses of the next function of middleware, and those things. So here I'm going to use my middleware. Okay, and what we need to do, so we'll do app.use. So this we have understood that this will be a method, and here I'm going to tell that okay, I want to use the express.json, which will be my middleware, right? So this will return the middleware that only parses JSON, right? Only looks at request when the content type header matches the type location, right? So this will automatically parses your JSON here, and that is the reason we are using this middleware for all the routes that we'll be creating in this particular file. Now I'm going to create some let's create a dummy books array, and I'm going to give an ID of 1. Let's give a title of that book, so I'll do book 1, and let's do one more, and I'll do ID 2, and I'll do a book of 2, right? Let's save it. So now what we need to do, we will be creating all our files and everything, all the routes logic in this file. Now the reason why I am doing in this particular file, you'll understand in the next section, right? Because if I if I start creating all the controllers, routes, models, everything from this particular part, you will not understand, okay, why we need controller, why we need routes, right? So first we need to understand that, okay, what is the uses of controller, why you use that particular format, what is the disadvantage of writing each and everything in one file, right? So that part you need to understand, then only it will be easy. So here first I'm going to create my get routes. So I'm going to I'm going to do get all routes, excuse me, sorry, get all books. So it will be app.get, right? And here I'm going to give like, okay, I want to go to the home page or basically our main route, and here this will give us a callback. So I'll take my request and response, right? And let's do something like this. We'll do like, or let's do this one, just this is our main intro route. Okay, so this I'm going to do, let's do a res.json, and I'll pass a message that welcome to our bookstore API. Save it. So this is our first route. Second thing, we are going to create our get all routes. So I'm going to create, we'll do get all books. So here I'm going to do a app.get, and I'm going to give slash, I'm going to do like get books. Now you can give any name you want. Let's give get slash get is also fine, and also it will going to give you request comma response, and what we are going to pass, we'll simply pass res.json, and I'm going to pass my books here. Okay, so these books I'm passing whenever I'll be calling this particular endpoint. So these two routes that we have created, now what we need to create, we are going to start the server. So I'm going to do const port 3000, and I'll do app dot listen, I'm going to pass the port, and we'll do a console dot log that server is now running on port, and I'll pass the port here. Now let's save it. Now you already know that how we can run it, so you need to do node and then app.js, right? So server is now running. Now till this part what we have done, we'll go to browser and we'll manually type that route, and then based on that we'll see whether we are getting the result. But to simplify that method, I'm pretty sure you already know the Postman. So Postman is a software or platform, you can say, that basically use for API platform for developers to design, build, test and collaborate on APIs, right? So we are going to use this Postman. I already have definitely installed in my device, but I'll tell you that how you can do that. So first, it's better always that you create a free account from here. Once you create a free account, you'll be able to download from here. I don't know why, I think my net is very slow. Okay, let me just quickly change my Wi-Fi. Alright, so you will be able to easily download from here. Just simple download it and then install it, that's it. And if you have a account, so they will prompt you to sign in, so you'll be able to log in using that. So now let me just quickly open this Postman, and now here we have a lot of things. Now we'll understand a couple of things here, but this is also a very vast topic, right? Postman, there are a lot of things you can do, but we'll try to understand what are the things related to this API development that we'll be doing. The first thing is that this is your workspace, and here you need to create each and every collection. So let's say you're creating some project, so that will be a collection. So on top of this, you can create a new collection, right? So let's give what you can do, let's do a blank collection, right? So I'm going to click here, and here you can give the name. So I'm going to give this one as bookstore REST API. Okay, now here what we need to do, right? First thing you need to understand that, okay, now I need to do each and every route that whatever I have created, those routes I need to test, right? And you can see that your server is also running on port 3000. So now you'll go here, we'll go here and then click on right click, and let's click here. If you see, we have an add request. So click on this add request. Now you can give the name of this request, that what we are checking. So I'm going to check my root route, right? Or let's do index route of bookstore. Okay, So this will be the name, and then you can select the type, that what kind of type is that. So this is a GET request, right? And here you need to enter your URL. So this will be our localhost, right? So let's go here and let's search for localhost 3000. Let's copy this and I'm going to paste it here, and now I'm going to just send. So what we are getting that message, welcome to our bookstore API, and this is what exactly we have given here. Now why this is working, you might think the reason is because your server is now listening to this port. If you don't like stop this, right? Let's stop this server here. Now let's try one more time. See, there is no connection, right? So you don't have connection to your localhost, so that is the reason it's showing this. So now let's go here, let's run one more time, and now let's go back, send it. So you're getting this. Now I'm going to go here and let's create one more request. So I'll go here and do add request, and I'm going to do here get all books, right? So now let's go, let's copy this and I'm going to paste it here. Now if you go here, right, we have this get /get. This is the route name, so you need to give /get, send it. So you're getting 2 books, right? Because we are having 2 books. So this is how you can create your individual route, and based on the type you'll be able to change it. Now there are a lot of things like how to manage authorizations, you can add headers here, a lot of things, but for now the first thing we need to understand from very basic, right? So what we understand that how you can create a route and how you can test it. Now let's go back, and now we are going to create some more routes. Second thing we need to do is that get a single book. Single book means you need to get it based on the ID, right? So let's see, if I give ID 1, so it will give me the book 1. If I give ID 2, it will return me the book 2. So let's go here and then we'll do a app.get, and I'm going to give /get. Now remember what we need to give, /: I already discussed this. This will be for your dynamic, and then you need to give the ID, which will be your param. So this will be your route, and then it will give you the request response, and we'll do a const book, which will be your books dot find item. So item dot ID should be equal to what, your request dot params, right, dot ID. See, it's already coming here. This is because you've given ID here. This is what we've already discussed. Now let's do here what I'm going to do, right? I'll check that if this book is available. So I'm going to do a res.json, and let's do this one as simply pass the book. Else also you can do a res.status. Let's give a 200. Else we'll do a res.status. So if something not found means we need to give 404. So that means this cannot be found. And here I'm going to pass a JSON, and I'll do a message, and we'll do book not found, please try with a different ID, different book ID. Save it. Now we need to close and run this. Also we are going to learn that how we can use packages like nodemon, so that we no need to run every time we'll make the changes. But for now let's run it, and now let's go back again. I'm going to send this, so this is coming. I'll go there, create one more, and I'm going to do a get a single book, right? And let's go here, copy this, and I'm going to pass it here, and / we need to pass the ID. So let's say I need to get the ID of that particular book whose ID is 2. So I'll pass 2 here, send this. So we're getting ID 2, pass here 1, send this, we are getting ID 1. I'll give here 10, which doesn't exist, so I'm going to send. So I'm getting book not found, please try with a different book ID, right? So this is how you need to get a single. Now believe me one thing, like these all are looking very simple, like you think okay what kind of things is that, it's very simple, but it doesn't matter if you're creating a like projects like Netflix, like enterprise level projects or very advanced level of projects, whatever. At the end everything is a CRUD. CRUD means create, update, delete and get, right? As simple as that. So if these kind of concepts is clear to you, you not only clear the interview, but also it will be easy for you to work in your company also, because again I mentioned these things in between that in your company I can guarantee that you will not get like a projects that you will think that okay, I'll go to a particular company that and I'll get like fully development project. It doesn't work like that. There is a chance that most of the times you'll be getting some maintenance projects, or you need to do some enhancement, and in that project the code is already written, so you need to either fix someone else's code. So that is the reason these basics has to be very, very clear, or else it will be very difficult for you to manage, right? So this we have understand. Now what else we can do? Now let's see how we can create a new book, right? So we'll go here, and then I'm going to create our first post request. Post means get means what? We are getting. Post means we are posting something and we are updating. So I'll do add a new book, and here we are going to do app.post, and let's give this one as add, and this will give you request and response, and I'm going to do a const new book, and here I'm going to pass ID. So ID will be your books dot length, and here I'm going to do plus, so it will be books dot length will be 2, so I'll give +1, and I'll give a title. So let's give this one something like this. So we'll do book. What is the title that we have given? So we'll do book 2, so I'm going to give book, and then I'm going to do books dot length +1, so it will be books 3, books 4, something like that. Okay, and then I'm going to call this books, and I'll push this new book here, sorry, and then I'm going to pass a res.status of 200, and I'll do a JSON, and I'm going to pass our new book. So new book means whatever book we are adding, if it is successful, this will return us this book back. If you want, you can also do like this. The data, it will give new book, and message I'm going to show that new book is added successfully, right? Let's save it. Okay, so now let's open and let's rerun once again. So we'll do node app.js. Now let's go back, and then let's create one more, right? So we'll go to add request, and we'll do this one as add new book. Now we'll go here, let's copy this, and we'll paste it here. So this will be /add, because that is the route name we have given, and this will be a post request, right? Now one more thing here, because we are manually adding this static data, that is fine. In real project scenario, what will happen, right? You'll be getting this your request.body, and from your body you will be able to get that content, and based on that you will be adding or updating your database. Now if I go here and let's run it, so you can see that we are getting data ID 3, book 3, and new book is added successfully. And let's go to get all books, and we'll send it once again. So we're getting 3 books. I'll go here and just send it one more time. See, now we are getting ID 4, book 4, and go here, you're getting 4. Let's do one more time, send it. So you're getting now 5, and if I send it, so you'll be getting 5 books, right? All right. So this is how you can do a post request. Again, these all are very, very basics, but we somehow needs to start from basics. There is no alternative, right? Now next thing what we need to do, right? So let's do something like this. So we are going to update a particular book, and this time I'm going to show you that how we are going to use our request.body to get the content, and based on that we will be updating the book's content based on a particular ID. So let's do one thing. So here I'm going to do a update a book. So I'm going to do app.put. So put is a method that usually used to update something, right? So here I'm going to do / let's do a update and /id. Now again, this ID is very, very important because we are updating a particular book, so we need that ID of that book, right? So here we are going to do a request, we'll do a response. The first thing we need to find the book, right? That which book we need. So here we need to do const find current book, and this will be our books dot find. So this will be book item. So this will be book item dot id is equal to this request dot params dot id, right? And here then we are going to check if this find current book is present. So we are going to do here find current book dot title, and now this will be this title will, let's say I'm updating this book 1 to book 10, something like that. So I'm getting the ID here, and based on that I need to update this title from book 1 to book 10, right? So this is what we'll do. So we'll check that if this request that we are having dot body, if this title, if this request body contains title, so it will pick from there, or else it will be the existing title that it has. So we'll do find current book dot title, and once this is done we are going to simply just do res.json. Let's do a status of 200.json. so here we'll do that message book updated. Let's do like this. We'll do book with id, and we'll do a request dot params dot id updated successfully, and we are going to pass the data which will be the find current book. If this book is not found, because that is possible, right, that you have two books with id 1 and 2, but you are giving a id of 5, so it cannot be find, right, that book is not present. So we'll do else, we'll do res.status of 404.json, that will do a message of book not found. Save this. So I hope you are getting this, and then we are going to run it once again. Close it and run it one more time. We'll go there, and I'm going to create one more request. So I'm going to do update a book. So let's go here, copy this, we'll paste it here. So I'm going to do this one as update / I want to update the first book, and this will be a put, right? Now see what will happen. First I'm going to just send it here. Okay, see book 1 is updated successfully, it's telling, but it's existing. The reason because we haven't passed any request.body, correct? So you need to go to the body. Let's go to raw, we have a JSON, and I'm going to do this one as title, right? So sorry, we'll pass a title, and I'm going to do this on something like let's do this one as book 1 from 100. Let's do this one as 100. So I'm changing this title from book 1 to book 100. I'm going to do send. So we are getting a book with id 1 is updated successfully, and this is the data we are getting. Now let's go to get all books and send request. See what you are getting, book 100, correct? So this id is not successfully updated. Let's go to update book. Let's do a 2, and let's do this one as 200. Send it, it's updated. Let's go to get all books, send here. So now you're getting 200. If I go here and let's say give 200 here, still I'm passing this here, but if I send this, we are getting book not found, because there is no book with id 200, because we have only two books with id 1 and 2, right? So that means this is working fine. So let's go to add new book, and if I now send it, right, so you're getting updated, get all books, send it, and I'll be getting updated here. But these values, sorry, this title, you can see that it's all are the updated data that we have actually called to update the book, this one here. Okay, so now this part is done. Now what else we need to do? We need to understand one more, that is a delete request, that how we can do a delete request, right? So let's quickly do that one. So let's go there and let's create one more request here. Okay, so we're going to do a app.delete, and I'm going to do this one as delete, and then I'll pass the ID, because we need to delete an individual book with the ID, correct? And then I'm going to do here request response. First again we need to find the book, right? So we're going to get the index of that book. So let's say I want to delete the first book, so index will be 0, second book index will be 1. So look const find index of current book, which will be books dot find index. So we'll do item. So this will be item dot id is equal to request dot params dot id. And here we are going to check if this index is not -1, that means that book is present. So we're going to do if this is not equal to -1, so we're going to delete it. So we'll do const deleted book, and we're going to simply do books, the array dot splice, and we're going to pass the index, and I'm going to delete the first only one item. And then we're going to pass rest dot status of 200 dot json, and I'll do message that book deleted successfully, and I'm going to pass here, let's say, data, which will be deleted book of 0th element. Else we are going to pass that book is not found. So we'll do the same thing, copy this and we'll paste it here, save this, and now let's run it once again. So I'm going to go here, let's add a request, and this will be a delete request. So this will be delete a book, and let's go here, let's copy this, and I'm going to first search do with delete, and I'm going to try 200, send it. So getting book not found, I'm going to do 1 here, send this, book deleted successfully, or getting the data. Let's go to get all books, send it. So we're getting only one book, if you noticed. Now let's go to add new book, add one more. Okay, I'll add one more. Now let's go to get all books. So we're getting 3. This ID is same because I think that calculation I've done, that is like we need to change it. We can create a unique ID also, but that is fine. Let's do now check. Okay, let's quickly do that. I think that part what we can do, right? So we'll go here, this new book. So I'm going to do a math dot floor of math dot random into let's do a 1000, and I'm going to pass this one also here, save it, and now let's run it one more time. Okay, now let's see, let's send this one, we'll be getting 2. Let's add a new book. Okay, some random value is coming, but that is fine. Now let's go to get all books. Now I want to delete with this ID 680. So now let's copy this, let's go to delete all a book. So I'm going to pass 680 now, and I'm going to delete this one. Okay, we are getting book not found. This is interesting. Okay, I got it. Why is that? Because we need to do this one to, let's do this one to toString. Let's save it. Now let's run it one more time, and now I'm going to go to, first let's start with this one, get all books. Let's add a new one. Okay, now we'll go to 734, send it, we'll be getting 734, delete, and I'm going to do 734. So book is deleted successfully, get all books. Now this should have 2 books now. So we're getting 2 books. Now go to add new, I'm going to add one more, 579. Now let's go to update book. So I'm going to do 579, and here I'm going to do this one as book 579, and then we'll give 20 just for checking, and I'm going to send it. So book is now updated. So we are getting this title. Let's go to get all books, send it. So we're getting 3, and now I'm going to delete it. So I'm going to do 579. So I'll do 579, send. So it's now deleted successfully. Get all books will be having now 2 books. So with this, we have completed the CRUD functionality, means how you can get all books or basically get anything. It doesn't about books, it can be products, it can be recipes, it can be whatever things you are working. So how to fetch all the things, how to update a thing, how to add a new, and also how to delete. Also how you can get a single one, right? So all the things we have understood. Now I think this part, if it is clear, then we'll move to the next part. So from the next part, we'll start with our MongoDB concepts, and after that, what we're going to do, right, we will be now structuring this particular project properly. Now I'll come to that thing, that why we need a proper structure, why this is not a best way. The reason is very simple, because it's a very simple project and you are writing each and everything in this file. What will happen if you're creating any projects, any application like Amazon? So it will have multiple pages. So if it's a multiple pages, what will happen if you're writing everything? It will become extremely messy, like you can't even think about it, how much messy it will become. So that is the reason we need to organize our controllers, our routes, our model, our database in other files, and then we will try to keep our app.js or basically our root file as clean as possible. So that is the reason why we should not write each and everything here. But at the end, whatever we'll be doing in the next part, it's nothing but this thing what we have done now. Okay, so these all the things. Now what we'll do, right, controller means, if you see, right, this is your route, correct? Now here we are going to cut this logic from here. So this is your handler or helper, which will be your controller, and we are going to move this to a different file, and then we are going to import it in a route file. So what will happen, your routing will be much more cleaner, and then we are going to use those routes in our app.js, and we are going to see that how we are going to do it from scratch. So let's start. First we'll start with our MongoDB basics, and after that we'll start with our first project, which will be this bookstore API, REST API development. So before we'll start with our bookstore project, so first, as I already mentioned, that we are going to understand some of the basics of MongoDB, how to connect your MongoDB database, and how to like use Mongoose. Now first of all, you need to understand what exactly Mongoose is. So that is the reason I actually created this section, and in this section we are going to understand some of the query example, the most used query example that we usually use while creating any monster application or any Node.js application using Mongoose. Now what exactly Mongoose is, right? See, Mongoose is nothing but it's basically used for your object modeling for MongoDB whenever you'll be creating any Node.js application, as simple as that. If you go to their official doc, right, you will get a lot of things like how to create define your schema, create model, right, what are the query helpers, and how to do error handling, and a lot of things. But obviously these all the things we'll be learning step by step when we'll be creating some of the projects. So in this section, let's start with a very simple one. So what I'm going to do, right, so you can see we have this RESTful API development. This is the place where we actually created all these routes, right? So what I'm going to do, right, so let's do one thing. I'll quickly create one more folder. I think that will be better, so that in that folder we'll be creating like some Mongoose or MongoDB basics, and then we'll be learning some of the query example, and after that we'll move to the bookstore project. Alright, so I just created one folder, right? So let's do one thing. Let's start with creating all these. So first we'll do npm init. So we are going to create our package.js, and now from this part I'm not going to repeat all of this, because in the past couple of parts, whatever we have learned so far, we have repeated these things multiple times, and I'm pretty sure it will be easy for you for now. Now the package.json is now created, and now we are going to let's install Mongoose. So we are going to do npm install, and we'll do Mongoose. All right, now first thing you need to understand that how we can create a MongoDB project, right? So the first of all, what we need to do, we are going to use this MongoDB Atlas. So you need to just simply create your account using Google or whatever you want to create, and there you'll be getting your organizations where you'll be basically the admin, and here you'll be able to create all the projects. Now definitely I have a lot of projects that I created. So what we are going to do, right, I'm going to create a new project from scratch. So we'll go here and let's go below and let's click on this create new project. So let's click here. So let's give this one name, right? So what we'll give, let's give this one as Node.js. I'm going to give this one as MongoDB basics. Okay, and then click on next. Now project owner, I think okay, you are already been selected here, you no need to do anything. And let's click on create project. Now once you create the project, the second thing what we need to do, we need to create our cluster, right? And once you'll create the cluster, once the cluster will be created, it will give you a connection URL that you are going to use to connect your database in your application. So we are going to do create, and here there are some options. Now many of you actually asked me that which option should I create for project, like your college project or something. Definitely every time it will be free. There is no point of using the serverless or whatever paid version. Create free, select here and give the cluster name. So I literally keep it like this, cluster 0, and you need to select a provider. So I keep it like AWS region, it will auto select. So you can keep it the same whatever it is giving the option here, and then you can give some tag as optional, like what kind of things you are creating, like its application or environment, whatever, and it's optional. So we are going to just do all of this, and this is important, like select free version and do create deployment. Once you do create deployment, this will take some time. Once this is done, you will be getting the connection URL back. Now here we have a username and the password that we need to use, and this username and password is required whenever we'll be connecting our MongoDB with our application. So I'm going to copy this username here. Again, it's up to you, you can change it, and then I'm going to paste it, and I'm going to give this one as 2024. Okay, and then we'll do create database user, and then you need to do choose a connection method. So if you select here, right, you'll be getting lot of options like MongoDB for VS Code or what other options that you want to use. We are going to use this VS Code, but for now I'm going to close this because this is being created. I'm going to show you one very interesting thing that I think many of you may face. Like sometimes you'll see that MongoDB connection is not working, and you will be like scratching your head like, okay, from where this error is coming, and that is actually coming from your network access. So you need to go to this network access, right? If you go here, you'll see that there will be some IP address that will be linked to this particular cluster. Now if your current IP address is not active here, there is no way this MongoDB connection will be successful from VS Code. So you need to check this. So what I usually do, right, I'll go to this add IP address, and for the time being, for practice purpose, I'll always do allow access from anywhere, but this is not recommended. What you should do, you should add your own IP address of your machine. Okay, this is I just want to mention. For now I'm going to do allow access from anywhere and click on confirm. Okay, so now this will be active in some time, and let's go back to our database and let's see what is the status. Okay, see, it's taking some time. Once this is done, right, then we are going to go back and then we'll start implementing. So what are the things we need to do first? The first thing is that if I go here, right, let's create our app.js, and let's go to package.json, and I'm going to do this one as app.js. Close this. So first we need Mongoose, right? So we are going to get our Mongoose. So we'll do require. So we need Mongoose. Okay. And now once we'll get the Mongoose, this Mongoose will give you a connect method, and using that connect method, you will be able to connect your application with your database. So let's quickly see the status. I think it's still being created. Let's wait for some time, pause, and then once this is done, then we'll start implementing. Awesome. So now I think this is done. So now let's click on connect, and let's go to MongoDB for VS Code, and you can see that you are getting this URL, connection URL that you need to use, and there is a DB password with bracket. You need to just replace it with your own password. All right. So now I'm going to just copy this, and let's go there. Let's see first how we are going to do a connection set, right? So we'll do mongoose.connect, and here you need to pass the URL, and there are some options that you can use. So for now, simply, okay, what we have done, first I'll pass this, and then I'm going to just change this part, right? Remember, you need to not only change this one, you need to remove this this less than and greater than this also. So you need to remove completely, copy this and paste it here, and remember the password is 2024, right? So save it. So now this will be done, and if it is successful, so this returns a promise, right? So here you can just simply just do that console.log database connected successfully. or else we'll just log the error, right? So we'll do console.log and we'll log the error. So this is done. And now once the database connection is successful, so what will be the next step, right? So if you go here, first you need to create a schema, right? So this Mongoose will give you this schema property, and using this you'll be able to create a new schema. So you can see that new schema and then all the properties. Now these properties will be based on the project that you are creating. Example, let's say you are creating a login form, and in the login form you'll be having email and password, right? So based on that you need to give the key name and the type. That email will be a type of string, password will be a type of string. Let's say you have a price will be type of number. You are having some array of objects, so let's say comments. So comments has a body which will be a string, and date is a type of date. So I'm just giving an example that this is how you need to define your schema. So now let's quickly create a new schema here. So I'm going to just do const and let's create a user schema. So we'll do user schema. So we understand what, so we'll do new and we'll do Mongoose, and this will give you schema, right? So this will be your Mongoose schema, and here we need to pass all the properties. So first we'll start with, let's say this user will have a name property, so which will be a string. So after that, let's say it will have a email, which also will be a type of string. Let's give a age, which will be type of number. Let's say we also want to check if the user is active or not, so we'll do is active, which will be a boolean. And also let's give a tags, which will be an array of string, right? And then we'll give one more, which will be created at, that user is created at what time. So here I'm going to give a type. So here you need to give a type. So type will be of date, and you can pass a default value. Like what will be the default value? Let's say you are not passing these. I'll give you one more example. Let's say you are creating a React application, and every time you will be creating a new user, let's say you don't want to pass this created at, so it should take some default value, so that even if you're not passing it from your front end, it will be always taking the default value from here. So here what will pass? Will pass our date dot now, right? So this will be the default value. That's it. So now after this we are going to create our user model. Now again I'm repeating all of this. You may think, okay, why I'm doing like this in each and every like in single file. Again, we haven't started any project yet. These all are the concepts, so that is the reason I'm creating. Definitely we will be having a separate file for all of this. So this will be inside a model file, then we'll be having controllers, routes and everything that you are going to see in the next section. So now I'm going to create our user model. So we need to create the user model, right? So to create user model, so we're going to do const, and I'm going to give this one as user, and this will be Mongoose. Now to create a model, you need to give a model, and this will take a name. Okay, this will take a name which will be this in your database. It will be stored in that particular name, whatever name you'll give. Let's say you'll give this one as user, so this will be the collection name in your database, that I'm storing all my user in this user collection. Definitely it's very important, you should give a relevant name here. Let's say if it's a user but you are giving products, there is no point, right? So you need to give proper name here and then pass the user schema. That's it. So now this will create your user model. And now what we'll do, right, let's create a simple function here. So I'm going to do async function, and I'll do run queries, right? Run query examples. So here we'll take a try, we'll take a catch, okay, and at the end for catch I think let's log only the error. I think that will be fine. So we'll do some error, and this will be error, and then we'll take a finally, and we are going to just do await. We'll just do Mongoose dot connection, and then we are going to close this connection, right? So this is the method to close the connection. So this is done. Now we'll start with our very basic, like the first one is how you can create a new user. Very important, right? And at the end, don't forget to invoke this method. So you need to invoke it. So we'll do run query examples. Now first we need to understand how you can create a new document, right? So creating a new document, this model, you need to see everything you are doing. Your model is your like main entry point where you need to take reference from. What I mean by that, let's say you are creating a new user, so you need to use this model, and this model will give you all the methods that Mongoose will provide, and that will coordinate with your database, and that will stored in your database, as simple as that. So here I'm going to create a new user, so I'll do new user and I'll do await, and then you need to call your user model. So this user is this, don't get confused. And now if I click dot here, see what is happening. You see you're getting lot of things, like you think, okay, what the hell is this? Now these all are the methods that you can do different things that Mongoose will provide, right? So here you can see there are some star is there. So these stars mean these are the most used method, right? So that's why I mentioned that it's not that much simple to learn everything in one go. You need time. Like I'm definitely don't know everything in MongoDB or Mongoose, right? Because you learn once you create a lot of things, and then while creating a lot of projects you'll be learning in the way. It's not like everything you'll learn. So what we're going to do, right, we'll be learning very important methods. First we'll do a create. What this create does, this create will create a new user in your database, right? So this will be create, and here what you need to pass. Now here you need to pass the whatever things you are having in your model, right? So you need to pass a name, email, age, is active, tags, and created at. So I'm going to just copy all this. Okay, now see, I'm not taking the created at. So I just want to show you that if you're not passing this, it will always take from your default. And then I'm going to pass it here, and in the name, let's start with my name. So I'm going to give my name here. Email, I'll give some random email. Age, I'll give like, let's say 25. Let's give 40, whatever, although I'm not 40 years old, that's okay, but is active is true. And tags I'm going to give, let's say I'll give this one as I'm a developer, also I'm a designer, right? So I'll give developer, designer, and let's give manager, everything. And now let's log here. So now this is going to create a new user, right? So we'll do, let's give created new user, and I'm going to pass this new user here, right? Now let's save it. Now there is another way that you can do. So we can create a new user using new keyword and then call the save method. So now first thing, let's go here and let me just quickly see one thing. Let's go to queries. So you can see that you are getting all these methods here. And also if you go to the documents, right? So here you can see that there is a new schema, whatever they are creating, new my model, and then here see this save method. This is what I was telling, that you can also use the save method to save or create a new one. But let's quickly see how this is working, right? So I'm going to open my terminal, and now let's run node app.js, hit enter. Let's see what is happening. Awesome. So you can see that we're getting database connected successfully, and I already created a new user. Now noticed the tags and everything, and there is a created which is taking the current date. Now one more thing, you'll be thinking, okay, what this is? So this is a ID, unique document that MongoDB will provide. This is known as the object ID. So this ID is unique to this particular user, as simple as that. And this is not about the user, this will be each and everything that you'll be creating. Every time MongoDB will give you this ID property. If you go there, and now I'm going to go to browse collection, and you can see that there will be a user collection or is created, and here you're getting this user, right? So this is the first thing. Now another way that you can do that I just want to show you quickly, that you can do something like this, right? So okay, let me just copy this. We are going to use this only, but I just want to show you that you can use new user. So do new user, and then you need to call this await, then you'll do new user dot, and you can see that you'll be getting this save, right? So this will also save the user. If you now, let's do one thing, let's give this one as Raj, and let's do this one as Raj, save this, and now I'm going to run it one more time. Okay, let's do node app.js, hit enter. So you can see that this user is created, and let's go here and refresh this. So you're getting 2 now, so one more is created here, right? So you can see that both are giving same ID and everything, but those are the 2 ways. So either first you can create a new instance of that user, right, and call the same method, or directly you can just call this user.create. So we'll keep it the previous one only. So I'm going to comment out this one here, and we'll keep this one. Save it. So now this is first thing you have learned, right? What will be the next thing? Next thing, we need to, let's say, get all the documents that we are having here. So currently we are having 2 users, and you, let's say from your front end side, you need to get all the 2 users and you need to display in your UI. So you need to get all of this, right? Then only you'll be able to pass it. So for now we are going to do get all users, right? So let's do const all users. And now again, as I already mentioned every time, that you need to play with your model only. So this model, user model, will give another property which is called find, right? And what this find does, this find will give you all the documents. Now here you can pass some properties, like if you want to get some specific fields, so you need to pass here. But if you pass nothing, or let's say empty object, so this will give you all the users that you are having. So currently we are having 2 users. So now we'll just log this, right? So let's log here, and I'm going to do all users. Save it, and now let's clear it, and I'm going to do node app.js, hit enter. Now let's see what is happening. I want to show you. So you can see that you are getting 3 users, and that makes sense because what is happened, this thing whatever we are having, right, this run again, so it created 1 more user. But that is not the point. Every time we'll be doing, it will create 1 more user. That is okay, but I want to just show you that it is giving you 3 data here, if you see, right? Okay, I want to do one more thing. Let's do one thing, right? Let's comment out so that it will not create every time new user, or else it will be creating and it will become messy. So I'm going to comment this part for now, because I hope you're understanding how you can create a new document. I'll comment this one. Now let's save it so that it will be easy. And I'm going to again clear it, and we'll do node app.js. Let's see what we are getting. So we'll be getting 1, right? You are getting 2, and you are getting 3. So this is giving you all the 3 users, and this ID will be unique 100%. It has to be unique. So if you notice, this will be unique always. And if you go here and refresh this, you will be getting now 3 users. Okay, so this is done. Now I want to do something, right? I want to do, like, let's say I'll create 1 more user quickly, and for that user I want to keep is active as false, and I only need to get those users whose is active is as actually false, means I am actually targeting a specific field, right? So how we are going to do that? So now let's quickly do, let's comment out this part, and here I'm going to give this one name as, now let's give John Doe, right? So we'll do John Doe so that it will be unique. So I'll give John Doe, right? And I'll make this one as false. I'll remove, I'll only keep developer, and age I'll give 23. Okay, and now I think this is fine. Now let's log this, where we are logging this. Okay, let's log this and let's save it. First I'm going to run it 1 more time so that it will create. So we'll do clear, and we'll do node app.js. So now let's refresh this. So we're getting 4 now, and John Doe is active is false. Awesome. Now what we'll do, we'll simply comment out all this, right? So so that it will not give or create new users. Now I want to get some specific things from our documents. So I'm going to do const get users of active false, right? So I want to get only those user whose active is false, and we are going to do await, and again you need to do user dot find. And remember I told you, right, in this bracket, if you're passing a specific field, it will give you that users back. So here I want to do, okay, I want to get my is active. See, it's already giving option. Is active has to be false, and I want to get those many users only. And I'm going to just log this get users of active false. Whatever this naming doesn't make sense, you can change this. Okay, now let's run it. See how many we are getting. So we're getting only one, right? Makes sense because we have only one users. But I go there, I'll make this one as true, save it, and I'll be getting 3, right? So we have 3 users whose is active is true. So now we are getting 1, 2 and 3. So this means, right, whatever will pass here, it will automatically filter that specific criteria, and this will give you that data back. Okay, so this you can do using user.find and pass a specific property here. So this we have understand. Now what else we need to do? So there is another method that is also very helpful, and that is called find one. So what exactly that find one does, that actually finds the first document that matches the criteria, right? So let's say you are having 5 person whose age is 20 and you are using find one, so it will give you always the first users, right? And let's see how we are going to understand this one. So here I'm going to just comment out this part, and let's do one thing. No, I think if I go there, so okay, what I'll do, right, it will be easy. I'm going to create one more users with John Doe, and for that user I'm going to change the email as John Doe 1, and age I'll make this on 25, and is active I'll do true. Okay, I hope you are getting that what I'm trying to do, so that it will be easy. So I'll do John Doe, I'll make this one as 1, I'll do this one as 25, and I'll do this one as 2. We'll save it. Now let's log this if it is creating or not, and let's run this. So we'll do clear, and we'll do node app.js. So one more will be created here. So now we have 2 John Doe, and now let's see what is happening with this find one. Okay, so now I'm going to comment out once again this part, and comment out this part also, save it, and let's go here, and let's say I want to get my John Doe user. So we'll do get John Doe user, I'll do await, right, I'll do user.find, and you can see that we are having 1, right? And here what you need to pass, that I want to get the user whose name is what, so name is John Doe. Okay, this one, let's copy this, so whose name is John Doe. Now let's log this, and let's see what we are getting, right? So we'll get John Doe user, save it, we'll clear it, and we'll do node app.js. Which one you are getting? You are getting the first one, right? This is what I want to explain, that you are getting the first one. Always it will return the first document which matches the criteria, correct? So now this thing we have learned. Now what else? We can also learn, we can also do one more thing, that let's say you are having 100 users, right? Possible, like not 100, like there can be lakh or thousands users. You want to get some specific users with this ID, and this is a real scenario that most of the times you need to do it, that you need to pass the ID, and based on that you need to get that specific users, right? So how we are going to do that? Now to do this one, right, now see, we have already created some users, right, and those users have a unique ID. So I'm going to show you how we can do that. So first I'll go to the top, let's do step by step, and I'm going to create one more users, and let's give this one as let's do something like Travis, and I'll do Travis, let's give this one as 55, and this thing is fine, and let's comment out this one, and I'm going to comment out this part also. So first I'm creating one users which is this with this Travis name. Now you remember, this new user will give you what? It will give you a underscore ID property, which is this ID, right? So you, based on this ID, will be able to get it. So now after this I'm going to do something like this, that okay, const get latest get last created user by user ID, and here I'm going to do await, and we'll do user dot, see we have a find by ID, and here what you need to pass, can you guess? So because on the top we are creating this new user, right? So this new user will give you the ID property, and that we have learned actually first time we have checked that. So I'll pass here new user, and if I do dot, so here it will give you the ID property. See, so first it will create and then it will come here, so ID will be always already present, and it will give you the this user back. So now I'm going to log this, so we'll do get last created user by user ID, save it, and let's see what is happening, right? So I'm going to do node app.js, hit enter. Now the reason this is coming from the first, so first it created the new user, and notice this ID, so this is the ID, right? And this ID we have passed there, and because of that you are getting this data back, right? So don't get confused, this is the first console, this is the second, means I pass this ID here. Now let's say I want to do something else, I want to get my first user, which is this ID, right? So this also you can copy and you can pass there, it's for homework, you can copy and pass it, and you'll see that you'll be getting Sangam Mukherjee. So whatever ID will be passed, based on that data you'll be getting. So another thing you have learned that how you can do get data by ID, right? So you need to use this find by ID. All right, now what else we need to do? So there are a couple of more things we will do, so let's do this one in the next part. All right, so next let's understand another one. So for example, let's say there is one scenario where what we need to do, right? We need to specifically get only the name property and the email property, but we don't want to get the ID property, right? So we need to select some specific fields. So let's say how we are going to do that. So let me just comment out here. Now after this we'll take const and we'll do selected fields, and we'll do await, and we'll do user dot find. So this will give you all the users, and now here we have the select property that we can use, right? So you have select, and now we need to give the properties that you want to select. So if you go back, we can have name, email. So we want to get our name, so I'll do name, then we'll do email, but I don't want to get, let's say, the ID property. So you need to give this minus. So what this minus does means you don't include this property, and here I want to give that don't include the ID property. Okay, and now let's log this. So do console.log selected fields. Now let's save it, clear this, and run this, and let's see what you're getting. So you can see we are getting name and the email, but no other properties are coming, and you can see that ID property also it's excluded, so it's not added there. Okay, so we'll learn one more thing. What will be the next thing? Next thing, let's say you want to, so you are implementing some pagination, and for a particular page you only want to render 10 items, right? And let's say you want to skip the first 2 items, something like that. So how we are going to do that? So here we'll do one more. So I'll do const and I'll do limited users. So we'll do await, we'll do user dot find. So find will give you all the elements. Now you can pass this object empty object here, you can't pass this, it is actually similar. And here you are basically limiting that I want to only get the 5 users, but do this that you need to skip. Okay, so I will skip the first user. Okay, so this will return only 5 users, but it will skip the first users. Okay, and now let's see what is happening. So let's log this. So we'll do limited users, save it, and let's clear and run it once again. So if you see, it is giving all of this, right? Traverse, John Doe, and then we are having these. But you see the first Sangam, so the first user that we created, that was with my name, right? So that user is not coming. and the reason is because we are skipping the first user. So this is one more property that we have learned. Now what else? Now we can also do a sorting, right? So these all, believe me, these all are very important, right? And whenever you'll be implementing some pagination and sorting, you need to use these properties only. So now let's say we want to do some sorting here, so we'll do sorted users. So here I'm going to do await, and I'll do user dot find, so get all the users, and then I want to sort it. So you need to use the sort property, and you need to tell that by what you want to sort this, right? So let's say I want to sort with age, and I want to sort with descending order. So I'll pass age here, so that means I want to sort, and then I'll give a -1, so this will be in descending order. And now let's log this, so we'll do sorted users, save this, and now let's clear this, and I'll do node app.js and see what is happening. So you can see that we are getting 23, 25, 40, 40, and then 40, and then 55 and 55. Okay, so all of these you are getting in the descending order. Now here if you pass this one as 1, it will be in the ascending. So let's see that, save it, and now again I'll clear this and run it once again. So now you can see the max age is coming at the end, right? So this is how you need to use. Okay, I think why this is happening, I'm pretty sure we have kept this. See, that's why it's creating new user every time. Let me just comment it, this one. Anyway, this is fine. Now what will be the next thing that we want to understand? So let's do one more thing. Let's say how we can count documents, that how many documents we are having. So let's say we have this scenario that you need to count those many documents where the is active is true. So let's do like this, we'll do count documents, and here we'll do await, we'll do user dot count documents, and here I want to pass that use this is active as, let's say, let's do this one as false, and let's log here. So we'll do count documents, save this, and then I'm going to clear it, and I'll do node app.js. So I believe we'll be getting 1 users with this false, right? And now I'm going to make this one as true and run it once again. So we're getting 9 users. So using this count document, it will give you the number of documents that based on some certain criteria that you'll be having. All right. Now what else? Now we can also do like this, like you can also delete and update. Now update and delete we are going to understand much more deeper way when you'll be creating that bookstore project in the next part. But for now, let's quickly see the delete one quickly. So what I'll do, right, let's do one thing. I'm going to do a new user, and I'm going to do this one as, let's say, deleted user, something like that. Means I immediately want to delete it, right? And this will be deleted user. Let's give this one as 75, and let's go below, and I'm going to do const, we'll do deleted user, and this will be await, right? And also let's comment this, let's comment this part so that we'll understand that first it should create the user, then it should delete it. So I'll do user, right? And here you need to use this find by ID and delete. See, find by ID and delete, and here you will need to pass the ID. So ID will be getting from our new user dot ID, right? So new user will give you this ID property, right? And then we are going to do log, and I want to log here that deleted user, which will be this deleted user. Save it, and now let's run it once again, and let's see what is happening. So first it is created the user, and immediately it's deleted also. So this user will not be present in our database. So even if I go and refresh this, right, and then if you see, we have lost this traverse row, we don't have the deleted user. All right, now what else is left? Now one more thing that is important, and that is how you can update it, right? So let's remove this and let's understand update part also. Although again I'm repeating that we are going to understand this one much better. So I'll do updated user and just give some name. I'll give updated, and let's go here, and after this I'm going to do const update user. So first I'll do await, and we'll do user dot find by ID and update. See, find by ID and update. So here what you need to pass, first you need to pass the ID, right? Then you are going to pass that what are the properties that you want to update, and then it will return a new object, right? And that options return the updated document. So let's say how we're going to do that. So here I'm going to pass my new user dot ID. So this ID will be created, and let's say let's do like this. So here I'll take a curly brackets, and I'm going to do a set property. Now what I want to set, let's say I will set the age, let's do this one as 100. Now again I'm keeping this on some unrealistic value so that it will be easy to check. And also I want to do a push property here, and let's do this one as something like we have a tags, right? Remember that we have a tags, and here I want to do a updated. Alright, so this is done. Now after this we need to pass the new property. So here we are going to pass new. So this new will be true. So this new will return the updated document or user back. So let's save it, and now I'm going to just log this. So do console.log, and I'm going to do updated user, and this will be updated user. Save it, and now I think we are logging this part, right? Okay, we are already logging. This is okay. Also I want to choose one more thing quickly. Okay, we are also logging here. Now let's clear this, and we'll do node app.js. Hit enter. Let's see what is happening. So now first time, if you noticed, we are creating the age with 75, but here it's updated to 100. Awesome. And then tags, while creating the user I have given developer, and here it is, you can see that we are pushing one more which is updated. So this is now updated here in the tags. Go here and refresh this. So now you're getting 11, and here you're getting updated user, age is 100, and we are getting developer and updated. So now we have learned quite a few things, right? Lot of methods, and most of the methods we have actually covered here, and that is the reason I mentioned, right, that this section will be also very important. Now from this section, whatever things we are going to learn, will be using most of this method, and if you're not skipping this particular section, believe me, it will be like piece of cake for you. It will be very, very easy. Okay, so now from the next section, we are going to create our bookstore API, the same one that we have done in the previous section, but in that project what we have done, we have done all this in one file, right? And we discussed that why we shouldn't do it in one file. Instead we should divide and do it in a proper structure. So from next section we are going to do that part. So let's start working on that particular project. Alright everyone, so let's start with our bookstore API development, right? So I already created a folder. And also one more thing I have done, and that is I created one more MongoDB database. Now the reason why I haven't showed you the process, I want you to create your own MongoDB database by yourself, right? So here I already have the connection URL, and this one we are going to use. But before that we need to create our package.json, right? So we'll do npm init -y, and now after this we'll be creating our main app.js. Now this time let's give this one as server.js. Go to package.json, and now let's do this on server, and then also we are going to write a start script. So start, we will be doing this server.js. Now before that I want to show you one more thing. Now you remember that previously till this point, whatever changes we are doing, we need to every time stop the server and then rerun again so that the new changes will be reflected. But that is not a good way of doing, and that is very irritating also, right? You are not going to do every time you do some change again restart. So for that we have this utility that's called nodemon. So what this does, right, so this will automatically monitor your changes, right, in your source, and this will automatically restart your server. That's it. So this one we are going to now use. So let's go there, and I'm going to copy this, and we're going to install this one, right? So do -- save dev, so we'll install as a dev dependency. Okay, so this is the first thing we need. So now this will be added here. What will be the next thing? So next we need couple of things, right? So first thing, we need Express, and also we need Mongoose. That's it. And now one more thing we are going to use, that we called as .env. So that also we are going to discuss that why we need to create our env files and everything. So these three things we are going to install as a dependencies, right? All right, so this is done. Now till this part we haven't worked on proper folder structure, right? Each and everything like we have created inside server.js, but that is not the way. So how we are going to manage our project? See, normally in projects we will be having this kind of folder structure, right? So we will be having a database folder. So inside database folder we will be having the database connection, right? So here I'm going to create a folder now, and I'm going to give this a name as database, and let's create inside this db.js. Now it's up to you, you can give database.js also. So this is our first step. What is the next thing that we need? We need our models. What exactly models? Models are our Mongoose models, right? Remember in the previous section we have created our user model. So because we are not creating everything, right? So we need to structure projects so that each and every model will be writing inside models folder. So we'll be creating one models folder. So I'm explaining each and everything, that what is the use of that particular folder. Then we will be having our routes, right? So so for example, let's say you're having a very complex application where you're having multiple, you need to work with multiple collection. Let's say some e-commerce project. So you'll be having products, you'll be having cart, you'll be having checkout, you'll be having product details. So for each and everything you'll be having different routes, so that you're not going to write each and everything on one single file and it will become messy. So that is the reason we'll be having a routes folder, right? And at the end we'll be having another folder that is to write our logic, right? So each and every route will have a handler, right? So that request and response, so those things we are going to write inside a controller. So that controllers basically handle our main core logic that correlate or basically connect with, work with your MongoDB database, and then that controller we are going to use inside our routes. So we are going to see how we are going to do that, definitely. So I'm going to create a controllers folder here. So this will be our main structure. Now here let's do one more thing, right? So we also need to add some git ignore and everything, but here I'm going to create another thing, and that will be our env file. So for example, why we need the env file? Let's say the MongoDB URL, or let's say some sensitive information, some token and everything, whatever we'll be using in our project, we are not going to push those changes in our GitHub, right? So we need some kind of environment file for that. So this is our structure. Now what else we need to do? So we can create some helper functions also, helper folder also. So that helper folder, let's say you are creating some utility related to time or timestamp. So those things, instead of writing in your controllers, what you can do, you can create one more folder, helpers, and inside that folder you can write all of this. Then at the end we'll be having another folder that we call middleware. So whatever middleware related logics that we'll be writing, we are going to write inside that folder. So these will be our proper structure of writing code. Okay, so first we will go to our server.js. Now why we will go to server.js? So we need to first run our server, right? So let's go here, and then first we need our Express, and I'm going to do require. So we need Express. Next, what we need to do, we need to create our app. So I'm going to do const app, and this will be our Express, and we're going to invoke it, which will create our Express application, right? Now next we'll be having a port. So here now we need our environment variable. So here now I'm going to create a port here, and this port will be our 3000, right? So this will be our port that we are going to use. And to use this one, what we need to do, right? We need to use that .env package that we have created. So .env package will give you all the access to your environment variable. So let's say if we're using process.env.port, so this will give you 3000, and let's always do it in the top level. So on the top of the server, because see why we are doing in the top level, the reason is because server.js is your root file. So here we are going to do require. So I need .env, and then this will give you the config. So this config will give you all the loads.env file that contains the process.env by default, correct? That's it. Also you can see they're telling what, let's go to, where is that, go to here, that if .env key is present, it smartly attempts to load encrypted .env.vol file contains the process env, whatever. But for now we need these .env files that we created. The name has to be .env. Whatever key value pairs or the env environment variables that we are using, it will automatically load here, and we are doing in the top level. So now what I'll do a process.env.port, right, and this port will be this 3000, and if this is not present, then we are going to do a 3000 by default, right? But we already have process.env, so it will take from here. Now after this, what will be the next step? So next step will be, we need to connect to our database, right? So here we need to connect to our database, right? Previously, remember, we are doing in this file only, but now we already have a folder that we created for this db.js, right? So here what we are going to do, so first we need to get our mongoose, right? So look const mongoose, and this will be require, so we need mongoose, and I'm going to create a method, right? So look const, we'll do connect to db, this will be async method, and here we are going to simply do a try, and we'll do a catch, right? So here I'm going to just do a console.error, so we'll do MongoDB connection failed. We are going to pass the error, and then we are going to do a process dot, will exit from it. Okay, that's it. Now inside this try block, we are going to use await, do mongoose, and remember we have used this connect method, and this connect method we need to use the URL, right? So I'm going to copy this, I'm going to paste it here and replace it with our db password, which is 2025. That's it. And now just log this, that MongoDB is connected successfully. That's it. But now what we need to do, we see, now we have understood in the first section, the beginner level, we have understood the module.export and import, right? Now we need to do module.exports. See, that is the reason I told you that you need to first learn or do step by step, and now it will be very, very easy. All right, so now let's go back to the server.js, and now we need to import it. So do const connect to db, and this will be require, and we need to go to database and db.js, right? Done. And now how we are going to do it, so simply just invoke it here, as simple as that, right? So now this will automatically connect to our database. So once this is done, after this we need to use our middleware. Now this here we are going to use the Express.js middleware that we've understood, right, which will parse your JSON information. So here I'm going to do app.use, and I'm going to use express.json, right? So this will middleware which only parse the JSON, correct? And after this, at the end, we are going to do app.listen, and here we are going to pass the port, and let's pass here console.log server is now running on port, then we are going to pass the port. So this is the thing that we need, the basic structure setup. Now we need to run it, but previously how we used to run, so we'll do like node, and then we'll do server.js, hit enter, MongoDB is connected successfully, server is now running. But again, if I make changes, again you need to stop it and restart, right? Remember. So now this node mon will comes into picture. So what we are going to do, right, we'll go to our package.json, and here I'm going to add one more script, and let's give this one as dev. So we are going to run the nodemon. So we'll give nodemon and we'll tell that nodemon that okay, tell me which file I need to run. So we need to run server.js. If you're giving this one as index.js, give index.js, giving app.js, give app.js, whatever. So we'll do server.js. What the hell, man? We'll do server.js. So I'm telling that okay, whenever I'll do npm run dev, so I'll run this script, you run nodemon server.js. See what is happening now. So I'm going to do npm run dev. Oh, sorry. Let me just clear it. Now I'm going to do npm run dev. So nodemon is now running, server is now, and MongoDB is connected successfully. Awesome. Now if I go here, right, and let's do one thing. Remove this now, save it. See, it's restarted. Now server is now running. So changes you're immediately seeing. Again, revert. So you no need to every time run the server again. So now nodemon is taking care of that. Okay. So this the basic structure is done. So what will be your next step? See, this is how I usually do this kind of backend project. So first you need to do basic structure, and after that you need to do the DB connection. So step by step that we have done, and after that we need to create our models, because whenever we'll be creating any routes or controllers, we need to work with models, right? So in the next part we'll create our models. So we'll create our book model, and after that only we'll start working with controllers. So let's start working on the models part. Alright, so let's create our models. So we'll go to inside models folder now, and I'm going to create here. So let's give this one as book.js. okay. Now the first thing here, also we need Mongoose. So I'm going to get Mongoose, which will be require Mongoose, and then we are going to create our book schema. So we'll do book schema, which will be new mongoose.schema, and now we are going to pass all the things that we needed. So let's do one thing. So let's say book can have a title. So here I'm going to pass now the title will have a type of string, the required property. So now we are going to understand some of the properties that this has to be there. So title is a mandatory property. So here we are going to pass required as true, and then we are going to pass a message like book title is required. Okay. Here we are also going to pass stream as true, and let's pass a max length property. So here I'm telling that okay, this title should have a max length of 100, and I'm going to pass a message like book title cannot be more than 100 characters. Okay, so this is our first property. Now let's copy this and let's pass it here, and next we'll be having a author, the book author. Okay, so this will be also type of string, required will be true, and here I'm going to pass author name is required. Okay, and then let's remove this max length here. What else we need? Now let's add one more property, and this will be year. So from which year this book is written, for example some hypothetical situation. So here I'm going to pass a type which will be number. Here we are going to pass required. So required will be also true, and we are going to pass that, let's say publication year is required. Okay, and here we are going to pass a mean property. So mean I'm going to pass as 100, sorry not 100, let's give 1000, and then I'm going to pass year must be at least 1000, and also we're going to pass a max property here. So max I'm going to pass, the max has to be the current year, so we'll do new date dot get full year, right? And here I'm going to pass one message like that year cannot be in the future, right? So this will be our max year. Next we are going to pass one more, which will be created at. So here I'm going to pass a type which will be date, and now we have already discussed that we can pass a default property here, right? So default will be date dot now. That's it. So this will be our book schema. Okay, now here we are going to create, so we'll do module dot exports, and we'll do mongoose dot model, and I'm going to pass book. So this is our collection name, and we're going to pass our book schema. So here we're going to give, let's give capital, and I'm going to pass this one as book schema, right? So this will create our schema. Now what will be the next step? So we have created our DB connection, we created model. Now next step, you need to identify when you'll be creating a project, okay, how many routes I will be having, and based on those many routes you are going to create the controllers. So now let's go to our routes first. Now why I am telling routes is important, because based on the routes you'll be creating the controller. So first you need to analyze that, okay, these many routes I will be having for these books. So here let's create, I always give the name like this. I'll do book routes.js. okay, and now I'm going to create here book controller.js. First thing, we need to go to book routes, and here we need our express. So first I'm going to get our express, and this will be require, so we need express, and then we need to create our router here, create express router. So we'll do create express router. So here I'm going to create const router, which will be express, and this will give you the router, right? So here this will create a router, and based on this we'll be able to create all the routes that we need. So what are the routes we need here, correct? So let's create all the routes that are related to books only, okay. And now I'm going to create, so we'll do router dot get. So first we are going to get our all the books, so I'm going to do slash, and I'll do books, okay, or let's do this one as get. So we'll do get, so we'll get all the books, and here we need to pass the controller name. So I'll keep this one as empty, we need to pass the controller, and we are going to see how this works. Next we'll be having one more, so we'll do router dot get, and this will be to get by ID. So single book we need to get, right? We have already discussed. We'll do get slash, and we're going to pass the ID. So this will be our individual book ID, and here we are going to again pass the controller. Next we also need router dot post. So this will be to add a new book, right? So we'll do add, and here we are going to pass again the controller. Next we'll be having router dot put. So here we'll be having update slash ID. So we're going to update based on ID, and we're going to pass the controller, and at the end we'll be having router dot delete. So this will be slash delete slash ID, and we're going to pass the controller. Now you might think that, okay, I'm telling controller multiple times, where are the controllers? So now for each and every route that we are having, remember we used to do this request and response, the callback here, right? The request handler, sorry, not request handler, the callback here, and then based on that we'll do what kind of operation that we want to do for this particular route. So now instead of doing in this route file, we are organizing the code in a better way, and we'll be writing everything in the controllers. So here we are going to create all the controllers. So let's start with the first controller. So I'll do const get all books, and this will be async. So we'll be getting request response, right? And let's copy this, paste it. So this will be, let's say, get book, get single book by ID, okay. Next copy this, we'll do add new book, and let's copy this. So we'll do update book, update single book, and let's keep this one only update, and at the end we'll copy this, and we'll keep delete. So we'll do delete book, right? So these will be all the controllers that we need, and now we are going to do module dot exports, and we're going to pass all these. So get all books, then we'll do get single book by ID, then we'll do add new book, then we're going to do update book, and also we're going to do delete book. Save it. So now this part is done. now what we're going to do, we'll go here in the routes and we need to just map it. Okay, whenever I go to the /get, I want to call this get all books. When I'll go to get single book, I'm going to call this get single book by ID, and here I'm going to get all of this. So do const, so I'll do require, and let's go to controllers, book controller, and get all this. So do get all books, get single book, update, delete, and add new book. All right, and at the end we are going to just map it. So I'm going to tell, okay, when I'll go to get here, so I'm going to call the get all books. When I need a single book, I'm going to call get single book. When I'll do add new book, I'm going to call the add new book controller. When I'll do update, I'm going to call the update book controller. And when I'm going to do delete, I'm going to do delete book controller. Now I hope it will be crystal clear to all of you, right? So why we have created all these routes, and then we are going to write all the logics and database interaction and everything in this file. Now this is not done yet, so we need to always export this router, right, or else it will not work. So I'm going to do module.exports, and believe me, this I will always forget and I'll be getting error. So never forget to export this router, because these routers now we are going to use in our main server.js, because currently server.js doesn't have any routes, correct? So we need to use those. So the first thing what we're going to do, we need to import now these book routes in our server.js. So let's quickly do that. So I'm going to do here const, I'm going to do book routes, and this will be require. So I'll go to routes and let's go to book routes. So now this will give me the book routes, all of this, right? Now what I need to do, I need to create my routes here. So we'll be creating all the routes. Now you see how much cleaner this file is. This file don't hold most of the logic, so we have segregated all of this in multiple files. So now I'm going to tell that, okay, now go to do app.use, and let's go to /API /books, and then use this books router, sorry, books routes. So what I'm telling here, now this part is very important, you need to understand. So I'm telling that, okay, when I'll go to /API /books, I need to call this books route, but how it will work? So if you now open the book routes, you'll see that we have a get here. So I'm telling that, okay, when you'll go /API /books /get, you call this get all books. When I'll go to /API /books /get /id, I need a single book. When I'll go to /API /books /add, I'm going to call the add new book. I hope you're getting. So this is your parent route and this is your individual route. So when we'll be calling, let's say I want to call the delete book example, so I need to do like this. So I'll go to /API /books, and then you need to merge your delete route here. So delete, and then you need to give the ID. So this ID will be the book ID. Let's say 1 2 3 4 whatever. So when I'll call this URL, it will trigger this delete book controller, and this delete book controller will hold your MongoDB or database logic. I hope now this will be pretty much clear, right? So this is what exactly we are doing. So now we have completed most of the things. What we need to do now we need to interact with our database. So we are going to write all these logics, the controller logics, and then we are going to test it using our Postman. So let's do that in the next part. Alright, so now let's start working on the controllers. So the first thing, we need to start working on the add new book, so that we'll be able to add a new book, and then after that we are going to start working on the get all books. So how we are going to add something, right? So till this part, whatever logic that we have learned so far in the controllers in the previous section, we are using some static data or some static array, and then we test those using Postman. But now in real scenario, what will happen, you'll be having a front end, and let's say there will be some form. So user will be entered some form data, and that form data you need to pass to your backend, correct? And that you are usually receive in your request object, where you'll be getting inside your body. And that body, whatever value that the form data that you'll be receiving, that you are going to store in your database. But how that will work? Now see, if you go to the models, right, that depends on what you are passing in your model. For example, let's say I want to create a new book, so I need to understand that, okay, what are the properties that I need to pass. So I need to pass a title, I should be having an author, I'll be having a year, and also I'll be having a created at, which will take a default value. So even if you don't pass it, it will always take the current date. that is fine. But now let's go to the add new book and let's start with our first controller, right? So how we are going to do it? So first we need to take always a try and a catch block, and here in the try block, right, so first you are going to get the data. So let's say I'll give this one as const, we'll do get form data something, or let's do new book form data, and this will be getting from request.body, right? So this will have the form data. Now in this form data, what are the things that you'll be having? You'll be having all this, right? You'll be having a title, you'll be having author, you'll be having year, and then you'll be having a created at. Again, I'm repeating, if you're not passing the created at, it will take the default value. And now what we are going to simply do, so we'll do const and I'll do newly created book. Now again, I'm passing this one like this, or else I'll show you what you can do. So here you need to take await, and now what we need the model. So every time you need to work with or play with your model, as I already mentioned. So here I'm going to import this book model, which will be, let's go to our models and then book. So here you are going to do a book. And now see, in the previous section we have understood all of these methods that we have learned, right? So there is one method that is create, and in the create you need to pass this new book form data, which will be receiving. Now again, instead of doing like this, you can directly pass this request.body also here, right? That will also work, but I just showed you because you'll understand that okay, we are getting from this request.body. Now this form data I'll pass here. Now this will, okay, let me just quickly change this. This will be created. So this newly created book will be now created or stored in our database, and after this we can simply check that if this is true, right? So we'll do if newly created book, if this is created, so we are going to do a res.status of 201, and then we are going to do a JSON, and I'm going to pass a success as true, and I will do a message. So I'll do a book added successfully, right? And I'm going to pass a data, and here I'll pass this newly book form data. Okay, and in the catch for now, let's log this error. Now let's save it. So now I just want to check, okay, sorry, no, we need to pass this newly created book, not this one. So now I want to test this, that whether this is working or not. Now let's go to our Postman, and we need to create one more collection. Now remember, we have created this project using some static data. So for now what I'll do, right, I'll rename this here. So I'm going to do this one as REST API basics, and let's create one more collection here. So I'll do blank collection, and here I'm going to give this one name as a bookstore API. Okay, now let's create our first out, and I'm going to close everything else. Let's close all this. Okay, so let's save all this. So now let's go to our bookstore API and create our first request. So this will be our add new book. So this will be a post request, right? And then we are going to just copy this URL from here. So let's copy this and we'll paste it here, and this will be, now we need to go to our routes and we need to check that what exactly we are using route to trigger this add new book. So you're using /add, but will this work? No, right? Because we have discussed this in the server that we have this /API/books. So first we need to go to /API/books, then we need to do /add. So now here this will be adding the new book, but now we need to go to where? We need to go to our body, we need to go to raw, and then we are having this JSON, and here I'm going to pass this, let's pass a title. So I'll do here like first book added. What else we need? Now we need to go to our model and let's see what we are having. We are having an author, so I'm going to add an author and I'll give my name. Then we are having the year, so let's add year of 2022. Now if you notice that we are not passing the created at, because this will automatically take the default value. Now I think this is fine, and now let's send this and let's see what is happening. Awesome. So now we are getting success true, book is added now successfully, and you are getting the title back, author, year, the ID I already mentioned, and you notice that created that we are already taking the current one, right? So no need to add this specifically. So this is how you need to test it. So now we have a new book added in our collection. So now what will be our next step? So next step is whenever you will be adding a new something, you need to get all of this, right? Let's say you are creating in UI. So you're having a form, you're adding something. Now you need to render all the books, or it can be a products, it can be recipes, whatever. See, again I'm mentioning all of this. I'm creating a bookstore project doesn't mean that it only you will understand book related thing. It's not like that. These logics are applicable for any level of projects. It can be a complex project, because I already mentioned at the end everything will be a CRUD application only. All right. So now what we are doing, we need to start working on the get all books. So here now we need to get our list of books. So let's see how we are going to do that. So first we need to again take a try catch, and here first thing, can you guess how we are going to get all the books? Now see, these all the concept you need to apply whatever you have learned so far in the previous section. To get all the books, we'll do const, we'll do all books, and here you need to do await. You need to take the model, so we'll do book, and then what you need to use? You need to use find. Remember, we need to use find, and then you need to pass. If you don't pass anything, what will return? It will return all the collections, right? Even if you pass an empty object, doesn't matter. So now this will give you all the books. So now we're going to check if this all books dot length. So if this is greater than 0, so we'll do a res dot status of 200. We'll do a JSON, and we are going to do a success as true, and I'm going to do a message of like book. We'll do list of books fetched successfully, and after this we are going to do a data, and here we are going to pass all books, right? Now one more thing is that if the length is less than 0, so what happened? That means the books are not present in your collection. So we'll do else, we'll do res dot status. Now we already discussed, if some collection is not present, we'll do for not for, right? Dot JSON, and we'll do success as false, and let's do a message of no books found in database or collection, whatever you can give. For now let's log this error, and here I'm going to do a res dot status of 500, so dot JSON, and we'll do a success as false, and we'll message, I'm going to show as like something went wrong, please try again. And same thing, let's use it in this add new book also. So now we have created one more. So now let's go to our Postman and let's create one more, right? So we'll do add request, and I'm going to do this one as list of books. Let's go there, copy this, and here now we need to do, let's check our route. So using /get, so it will be /API/books and then /get, and now simply send this. See what we are getting? We are getting one more, right? So now this is working fine. So let's check one more time. So we'll go to add new book, and now I'm going to do a second book added, and I'll give something else. We'll give John Doe, and I'll do a 2023. Let's send this. So book is now added successfully, and if I go to list all books, send it. So now we are getting two data. So this is your first book added, this is your second book added. Awesome. So now the get all books, or to fetch list of whatever you want to fetch, this is how you need to do. So what we are doing, simply we are passing empty object, and this is telling that, okay, I need all the books. Now again, I already mentioned in the previous section that if you need to do some filter or something, you need to pass some specific values or specific fields that you want to get. Now next thing we need to do, get a single book, right? So single book, how it will work? So it will work means we already discussed this, that we are going to get our ID. So if you go here, right, we are getting /get/id. So this ID will be this ID of this book. So this is the ID, right? If you see here, this is the ID. So if you pass a single book, so if I want to get the first book, so I need to pass this ID as a params, and then I'll be getting this. So let's see how we are going to do that. So let's go to our book controller, and in the get single book by ID, I'm going to take a try. Let's take a catch, and in the catch, let's log this. Okay, and here first we need to get our ID, right? So again, I'm doing another extra variable so that you'll be able to understand. So we'll do get current book ID, and this will be request dot params dot ID, and this part we already discussed, that how this ID is coming, because we have given this param value as ID. And then we are going to do const book details by ID, and this will be await. And now which property that we can use? Book dot, can you guess? So we need to do find by ID, right? Because we are doing find by ID, and here we are going to pass this get current book ID, which is our ID. Now if this book is not present, so we'll do if book details by ID is not present. So here what we can do, simply we are going to return that res.status of 404.json. success will do false, and message we are going to do like book with the current ID is not found, please try with a different ID, or else we are going to simply send it. So we will do res.status of 200.json, we'll do success as true, and we'll do data, which will be the book details by ID. So this is the book details, the current book that I'm fetching. So now let's save it. Alright, so now let's go there and let's test it, right? So we'll create one more, and let's copy this, and we'll do book details by ID. Let's paste it, and here this will be, let's give slash, let's remove this, and then we'll go to list of books, and I'm going to copy this, and now let's paste it here and send it. So we're getting the second book here based on the ID, and let's go there and let's copy the first ID, and we'll paste it here, send it. So we're getting the first book added. I'll change this one to, let's say, 7 to 9, send this one. We're getting book with current ID is not found, please try with a different ID. Let's change to 5, let's see. Okay, so this is working fine now. Now let's add one more new book. So I'll do a third book added, John Doe 1, send it. So this is added. Let's go to list all books. Okay, now we are getting 3, and let's copy this ID now. Let's go to book details by ID, and we are going to paste it here. So now we're getting third book. Okay, so that means this part is working fine. So we've completed 3 parts. The first one is we have completed how to add a new things to a database, how to get the list of things from database, and how to get a specific thing by ID from database. Why I'm saying things, because this is not about only the book, it can be anything, it can be product, it can be recipe. At the end the concept is same. Also I want all of you that instead of creating this book, right, you can do something else. Let's say create a recipe app by yourself and try to apply this logic, then only you'll be able to create larger projects, right? Instead of jumping into very complex project immediately, first start with a very basic one. So now what will be our next step, right? So let me just quickly minimize all this. So 3 parts we have completed. Now we need to do update and delete. So let's start with a delete. Now for delete also, if you go right, we have a delete, and then we need to pass the specific ID, then only you'll be able to delete a particular book. So let's see how we are going to do that. So the first thing, again we'll take a try and catch, and let's go there and just copy this, and then we are going to take our ID. So look, const get current book ID, which will be request.params.id, right? And then we are going to simply do const deleted book, and which property we need to use. See, the reason why I'm telling all of this again and again the same thing, the way I've designed these codes, if you notice that the things that you've learned in the previous section, those things we are applying in the next section. Now what will happen, this way it will give you confidence so that you'll be able to apply the things that you are learning. Here, instead of checking this part immediately, you should pause this video and try to find that which property I need to use from our Mongoose so that I can delete this particular book. So it will be book dot, we have discussed find by ID and delete, remember? So this we need to use. Now here it will find the ID and then it will delete that book. So here what you need to pass, you need to pass this get current book ID, right? That's it. And after this, again, if the book is not found, we are going to show the, so if this deleted book is not found, right? So we'll do a res.status of 404.json. We'll do a success as false, and we'll do a message as like book is not found with this ID. Else we are going to do a res.status of 200.json. We'll do a success as true. Now again, this format I'm doing, right, this success true or whatever, this you can change it based on how your project wants, or based on your project specific criteria you can change all of this, right? And here I need to pass the data. So data will be my deleted book, means the current book that I have deleted. Let's do, okay, sorry, this will be deleted book. Okay, this also will be deleted book. All right, now let's save it. And now let's see if this is working or not. So we'll go there, let's create one more, let's copy this, and I'm going to create one more request, and I'll do the delete book by ID, paste it. So this will be a delete request, right? So delete, and then it will be not get, it will be delete, remember? So if you go here, right, so you have a delete method, and then you have a delete and then ID. So now let's say I want to delete the last book that I've added, this one. So I'll add this one, sorry, copy this, go to delete book by ID, and I think that is the one we are having here. Okay, anyway, and then send it. See, it's now deleted, correct? Now we'll go to our list all books, and let's refresh this or send it once again. So now you're getting 2 data and it is working fine. All right, so now delete part is also we have completed. What will be the next step? Next will be our update. So once we'll complete this update, means our CRUD functionality will be till now whatever we have learned so far. You should be able to create a very simple project using CRUD, like how to create, how to get by details, how to delete a product or whatever things that you are using in your project, and also how to update. Now let's start with the update one. Now how the update functionality will work, right? So to update, again, see, let's think in this scenario. Let's say you are having a form, this book scenario, you are having a front end form where you are having a title, you're having an author, you are having a year. Now there will be a edit button, and on click of this you want to change the title from one to something else, you want to change your author from one to something else, something like that. So whatever properties you want to update, those updated values you need to get where? You need to get in your request, right? You'll be getting again in your request.body, and based on that you are going to update it. So now let's do that. So I'm going to do a try, I'm going to do a catch, and let's log this for now. We'll copy this and we're going to paste it here. Now first thing, we're going to get our form data, right? So we'll go updated book form data, and this will be a request.body. After this, we are going to do const updated book, this will be await, then we are going to take book, and remember we have this method find by ID and update right here. So what are the things you need to pass? If you go here, you can see that we are using update and then we are passing the ID. Now this ID will tell that which book I'm actually updating, so we need to get the ID. So we'll get the ID also. So we'll get current book ID, which will be request.params.id, and here we are going to pass this. So what it will take, right? So here you can see that, it will take the ID, that which product or which book I want to update. So I'm going to pass this get current book ID. I need to pass the values or form values that I need to update. Let's say title from 1 to 2, so this title will be present in my updated book form data. So I'll pass this updated book form data. And remember, we need to pass one more property, which is new. New means it will give you the updated book back. Okay, so this will be our query that we need to do. That's it. If once again we need to do the same thing, so we'll copy from here, and after this we'll paste it, and we'll do if this updated book is not found, that means this book is not present with this ID. Else we are going to do a res.status of 200.json, and we'll do a success as true. Now this time we'll send a message also that okay, book updated successfully, and also we're going to pass the data, which will be our updated book. Updated book. This is the one we're having, right? Yeah. Now this will update the book. Now let's check it. Alright, so now let's test it. So we'll go there and let's create one more, and then we'll do this one as update book by ID. Let's paste it, and this will be a pull request, and this will be a update, right? And let's say we are passing the ID. Let's take the first product, first book. I'm going to copy the ID, go there, and we'll paste it. Now let's go to our add new book, and here I am to copy this. Let's go to update book by ID, and let's go to body and select raw, and I'll paste it here. Now remember, we have the first book, right? So first let's go to our list of books. So this first book added to, I'll change this one to first book edited or updated. Okay, and I'll make the year as 2023. Now remember this. So here I'll go and I'll do first book updated, and here I'm going to do author, I'll keep as my name only, and I'll do this one as, let's do 2020. Now let's send this. So book is now updated successfully. First book updated, we are getting 2020. Let's go to list all books and let's send it, and now you're getting first book updated, year is 2020. So it's working fine. Now we have completed all of this. Now let's test one more thing step by step. So let's go to add new book. I'm going to add a new book added or something, whatever. So do new book added, I'll do John Doe 2, and I'll do 2015. Okay, and now I'm going to send it. So new book is now added. Let's go to list of books, send it, and I'm going to go to the last, so it's now added. Let's copy this. Let's go to book details by ID, and I'm going to pass it here, send it. So we're getting new book added. Now we'll go to the update book by ID, and I'll pass it here, and I'll change this one to, let's say, whatever, we'll do new book updated, right? We'll do new book updated, and it was 2015. I'll do 2000, and author I'll change to Sangam or my name. I'm going to send it. So now this is updated, and now this is also updated. And if I try to go to delete, and let's say I'll delete this, so this book is now deleted. If you go there, it should not be there. Send it. So you're getting only 2, right? Awesome. So now we have completed our CRUD application or simple project where you'll be able to create or add new product, get all the product or get all the books, get books by ID, update books by ID, and delete product or books by ID. So now what will be our next step? Now next step, we need to understand some of the things. The first thing we are going to, there are a couple of sections we need to cover. The first will be like authentication, very important, how to do register, how to do login, how to create token, right? All of this. And then we are going to understand sorting, how sorting works. Then we'll be having a section on sockets. So there are quite a few things, so let's start step by step. But for now, your homework will be what you can do, right? Don't use any front end. Let's say you are joining as a backend developer in a company, so you'll not be getting access to the front end more often, right? You need to play with your Postman and your code. Why I'm telling it's very important. So create another project. Instead of using book, change this one to a, let's say, e-commerce project, some products. And what you can do, right, go to this book model that we have created here. Instead of using title, author and those things, just add some more property here. Okay, and then try to see if you're able to complete all of this, and also check if you're able to test it or not using Postman. Once you are done, then move to the next section. All right, so that will be your homework, and this is going to help you. So now let's move on to the next part. So now it's time to start one of the very important section in this particular course, and that will be to learn how we can implement authentication in our Node.js application, right? So there are basically two parts when we are talking about authentication, and I'm pretty sure if you have already worked with any project, so you know that authentication is the key part or one of the main features that you need to implement, and it's very important. So first thing, we have a authentication, and then we have a authorizations, right? So let's quickly see what are the things that we are going to implement. And also I'm not going to spend more time on the explanation part, but what I'm going to do, right, whatever things we are going to learn by coding, we'll be learning all those concepts, and by doing it will be easy for you to understand those things. So let's say we are talking about a very simple web application, right? Very simple. So how the flow will work? So you go to any project, any website, let's say this one. So this website will have this option, right? So you have a register form. So this let's say is your register form. So here you need to give your username, your email, and then your password, correct? And then we'll do a register. So once we'll do a register, means now this user is registered in your database. So let's say we have our MongoDB database here. Okay, so this is our database. So now how the flow will work, right? So whenever your user will be registered, so now user will be redirected to the login page. So if we are going to the login page, right, so what will happen, we'll be able to read our username, or let's say it can be email, anything from our database. So that we will get when the user will be registered. And once we log in, what will happen, we will be able to go to, let's say, to the home page or any other page. Now there are again two things. Let's say your website has two parts. So there are, let's say, 10 pages, right? And five of the pages are a public page. Public page means those pages no authentication will be required, means any user without authentication or without login, they can access those pages. But there are 5 pages that only authenticated user only can access. For example, let's say a billing page where user will be saving their credit card details. So you can't allow every user to go and directly save, right? So you need to create that particular user information in your database, or else someone will come and they will do something wrong. So that is the reason this is very important. So these 5 pages, these 5 authenticated pages that you'll be having, how you will identify. So whenever a user will be logged in with the user and the username or email and with their password, so you'll be able to identify, okay, so this user is already registered. Okay, so this is one part. Now the second part is we are talking about authorization. So what exactly authorizations or role-based authentication is? So let's say your user has 2 roles, right? So one will be a user and one will be admin. Now this admin can only access some specific pages that normal user cannot access, right? So here, now if you see in both the cases, like normal user or admin user, they both need to login first, right? So login is mandatory. So it's not like that if you're admin user, you no need to login you need to do. So this will be your first step. So authentication you are doing. Second level of check will be your role-based authentication. As I already mentioned, let's say these 5 pages that you are having, out of which 4 are related to your user, and there is one particular page which only admin user can access. So how you are going to understand that if this user that logged in, if this is an admin user or not, right? So how we'll do it? So we'll be storing some particular something like a role, and this role will be either a user or it can be an admin. So whenever we'll check that, okay, now the logged in user is an admin user, so in that case that user can access this particular page, right? But if that user is not a admin user, so normal user, so what will happen, we need to give some protection in this particular page that, okay, you don't have permission to visit this page, so you can't see this page. Or you can do something like this, you need to first get your admin access, then only you can access this page. Now that is not the point, I'm just explaining the flow. Now what we are going to understand, that how authentication works, right? And then how we are going to create cookies, and then how we are going to handle role-based authentication also. So what we will be doing, our flow will be something like this. So we'll be having a register flow, right? And then any person can come and they can first register. So in the register, we'll be having a username, we'll be having an email, we will be having the password, and also we'll be having a role. Now by default, the role will be always user, right? And then there will be another role that will be admin. So once user will be registered, they will go to the login flow. So this will be our login flow. Now here again, they needs to give their username or email and their password. So once user is logged in, we are going to create a cookie and we'll be storing that cookie. Now that cookie, what that cookie does, that cookie holds that user information, that authenticated user information, and using that cookie only will be able to understand whether the user is authenticated or not. And if the user is authenticated, then only they'll be able to go to this home page. So this home page is a protected page, so no user can access until unless they will log in. So first, so this will be a flow. So first they needs to register, they'll go to the login page. Once they log in, they will go to the home page, and here there will be another special page that will be related to admin page. Now who can access this admin page? Only admin user. So if a normal user try to access this page, will be showing something like you can't have access, something like that. So this will be the overall thing that we are going to implement in this particular section. Now you might think that why I spend this much time explaining this very simple thing, although this is looking very horrible, but I want to give you a very basic idea, because what I mentioned, right, that the project that I'm creating, that is for very beginner level of students. If you don't have any idea, or let's say if you worked with Node.js for some time and then you want to enhance your knowledge, always you should start from basics. Believe me or not, these flows, whatever we are going to learn, it's very important. Like, I will highly recommend, don't skip the next 3 or 4 hours, whatever things that we are going to learn in this particular section. So now let's get started. So what I've done, right, you can see that I already have a very simple folder, nothing else. So first we are going to create our basic package.json, and we'll be installing all the packages that we needed. So first let's do npm init, and I'll do -y, right? So this is now created, and now what are the things that we need? So first I'm going to install Express, and also we need Mongoose. I think these two we have already discussed, that we don't need to explain this one. What else we need? We are also going to use our .env. So this env will help us to read our environment variables that we'll be having for this particular project. All right, so now let's install all of this, and also we are going to install our dev dependency, which will be our node mod. So I think that also we have discussed in the previous section, right? So node mod will check your changes, and you no need to every time start your server to see the visible changes. So I'm going to do npm install nodemon save dev. Okay, now let's go back, and also you can see that I have actually created one more fresh MongoDB project. So I think this is still in progress. I don't know why this takes a lot of time sometimes. Let's see. Okay, I think this is still taking time. So till this part is done, let's go there, and we need to do a couple of things, right? So the first thing, I'm going to create one file here, and that will be our main server.js file, right? So this will hold all the main our main root file, you can say. And now let's go to our package.json, and now I'm going to change this one to server, and also we'll add our 2 scripts, right? Sorry. Okay, let's delete it. I don't know how to delete this one. Okay, let's keep it like this. So now here I'm going to add our start script, which will be what? Our server.js, and also I'm going to add our dev script, which will be nodemon server.js. Okay, so this part is done. Now let's go to our server.js, and we need our, now remember I already told you that we'll use this .env, right? So I'm going to use the .env and we'll read the config, so that I'll keep at the top in the root file. Next we need Express, right? So we'll do require Express, and I'm going to create our app, so which will be, let me do like this, then it will be easy, and I'm going to invoke this Express. All right, after this I'm going to just listen, so we'll do app.listen. So now let's go here and let's do step by step. So first I'm go and create one env file, and I'm going to keep the port as, let's keep the port as 3000. Okay, so now let's go there, and I'm going to do that const port will be process.env.port, or else it will be 3000 by default. If you haven't created the env file, so you can directly pass it like this, but I'll highly recommend keep this practice, it will be helpful, because in very large companies how this works, right? So either we create an environment file or you'll read the file from CCM, something like that. So here, okay, we no need to do this, we'll pass the port, and let's do a callback, and I'll do console.log, and I'll pass here that server is now listening to port, and then I'll pass the port here, save it. Alright, so let's run this. So I'm going to do npm run dev. Alright, so server is now running, and now let's see if the MongoDB database is created. See, it's still loading, I don't know why. Okay, let's wait for some time till this part is done, then we are going to start our main flow. So finally this is done after a long time, I don't know why it took so much time. So now let's go to connect, and then we're going to click MongoDB for VS Code. I'm going to copy this. Now what will be the next step? Now we should do everything step by step, right? Because we are using an environment variable. So here I'm going to do a Mongo URI, okay, and here I'm going to give, I'll paste it, and then what we need to do, we need to change this, right, to 2024. Now let's save it. We'll go there, and now we need to structure the project. Now in the previous section we have already discussed, right, that we need to create our database, we need to create models, or we need to model our data, that how we want to store our data in our database. We need to create controllers, we need to create helper methods, then we are going to create routes, and at the end we'll be using those routes in our server.js or whatever name that you'll be giving here, doesn't matter. So first I'm going to create our database folder here, okay, you can give this one also name as db, it's okay, and I'm going to give db.js, and here we need to connect to our database first. So now let's start. So first we need our mongoose, right? So we'll do const mongoose will be require, so we need mongoose, and then we are going to create const connect to db. This will be async method, and what we need to pass, we'll do a try block, we'll do a catch, and here we are going to just log error. So we'll do here MongoDB connection failed, right, and then we'll exit the process. We'll do process.exit with 1. All right, so in the try we are going to do await, and we'll do mongoose.connect, and what we need to pass, we need to pass process.env.mongo URI. Remember, this is the name that we have given, and that's it. And here I'm going to just log here that MongoDB connected successfully. Okay, that's it. And then at the end we are going to do module.exports, and we'll pass our connect to db. So this will be our logic that we have needed. Now what will be our next step? Now why I'm repeating every time that what will be our next step, because I want all of you to understand or write. See, again, it's not like what I'm telling that you need to exactly follow the same. I never say these kind of things. If you watch my previous videos also, I always tell you that please try to bring your own innovative idea and try to create in your own way. Okay, but you should do each and everything step by step. So because we have already created a MongoDB database, we need to use that in our server. So that will be our next step, right? So here what we'll do, so we'll go there and we'll do const, and let's give this one connect to DB, and this is require, and we need to go to database DB. Okay, and then what we'll do, simply we'll connect here. So we'll call this connect to DB. Now let's expand this, and I'm going to just save this. Let's see what is happening. MongoDB is now connected successfully. So our MongoDB connection is now successful. So what will be our next step? Now we need to, let's go to this page once again. So we'll start with our, we need to start with our register flow. So what are the things that we will be having in our model? So that will be the first thing. Now again, this model that we'll be creating, right, these also you can create whatever you want to, whatever you like. For example, let's say I want to keep a username field, so this will be my username. Then I want to keep an email field, right, and then I'll be having a password field. So think this one as like you are creating a front-end application, right? So here we'll be having this field. Now why I haven't created any front-end app till now, you might think, right? As I already mentioned, every time it's very important, if you're going for a Node.js developer role in your company, so there is a very less possibility that you can interact with your front end, right? Makes sense, because as a backend developer you need to create your own modeling, data modeling, that what are the things you needed. You can discuss with your other engineers or your product managers or whatever. Until unless you are a full stack developer, then only you can check, okay, these all the things we are having in our design, and based on that you can create. Now obviously you'll be having the access to your design, that what is the business requirement, and based on that you can create your data modeling. But the reason why I haven't created any UI here now, because I want you to apply your own idea, and based on that you create it. Now what is the example why I'm telling it? Because let's say we are creating a username field here. If you want, you can remove this field completely, right? You can only keep email and password, that is also fine. So okay, so this is username, email, will be keeping password, and what are the things we'll be having? We'll be having a role. Now role we are not going to specifically pass from our front end. Now if you go to any website, you'll see that there will be no role like you can select or something, right, in a real website. So here we are going to pass a default role as a user every time. And for admin user, what we'll do, we'll go to our database and manually update one of the user as an admin user. Now that is absolutely fine to do that. I mean, normal big companies, how this will work, right? So I think I already mentioned this on multiple times, that they have some CCM control things. So in the CCM, so it's a tool, so there they can update the admin or super admin, and based on that they can manage the role. There are many different ways you can do that, but we are going to follow this one for now. So these all the things will be having. So we'll be having a username, we'll be having an email, we'll be having a password, and the role will be default, will be user. So now let's go there and let's create our models folder, right? So I'm going to create models, and here I'm going to give this one as user.js. So here what are the things we need? So you only need here Mongoose, this will be require Mongoose, and I'm going to do const user schema. So this will be new mongoose.schema, and here we need to pass, right? And also I want to pass a timestamp here, and I'll make this one as true. So now let's start with the first one. So first I need a username. So I'm going to give a type which will be a string. Required, I'm going to make this one as true, that means this field is required. Then I'm going to pass a unique property here. Now these all the properties and everything you can just play with the MongoDB Mongoose documentation, will basically able to understand all of this. Unique means like I want this username to be unique. Let's say if there are two users and one user is giving username as SAN and the second user is giving the same username, but this user is already registered and stored in our database, so we'll not allow this user to give the same username because this SAN username is already exist. So this user has to give a different name. So now SAN1. Now let's say there is a third user came and they given SAN1 again. Now SAN1 is also already stored, so will not allow this user to give the same username, right? So we'll keep this on as unique. So unique will be true, and I'll make a trim as also true. So this is our first username field. Next we'll be having our email. Email also type will be string. Required also this will be true, definitely. Unique will be definitely true, very very important. And also we are going to do a trim as true. And let's give this one as also lowercase, because we want the email in lowercase. So this is done. Now after this I'm going to have my password. So password I'm going to just keep the type as string, and required will be true. That's it. So now we have a username, we have email, and we have password. Next we'll be having a role property, as I already mentioned, and this I'm going to keep this on as type, which will be string, and I'm going to pass a enum. Means I want to tell Mongoose that okay, this user, the whatever public will come to register in your website, the enum can be only a user, so it can be only a normal user, or it can be a admin user. Now if you want, you can also play with, like, let's say you want to add one more super admin, so you can add something like that. But for now we'll be having these two role, so we're basically telling that okay, only allow something like that, user. So we'll only allow user or admin roles. That's it. So this is done, and after this we will do a default property. And what will be the default? We already discussed, default will be always user, right? Because it is not possible, let's say 10,000 public is coming, you'll make the 10,000 all the user as admin user, right? So that can be only one super admin or something like that. So other will be always user. So that is the reason we are keeping the default as a user. I hope this will be pretty much clear, right, how we have created. Again, if you want, you can just change it based on your idea. Like if you want to add one more thing, you can also do that. Now after this we are going to do module.exports, and we'll do a Mongoose. We have already discussed what we need to was, we need to use model, correct? And then we need to give the collection name, and that collection name will be stored. So I want, because we are creating a user, so I'll give the name as a user, as simple as that. And always you should give a relevant name here, like if you're creating user and if you're giving products, doesn't make any sense. And I'll pass the user schema. Let's save it, and this is done, right? So now we have created our server.js, we have run our listening to the port, we have created our DB connection, we are calling this here, and then we have created our first model, which will be our user schema. Now what will be the next step? So next step, we need to start working on the register and the login functionality, right? So we'll be creating our main logic, that how we are going to allow user to register in our website, and then that information we are going to store in our database. So let's do that in the next part. So first we'll start with our register endpoint, right? So in the register endpoint, what we discussed, that will be having a username, will be having a email, and let's say password. Now what will happen if I giving a password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8? So that password we are not going to directly store in our database, right? So we need to hash it, or we need to store in an encrypted form. So that is the reason we are going to use this most used package, and that is called the Bcrypt.js. What this does, so you can see that it will create a salt to protect against your rainbow table attacks. And how this will work, so it is very very simple. So think about a real website. So when you are typing your web password and click on submit button, what it will do, it will pass that password and your email and your username information to your backend. So that backend will receive that password, and then we are going to call this bcrypt.salt method. So you can see that there is a salt method that we are going to use, which will store a hash of that same password value in your database, so whatever database you are using. So let's say how we are going to do that. First we need to go there, and let's say I'm going to create one more folder now, and that will be my controllers. Okay, and here I'm going to create, let's give this one as auth controller.js. And here first again, as we already discussed in the previous section, that when you'll be creating any controller and in any route, right? So you need to first think that how many routes I needed and how many controllers I need to create, because each and every route will hold some logic, right? That part also we've discussed, that instead of writing everything in the router file, we'll separate that logic into a controller so that our code will be clean and it will be much more readable. Now it is absolutely not incorrect to write everything in the router file also, it's absolutely fine. So here what are the things that we needed? So first we need a register endpoint, right? So we need a register endpoint, and also we need a login endpoint, not endpoint, I'll do register controller, and also I need a login controller. So let's start with these two. So now I'm going to create a method. So I'll do register user, and all this will be async, right? So this will be async, and this will give you your request response. And here we are going to first use a try, and we'll use a catch. Let's log this error, and here we are going to pass a status of 500. We'll do a JSON, and here we are going to pass a success as false, and message I'll do something wrong, I'll do some error occurred, please try again. So this will be our first method. Second, we'll be having a login controller. Login controller, again, if you go here, we have a login page, right? We'll be having only email, and let's say we're having a password, or also we can do as a username also. And the reason why I'm telling is that if you go to model and if you see the username, right, you can see we are making this one as unique. Now if you are not making this one unique, it's very important to understand this concept, that if your username is not unique, and let's say there are two users already registered with a John username, so in that case you can't keep your username as an input from your front end, right? So that means you will not understand when a John will log in that which John is it, because both users have the same username. So you need to first check that, okay, which of my field in my model is actually unique. So in this case our username is also unique and our email is also unique. So now it's up to you, whatever you want to keep. You can either keep your username here, or also you can keep your email here. But if your username is not unique, so what you need to keep here, you need to keep your email field. I hope you're getting. So that is the reason in some of the website, I will not say some, but most of the website will see that they will keep email as a field and password will be obviously common. The reason is because email will be definitely a unique email. Like I'll give you another scenario, right? So email will be either, let's say, Google email or Microsoft email, right? So if you are creating a Google email, and let's say you have already a john@gmail.com, and if some other user is from some other country try to use the same username, so Google will not allow, right? So that is the reason when the website will keep the email as a field here, so they are pretty much sure that, okay, that email will be a unique field, right? So that is the reason. In this case you can keep email, but in our case we can either keep email or we can also keep our username. So that is the reason we kept both as unique. Now I'll go to auth controller, and I'm going to create my login controller now. So to const login user, which will be async request response, and here I'm going to just copy the same thing instead of rewriting. So copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here, save it. Now what will be our next step? Now remember, so after creating the controller, definitely the controller logic is not done. So what we need to create? We need to create our routes, correct? So here we'll go there and then create one more folder, do routes, and then I'm going to give auth routes. Now here we need Express, so we need require Express, and what else we need? So here we need to create our router, remember? So we'll do router, which will be Express dot router, and at the end we need to do always module dot exports, and this will be our router. Now I always forget, so that is the reason I'm writing first. Now here we need to create all our routes. So all routes are related to user or let's do authentication and authorization. So here we'll do router dot post, right? And here I'm going to give this one name as register because we're registering the user, and now we need to get our register controller. So we'll go there and I'll do const get it. So first we need to go to our auth controller. Now if you see, right, we are not exporting this from this file from our controller, so we need to export this. We'll do module dot exports, and I'll do a login user and also the register user. Okay, let's put it here at the first, save it. So now let's go there, and now I'm going to import it here. So we'll do require controllers auth controller. So we need register user and the login user. So now when we'll be calling our register endpoint, we're going to call the register user controller, and then I'm going to create one more, right? I hope you're already, I'm pretty sure we'll be able to do this now. So here I'm going to now do login, and I'm going to pass my login user. So till this part is done. So now is this flow is completed? So I'm asking you, no, right? So what will be our last step? So created our database connection, created models, created controllers, and created routes, and also map our routes to the controllers that we need to call. Now we need to go to our server.js and we need to use this router right there. So go there and let's import it as a auth routes, right? And here we're going to do require, and then I'll do routes, and we'll go to auth routes. And here now I'm going to use, let's say I'll do app dot use, and here I'm going to use /API /auth. So this is our main route for auth, and here what we need to pass, we need to pass the auth routes. So what will happen, we'll go to /API /auth and then /register. I'm going to call this. When I'm going to go to /API /auth /login, I'm going to call this login user. Alright, so now the flow is completed, and now we'll come back to the controller section. So we need to start our logic creation, right? So how we are going to register a user. Okay, so while registering the user, first thing what we need to do, first we need to get all the information that we needed from our front end. So in the front end, user will be typing username, they'll be typing their email, and they'll be typing their password, and they'll click on the submit button, and this I'm going to pass in my backend. So in this backend, in this controller, how we are going to get it, so we'll be getting our request.body. Remember, so this part actually we have already discussed. So first let's do like this. We'll do first extract user information from our request body, right? So we'll do from our request body, and here I'm going to do const, and I'll get what, so we'll do request.body. Now very important, while I'm repeating this, the reason is because now you need to go to your schema and you need to check the naming, that what kind of fields that you need. Here username you need, email you need, so you see that n is small. So these things are very important, or else it will not map it to your database. So here we need a username. What else will receive? We'll receive an email, and also will receive a password. So these three things we are going to receive from our request.body. So why we haven't take a role for now? So we can also take a role. So let's say we have this, we'll pass this role, or else it will be always take a default as a user. So that is fine, but let's for now we'll pass this on as a role, because I just want to show you that how we are storing this in our database. That is very important. Later we can change it, it's no issue. So here we'll be passing our role, username, email, and password that we'll be getting from request.body. So this is first thing. Second thing what we need to check is that first we need to check if the user is already exists in our database. Very important, right? Because again I already mentioned that if the user is giving a same username or email that is already stored in our database, so in that case it will be it will not be unique, right? So you need to check it. So now I'm going to create a variable and I'll do a check existing user. So to check existing user, so how we are going to check it? So we'll do await, and now we need our model here. So now I'm going to import const user, and this will be require. So we'll go to our models and then we'll go our user. So this will give me my user model, and here I'm going to do a user. Remember this method we have learned, that find one, and here I'm going to pass a OR method. Now what this OR will do, right? So this OR will check, we are going to check either if this username is already exist or email is already exist with the same email, then we can basically tell user that okay, this email is already exist in our database, so you need to try with a different email, something like that. So here in the OR we are going to pass what? So we'll pass our username. See, it will automatically take, see it's taking username, right? And give comma, and then I'm going to do email. See if it will take automatic email. So that means we are checking that if this username or the email is already exist. So in that case, so if this check existing user is true, so we can simply do a return, and we'll do res.status, and I'll do a 400, and I'll do a JSON. I'll pass a success as false, and I'll do a message that user is already exists with we'll do exist either with same username or same email. Please try with a different username or email. Okay, so this I'm going to return if the user is already exist. If user doesn't exist, what will be our next step? So now you need to think here. Okay, so now we have come to this step. So now we need to do nothing, just store all of this in our database, but that is not the case, right? We are going to hash this password. So there this bcrypt.js will comes into picture. So now let's copy this, and I'm going to open another terminal, and I'll just paste it here. So this is already installed very fast. Now we'll go there, and then I need this. So we'll do bcrypt, and I'll do require, and I need bcrypt.js. So once this check is done, so I'm going to now do hash user password. So here I'm going to do a const, and I'll create a salt, and here I'll do await. We'll call the bcrypt, and we'll call the gensalt method. So here we need to pass a number, so you can see that number to use, and if you don't pass anything, it will defaults to 10. Now we are going to pass a 10 here, and then I'm going to do const, and I'll do hashed. Okay, let's do hashed password, and this will be await, and I'll use the bcrypt dot hash, and then here you need to pass what? You need to pass the string, and you need to then pass the salt. So salt we have already created, but can you guess what will be our string? So this string will be the user input password. User input password means, if you go here, let's see, I'm like explaining very simple way. That is the reason, because if you're a complete beginner, you'll be able to understand. So user input password means what this user has typed in the password field in the front end. Let's say 1 2 3 4 whatever, and this password is which password? This password field, right, that you are getting from request.body. So you need to pass this password here. Okay, so this is done. So now your hash password is created. So now you can create a new user. So now create a new user and save in your database, right? And now I'm going to do a const. Let's do a newly created user, and I'm going to do a new, and I'll call our user model. Okay, and here we are going to pass, what are the things we need to pass? First we need to pass the username, we need to pass the email, we need to pass the password, but here there is a trick, and we need to pass the role. So first we'll start with the username, so I'll pass username, I'll pass my email, and then we need to pass our password, right? Now if you notice one thing here, I want to mention another thing. I know these things I'm taking so much time to explanation, but it's very important. Here you need to pass a password, right? So you'll pass a password, but if you pass this password, which password it will take? Can you guess? It will take this password. So this password is not the hash password, right? So which password you need to pass? You need to pass the hash password. So I'm going to pass the hash password here. I hope you're getting. And then in the role, so we'll be getting the role. If we are getting the role from our, let's say, body, so it will take from there, or else we'll pass the default as user. Okay, so now newly created user instance is done, and now we'll do save, right? So we'll have it, so we'll do newly created user dot save. Now again, if you want, you can also use that create method also that we've discussed. So in that case, you no need to use the save, but both the things are okay. And after this, we are going to do something like this. So we'll do a res, let's do a if newly created user is true. So we'll do a res dot status of 201.json, and here we'll simply pass a success as true, and message, I'm going to do a user registered successfully. Else we'll copy this and then we'll pass it here. So we'll do 400, we'll do a false, and we'll do unable to register user, unable to register user, please try again. Alright, so this part is done. So now we need to just test it, right? So let's do this one. In the next part, we'll just run our project or create a new collection in our Postman, and then we'll start testing our register user, and we'll see that if we are able to save username, email, and also the hash password in our database. So we are going to check this one in the next part. Alright, so let's start testing this in our Postman, right? But before that, we need to do one more last step, and that is, if you see that whatever endpoint that we are using, we are getting all the information from our request.body, right? So we need to use our Express middleware that will parse our JSON request bodies. Remember, we have used in the previous part. So here I'm going to use my middlewares. So I'll do middlewares, and I'll do app.use, and here I'm going to pass Express, and then we are going to use our JSON middleware, right? So now let's save it. Now let's go to our Postman, and then I'm going to create one new collection. We'll do blank collection, and let's give this one name as Node.js auth. Okay, now here I'm going to create our first request, and I'm going to give register and user. Now let's go there and let's copy any URL from here for now. Now another thing, I will show you that how you can create environment variables here, right? And based on that, you can use, instead of using this localhost 3000 every time, so you can use variable also. So register and user will be a post, correct? And then I'm going to paste it. So this will be /API/auth/register, and here we are going to go to our body and go to raw. We'll keep this one as JSON, and I'm going to pass our username, right? So first username, and I'll give my name. I'll use email, that I'll give this email sangam@gmail.com. Then we need to pass our password, which I'll give just 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and also I'm going to give a role which will be a user. So these all the things we needed, correct? So now let's do a send request. So awesome. So getting user registered successfully, but this is not the point I want to show you. I'll go there and let's go to our browse collection and let's see in what format or in which format this user is getting saved here. So if you notice one thing, right, that we are getting, this is fine, like username or email, everything, but password is getting saved in this hash format, right? So this is working fine, and the role is now user. So now when the user registration is successful, this part, so we need to go to the login flow. Now what will happen, user can either give this username or the email in this field. So let's see, if we are keeping this as a username, so they needs to give username. If we are keeping email, then needs to give email, and then they will give their password. If that password is matching with this password that is saved, that means we'll understand, okay, this is the valid user that's try to access our page or home page or our application or website. So then we'll allow our user. So but how we are going to authenticate the user? So for that, whenever user will give their email and password, right, so that means we will create a token, and that token will hold that user information. Now what I mean by hold user information means the token that we'll be creating, that will keep the user name and the email in that particular token, and that token will definitely be valid for some minutes. Let's say if any user is coming to your website and then they try to log in, so we'll keep the token as valid for, let's say, 15 minutes, and after that the token will expire, something like that. But because we'll not going to much advanced level in this particular video, I will 100% definitely going to create a second part of this Node.js course where there will be all the advanced level of things that we are going to learn. But I think because this will be very lengthy already, so that is the reason I'll try to keep things from basic to intermediate level or medium level. Okay, so what are the things next we are going to learn? First we'll learn that how we can create our login controller, how we can create our token using JSON web token, how we are going to store that token in our cookie, and then we are going to log that particular user. And after this only we are going to understand that route, right, authentication route, authorization route that we've discussed, that only admin user can access admin route and the other user can access the user route, something like that. So let's start with first the login controller in the next section, and after this we're going to do quite a few things. So now we'll start working on the login controller functionality, right? But before that I want to show you one more thing, and that is I just created one more user, and remember we have given this condition, right? So if you try to register with the same username that is already exist, so in that case you will get some error, right? So let's try to replicate that scenario. So you can see that I have this username, and now I'm going to change this role to from user to admin. And let's say I'll do, okay, first I need to run this, so let me just run the server. So I'll do npm run dev. Alright, and now I'll go there and let's send it, and let's see what we're getting. So you can see that we are getting user is already exist with either same username or email. So please try with a different username or email. Now I'm going to do here, so let's give a 2, and I'm going to give a 2 here, and this time I'm going to make the role as admin for this particular user, and let's do a send. Now you can see that user is now registered successfully. So this is, I just want to show you quickly. So if I refresh this page, you'll be getting now 3 users, because one user I just added in between, so that is the reason. So these 2 are the users, and then we have one user which is the admin user. So now this part is done. Now let's quickly see how we are going to implement our login controller functionality. So now let's minimize this, and I'll go to this login controller, and let's first try to understand that what are the things we need to do. Now as you have already remembered that while creating our model, we have kept our username and email both as unique. So while login, we can either give user to option to login as username and password, or you can also give us email password, right? So in this case, we're going to use username, but it doesn't make any difference. If your username field is not unique, in that case you need to keep email and password. Okay, so here whenever user will be login, so normally what will be the flow, right? We have discussed multiple times. Again, I'm going to repeat one more time. So in your UI side, you'll be having an email field or username field, whatever, and then you'll be having a mandatory password field, right? And then there will be a button, and on click of this button, you are going to pass these 2 information to your backend, and from where we'll be getting it, so we'll be getting from our request.body. So that is the first step. So first we are going to extract our username, and also we're going to get our password from where. So we'll do request.body. Okay, and once we'll get this, what will be our next step? So next step, you need to check whether this username is already exist in our database or not. As simple as that. For example, let's see if I go there and I try to log in with Sangam5, but you see there is no user with Sangam5. So what will happen if the user doesn't exist? So that means they will not be able to log in your website, right? So they needs to register first. So first we need to check this. So here we are going to check that first. Find if the current user exists in database or not. So we'll do const and we'll do user, and this will be await, and here we are going to use user model. And remember, we have this method which is called find one, and here we are going to pass what? We are going to pass this username. So I'm going to pass this username. So that means what it will check? It will check that if this user is already exist with this username is not with the username or not. So now if this user doesn't exist in your database, so simply return. So what are you going to return here? So return res.status of 400.json. We'll do success as false definitely, and message we are going to do invalid username or password, something like that. Okay, let's give invalid username, because if this user doesn't exist, okay, it's so fine. Or else better will be you can give also invalid credentials. I think that will be better. Now this is the first step. Now once this is done, what will be your next step? So these things you need to understand step by step. So first you check that, okay, if my user exist in my database or not. Then you need to check the user is entering a password in your front end, right? So let's say if you go here, this user is now currently has password. Sorry, not user, the password is stored as a hash password. But if you decrypt this, right, so what you'll get? You'll get 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Now currently it is in encrypted form. But when user will be log in from your front end, they will not type this, right? Definitely they are going to type 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. That means whatever user is typing while logging, you need to compare both the users. So the first one will be the user is typing that password with the password that is stored in your database. If both are getting matched, so that means your password is correct, or user whatever password they are entering in their form, that is correct. So that means this user is a valid user. So now we are going to check that if the password is correct or not. So here we are going to do const is, let's do password match. So this will be await. So we'll do bcrypt dot compare. So there is a method, so this will give you the compare that you want to compare. So we have a string that we need to pass and the hash. So what will be the string here? So this string will be this password that user is typing in their front end. So we're going to pass a password here, and then what will be the hash password? Hash password here you need to give this hash. This is nothing but the password that is stored in your database. Now you might think that, okay, now how we are going to get the password from the database? So that is the reason you can see that we are getting the current user. So what this user will give, this user.password is what? This user.password is nothing but the one that is stored in your database, correct? So here we are going to check if this password is matching with user.see, I'll do password. See, we are getting password, right? So if both are getting matched, so in that case this is a valid user. If this is false in any scenario, that means your credentials are invalid. So here also again we are going to return the same thing. Let's copy this and return it. Once this is done, now coming to the main thing. Now here what you need to do, very important. So now whatever we are going to do, right, we are going to create a token. So what token we are going to create? So whatever username and password that user have entered, based on that credentials, if the user have given correct credentials, so we will be creating a token based on that user information. So from where we'll be getting the user information? This user will hold all the information. So it will hold the ID which is the user ID. It will hold the username, email, password, role, and everything, right? So in that case, we need to create a token. So what that token we are going to use? We are going to use that token as a bearer token. So that is called a term that we called as bearer. So it's called BEARER, bearer token. What this bearer means, if you see the word, right, it means a bear. So what it bear the information or the credentials of that particular logged in users, and that we are going to store in a token, right? Now using that token we can do various things, right? So there are a lot of advanced topics, and these if I start explaining these things, right, it will be like 1 or 2 hours long. So what you can do, first of all, we can store that in our cookie, or else what you can do, you can pass that token back to your front end, and then in the front end you can store it in your session storage. And let's say there is a API that you need to call, and in that API you need to pass that token as a bearer token. So what you will do, either if you are storing that token in cookie, so you'll get that from cookie and then you will pass it, or else if you're storing in your session, so what you are going to do, you'll simply get the token from your session storage and pass it in your API, right? Something like that. But here first we need to create the token. So let's say how we are going to create the token. So now, because the password entered is correct, so we'll go to the next step. So we need to create our token. So we'll create user token. So for this one we are going to use this JSON web token. This is like one of the most used packages that we usually use. So here you can see that if you see the uses, right, so we will use this JWT. So this is the short form .sign method. So here you need to pass this payload, and this is very, very important. What this payload is nothing but this payload will be the payload of this user. So this user information, right? And here you can pass whatever information you need to pass. Then it will take a secret private key. Now if you search in Google, right, so you will get various options to create a JWT token. Now you can give whatever value you want. It's always better to give some good secret key here, and then there is some options or callback you can pass here. Now if you see, right, in the synchronous way, it will return the JSON web token as a string, and this string you can again pass back to your front end, and then you can do something else. Let's say, as I already mentioned, you can store in your cookie or in your session storage, whatever. First we need to install this. So let's go and copy this, and then I'm going to install it here. Okay, so this is done. Now I'm going to first import it here. So let's do const JWT, and this will require, so we need JSON web token. Okay, now we are going to create our access token. So we'll do const and we'll do access token. So we'll use this JWT dot sign, as I already mentioned. Now here you need to pass the user information. So what are the things we are going to pass here? So we will be passing all the user related information. So first I'll pass a user ID. So what this user ID will be, this user ID will be this current user, right? It's very, very important, this part. So here you need to get the user, and if I do dot, and you'll see that all the information you'll be getting. If I do ID, see you're getting this ID. So this ID is nothing but the user ID that you're getting from the MongoDB. Then I'm also going to store the username here. So this will be user.username, correct? And then I'm going to also store the role, which will be user.role. Now if you noticed, I'm not storing the password here, right? So it's only storing the username, user ID, and the role. Now what will happen, right? These will create access token in an encrypted form, or this JSON web token, and in that token will bear or hold all this information, this user ID, username, and role. So if you encrypt that, it will give you a JSON web token. If you again decrypt it, so you'll be getting all this information. Now here, as I already mentioned, if I hover right, you'll see that it will also take a JWT secret or private key. Now what I'll do, right, let's go to our env. For now I'm going to pass here JWT secret key. Now again I am passing here this the same. Now you can give whatever value you like. Okay, so now here we'll go, and then I'll pass here process dot env dot, we have JWT secret key, and after this we need to pass a expire value, like we can pass some options, right? So we will tell that okay, this token will be valid for let's say 15 minutes or 60 minutes or 30 minutes, whatever you can pass. So I'm going to pass a expires and I'm going to pass a 15 minutes. So now this will create a access token. Now what we are going to do, right, after this, let's do something like this. So here we don't have any other steps. Now I'm going to just simply do a res.status of 200. We'll do JSON, we'll do a success as true, and I'll do message as logged in successful, and I'm going to pass this let's do this access token. Let's pass this access token. So I'm passing back this access token. So let's think about this. So you have a front end and you are passing back this access token to your front end. Now again I will explain one more thing, that here we can also set it in our cookie, but for now first we need to understand the flow, right, and we need to check if it is working or not, as this is for complete beginners. So now let's recap one more time. So we are getting the field from our front end. Now again I'm mentioning this username can be email. It's up to you whatever you want to use. Find the current user. If the user is not present, return invalid credentials or invalid users, or user doesn't exist, whatever, right? Here let's return user doesn't exist, right? And after this we are going to, why this is coming, okay, let's do like this. So now we are checking that if the password is correct or not. If not, then again we are going to return invalid credentials. This is very important. And then we are going to create our token and we are returning the token back. Now let's save it. So now you are already logging and everything, passing, and in the auth routes you already have a login route. So now let's go to our postman and let's create one more request. I'll do login and user. So this will be a post. And let's copy this, and this will be slash login. We'll go to body, we'll go to raw, and I'm going to give the username. So I'm going to give the username of mine. So if you see right here, we are having this username, and remember what was the password. So the password was 12345678. okay, now let's do send. So we are getting success true, message is now logged in successful, and you are getting access token here. Now this access token will hold all the information that we are passing here, or we are storing in our this token. So this token that is generated there, it will hold this user ID, it will hold the username and the role of that particular user. So now you are a logged in user, so your login is successful. So what will be the next step? Now next couple of things will be very important. The first thing is that, remember we told you, right, that there will be two scenarios. If you are a normal user and you are trying to log in, so you'll be able to go to certain pages, not all the pages. But if you are an admin user, then only you'll be able to visit other pages as well as the admin pages. So we need to create some kind of authorization or role-based authentication, right? So that we are going to show in the next part. So what we need to do for that, we are going to create a middleware, and that middleware simply check what it will check. So it will check that if the current user is, first of all, it's authenticated user or not. That means if the user is logged in or not. And after that we are going to verify the token, right? So this token should return this information, as I already told you multiple times. And once this is done, then we are going to go to the next logic or next check, which will be that if the user has admin access or not. If yes, then only they will be able to get or access the admin pages, or else not. So this part we are going to do in the next section. Alright everyone, so now let's do one thing, right? So as I already mentioned that we need to create two more routes. So one will be our home route and second one will be our admin route. So let's go there and I'll go to my auth routes that we are having, right? So let's create two more routes. So I'm going to create home routes, and also I'm going to create one more which will be admin routes.js. Now in these home routes, the first I'll get Express. So I'll do require Express, and after this we are going to do like this. We'll do router dot get. So here I'm going to give, let's say this will be go to the /home route, and after this I'm going to simply take my callback. So here only I'm doing the logic because this will be pretty simple, and here I'm going to do a res.json, and let's say I want to pass message that welcome to the home page. Okay, and after this I'm going to just do a module dot exports, and this will be my router. But I think we need to create the router that we haven't created. So here I'm going to do const router. This will be express dot router. Alright, so this will be router dot get. Sorry about that, I didn't notice that actually. So first we created the express and then we created our router. So now we'll go to the home route and then we'll be showing this welcome to home page. Save it. So now let's go to our server.js, and I'm going to now copy this, and let's create one more. This will be my home routes, and we need to go to our /home routes. Okay, now here I'm going to just do, let's do API /home. I think we're already using home there, so we need to change something there. So I'm going to do a home routes, and let's go to home routes, and here I'm going to do /user info, something like that, or let's do a welcome route. Okay, so this will now go to /API /home and then /welcome. So this will get triggered. So now let's go there. I'm going to copy this, and now I'll create one more request, and let's do check welcome route. So this will be /API /home /welcome, and this will be a get, and I'm going to just send it here. So you're getting welcome to home page, right? Now what we need to check that if the user is not logged in, then also you'll be able to now access this page, right? So that I'm going to show you. So what we need to do here, if user is not authenticated, so I'm repeating these things again and again, in that case we need to somehow protect this route. So we need to show like, okay, you can't access this page because you are not currently logged in. So how we are going to do that? What will be the logic or concept that we need to apply? Now remember, we have the concept of middleware, right? That middleware can run on every request if you are creating that middleware in such a way that, and then it will trigger the next function, and then it will go to the next callback or next function it will call, and automatically this logic will be getting triggered. So what we are going to do, how we are going to protect this route with a middleware. So how this logic will work, right? So if you see here, right, in this router.get, here we can pass multiple handlers. See, this is actually is a spread, they're spreading the handlers. So you can pass multiple handlers, let's say handler 1, then handler 2, and then this last handler will get run. So what will happen, let's say this handler 1 is a middleware 1, this handler 2 is a middleware 2. So what you are telling that, okay, first you go to this route, then check if this handler 1 is successful or not, right? Then if it is successful, then only this handler 2 will be getting called. If it is successful, then this will be getting called, something like that. If something is failing here in this handler 1, so will not be able to get the response from this home page, right? So this is what we are going to do. So we're going to protect this route with a auth middleware, and that middleware will check if the user is currently logged in user or not. If not, so they will be getting a error message like, you currently can't access this page because you are currently not logged in. But if the user is already logged in, so in that case we are going to simply return this welcome message because you are already logged in, so you'll be able to see this home page. So let's quickly create that middleware step by step, and then we are going to use that middleware in this particular home route. So let's do that in the next section. I'll just quickly remove this. Alright, so let's quickly create the middleware. So I'm going to create one more folder here, and let's give this one as middleware, and I'm going to do here auth middleware.js. So this will be a simple function, so I'm going to give this one name as const authentication, or let's do this on auth middleware only. So this will be this will be simple function. Here we're going to do request response, and then definitely we need to call the next method here. So we'll get the next, and simply for now I'm going to just do console.log auth middleware is called, right? But it will work, no, right? So you need to pass this next method. So now I'm going to simply just do module dot exports and I'll pass this auth middleware. That's it for now. Now we'll go to our home routes and we'll get this auth middleware. So I'm going to do const auth middleware and this will be require. So we'll go to our middleware and then auth middleware. Now see what I'm going to do, right? For now we don't have any logic, but I'm going to pass this auth middleware as a handler here in middle, and I'm going to just save this normally. And now let's go there and let's quickly send it. So getting welcome to home page, but that is not the thing. I'll go to my node here. Let's go down. See, auth middleware is getting called. So every time we'll just call this or go to this route, this auth middleware will be getting called. Now see what will happen, right? When you are creating a front end, or let's say you're a backend developer or some front end guys are passing, so they will be passing this token that we have created while logged in as a headers. So they'll be passing as a bearer token, right? And that token you will be receiving, and you are going to check that, okay, if that token is a valid token or not. If it is not, that means what? The user is not authenticated. As simple as that. If the token is authenticated, or sorry, not authenticated, if the token is valid, so then this middleware will be a success. So it will come to this handler and then you'll be able to go to the home page. Now I hope this role-based authentication will be clear. Not role-based means how the main authentication or the route protection will work. This is not a role-based authentication definitely, so that we are going to do in the next part. But this is how you are protecting a particular route using a middleware. Now we are going to go to middleware and then we are going to start working on the logic. So what will be the first thing we need to do here? First we need to get our header. So we'll get our auth header. So we'll const auth header. So how we'll get it? So in this request, you remember header is one of the properties. So if you go here, right, and if you see there is a headers, and here we'll be getting this all the properties, like see there is a authorization here. So this request.headers of the authorization will give you the token that will be passing. If you go to authorization, right, and there is a bearer token, see this token we are going to pass. So now I'll simply go there and I'll do here request.headers, and I need the authorization property. So I'll do authorization. Okay, and now I'll do nothing. Simply I'm going to log this. So because we need to do step by step, because I know for some people this can be tricky. So now let's save it. Let's go there. Now I'll go here and let's go to login and user. I'll copy this token for now and I'm going to pass it in my bearer token. So I'll go to bearer token here and then I'm going to pass it here. See, it's already there. Okay, whatever. Sorry, I think it's not copied. So I'll copy this and I'm going to just pass it here. Now let's send it and I'm going to go here. You can see that what you are getting, very important. You are getting a bearer and there is a small space, right? And then you're getting the token. So now to get the token, what you need to do, you need to split it, right? So that is the reason. So I showed you this step, or else okay, from where this is coming. So now we'll simply get the token. So we'll do token. So this will be our auth header, right? So this auth header and auth header dot split, and this split we need to split with what? We need to split with this space. So we'll do space and then I'm going to take the first element, which will be this token, right? And this token is what? It will hold all the information of that particular user. Now if this token is not present, so what will happen? So we'll do not equals to token. That means user is an unauthenticated user. So we'll return a response.status of 401. Then we're going to do .json and I'm going to do a success will be what? It will be false, and message I'll show like access denied, no token provided, please log in to continue, something like that. This is fine. So now we'll save this and see what will happen. If I go here, right, and I'm going to just remove this, send it, see what is coming, right? Access denied. So it will not come there, because see why this is happening, because you see you are immediately returning from here, right? So it will never call that home page route, so you are protecting this route like this. So now till this part I think this will be clear. So once this is done, now we need to do what? Can you guess? So you need to now decode this token. Decode means to get the user information. So user information will be getting, so if we go to controller, right, this will hold all this information, the token I already mentioned previously. So now we'll take a try block, we'll take a catch, and here I'm going to take a error. Let's copy this, and I'm going to return a 500, and we'll return, do something like this same. Now in the try block we need to decode it, so for this one we're going to use our JWT. So we'll do JWT, which will be require, and this will be JSON web token, and we'll go there and we'll do const extract token, or let's do decoded token, and here we are going to do JWT, and this will give you this verify method, and using this verify method you'll be able to check if the token is valid or not. So here you can see that what you need to pass, you need to pass the token. Which token? This token you are getting here from this part, right, that we have discussed. So this will be our token, and then you need to pass the key, the secret key. And secret key, remember we have used this process .env dot, let me check what was the name. So we'll go there and let's copy this JWT secret key, and this secret key you need to pass here. So now this will automatically give you the decoded token info, if the token is a valid token. So here I'm going to just log this, okay, and then what I'll do, right, in my request I'm going to add this as a user info. So I'll do request.userinfo, and I'll pass this decoded token info, because this decoded token info will hold this information, user ID, user name and role, correct? And now what will be the next step? Can you guess? Please pause and try to find. Now you need to call the next method here, not there. So now we need to call the next method. So what next method will do? So we'll go there, and then now it will call this handler, because your auth middleware is now successful, so it will go to this handler. So now let's save it. Now first we need to check what is happening here, right? So we'll go there and let's try to pass the token. Okay, I'll just log in one more time, so it will generate one more token. Let's copy these and I'll pass it here, send it. So now we'll go there and see what you're getting. See, user ID, username, role, and these two are provided, but we need to focus on these things. So user ID you're able to get from the user ID that you stored while creating the token in the auth controller. Same for username and user role. See how simple is this, right? So now we'll go to auth routes, sorry, home routes, and here I need that user information. So how I'll get it? See, in the request user info I'm passing this, right? But you might think that, okay, why we need that user info? See, this is a very simple project, right? In a real project, when you'll be start practicing these things, or in a company you are working, you need to pass this information back to your front end, let's say. So front end needs to render the user information in the UI, so you need to pass it, right? So in that case, what we'll do, so simply you'll get your username, your user ID, and also what is the name, I'm not able to recollect, user ID, and also the role, and these will be getting from request dot user info. Now what is user info? User info is this user info that you are calling, right? And after this res dot, we are showing welcome to home page, and then I'll pass a user, and then I'll pass this, I'll pass this ID, which will be my user ID. Then I'll pass my username, and also I'll pass my role. So these three things I'll pass. Now let's save it. Now let's go there and let's try to send one more time. See what you got. Get it, right? So now this is working fine. So if you go to login user, I'll do 2 and then I'm going to send it one more time. I got one token. I'll copy this. Now again I'm repeating this token. We need to save in our variables and then we can use those variables, but first we need to check if it is working or not. Now if I send it, what will happen? Because that is a admin user, will should be getting the role as admin. This username will be Sangam2 and the ID will be related to that user. Send it. See, I hope this will clear the most of the things, like how the flow works, right? So now you're able to pass the bearer token, and using that token you're able to understand that okay, the user is now authenticated. If the user is authenticated, then only you're going to the home page, right? If I remove this, right, let's remove this, send it, so you'll not be able to access. Also you can try one more thing, right? Okay, let's do one thing. I'll go there, auth controller, and I'm going to make this on as, let's say, let's do a 0.1 minute, or let's do 1 minute. So I'm going to create a 1 minute of expired token. So I'll go there, login user, and I'm going to now send it. So it will create. Now this token will be valid for 1 minute. I'll copy this and I'll send it here. So we're getting this Sangam2 and the admin, that is correct, but we need to try it one more time after 1 minute and we need to check if it is working or not. Okay, now in the meantime we can do one thing, and that will be, so we need to go to our admin route now. So in the admin route, now again we need to create the simple logic. So first we'll start with the simple one. So first I'll need my Express. So this will be require Express, and after this I'm going to create the router. So this will be Express dot router, and here I'm going to simply for now I'll do router dot get. So this will be welcome only, I'll give, and then I'm going to pass the request response, and I'll do res dot status, or let's just send it JSON, and I'm going to pass here message, and I'll do welcome to the admin page. Alright, so now I'm going to just do module dot exports, and this will be my router. Save this. So now let's go there. First I'm going to send it once again. See what happened. So this token is now actually not working, right? So this token is now actually expired. So that is the reason you are getting this. But if I go there and send it one more time, and let's now copy this and I'll pass it, send it. So now you're getting. So this is the only part I want to show you, but I'll now go to my auth controller and I'll change this on to 30 minutes for now. But now let's go to our admin route, and this admin route we have already created, so we need to now use this in my server.js, correct? So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to do this one as admin routes. So this will be admin routes, and here I'm going to do app.use, this will be /admin, and this will be my admin routes. So now let's go there and test it. So we'll do add request. So we'll do admin, check admin route, check admin welcome route. Okay, logic, and then I'm going to pass it here. This will be /admin /welcome, and I'm going to simply send it. So getting welcome to admin route, that is fine, but because we haven't protected, right? Now this admin routes, okay, why it is coming like that? Let me check one more thing quickly. Okay, we are creating this. I think this is fine. Now what we need to do, we need to give 2 layers of protection. Now why, you might think the first thing will be in the admin route. First we need to check if the user is authenticated or not, and how we are going to check it, that is pretty simple. We just need to use this auth middleware here. We just need to pass it. So go there. So now I'm going to just copy this and I'm going to just pass it here and then simply pass this as a handler. Now I'm pretty sure I don't have to explain also. So getting one layer of protection here. So first check if it is valid or not, and then only based on this you are going to go to the admin node. If you now go there and let's try to send it, see what will happen. You're not able to access this because you haven't passed any bearer token here. So now I'm going to log there, and then here I'm going to having my, if you notice, right, this is my admin username, but now I'm going to use my normal user, and I'm going to send it and create one token. Now remember this point that I just explained. So I'm going to copy this and go here. Now I'm going to select bearer token and I'm going to just pass it here. Now definitely it will work. We're getting welcome to admin route, but now the trick, now the role-based authentication will come. So here you can see that normal user also able to access the admin route, but that is not the case, right? So we need to give one layer of extra protection here. So what we'll do, right, for now I'm going to just create here. So we'll create one middleware, or let's do one thing, right? Or let's go there and I'm going to create one more middleware here. I'll do admin middleware.js. So here we are going to simply just do let's create const is admin user. So this will be request, response, and next. Now here we simply needs to check that if the current user role is not admin user, then only we are going to return an error. So look, if this request dot user dot role, if this is not equal to admin, so we'll simply return res dot status of 403, and we'll do a JSON of success will be false and message will be access denied, admin rights required. So this is the first thing. If this is correct, then we'll simply call what? We're going to call the next. That's it. And now I'm going to just do a module.export. So do module.exports. Now these points I'm not now explaining because we've already done multiple times. So here I'm going to do is admin user. So now let's save this. Now I know in one point you will be confused, that also I'm going to explain. So we'll go to admin routes. Now I'm going to first get it. So const admin middleware, and this will be require. So let's go to middleware and admin middleware. Now I'm going to pass this admin middleware as an extra protection here. So I'm giving this one. If you see the sequential way, right? So here I'm calling first auth middleware and then admin middleware. Now this will be clear that from where you'll be getting these request.user. Can you guess? Sorry, I think I missed something. This will be request.userinfo because we are passing request.userinfo from our middleware. Sorry, so this will be request.userinfo, right? So because we are calling auth middleware first, so auth middleware will call the next method, and in the request will be having the user info, right? So that is the reason you are able to get this user info from this auth middleware, and after this we are calling this admin middleware. Now let's save it. Let's go there and try to send one more time. See what happened? Nice, right? So now you are actually protected by two middlewares. So first one is checking if the user is authenticated or not. Second one is checking if the user has admin rights or not. So this user is a normal user token, so you don't have the admin rights, so it will not work. Now I'll go to login and user. I'll give Sangam 2 and I'll send it, and I'm going to copy this access token and I'm going to pass it here. Now let's see, awesome, right? So now you're able to see the admin page. So this is the complete flow of how your registration and login works, how you can create token using JWT token, how you can use bcrypt.js to hash your password, to compare both the passwords, how you can create auth middleware, how you can protect route using this logic, and also how you can use multiple handlers, and based on that you can create role-based authentication. So these all part is now completed. So now what will be our next step? Next step, I'll give you one simple task. If you worked with any UI framework, it has to be only like React, like everyone is React like that. It's nothing like that. It can be JavaScript, it can be jQuery, it can be Angular, Vue, Svelte, whatever you want to use. Try to create a very simple project and then try to communicate. Now I will create one simple part where I'm going to show you that how you can connect your front end with back end, but I'm pretty sure that you will be knowing this part if you have some idea on the front end, because it is not that much difficult, right? So my homework to all of you will be create one simple register page, create one simple login page, and then try to implement this logic with your front end, right? And then see if you are able to protect this route or not. Because this is not a front-end course, if you want to know this logic, I already have a React full course, you can check there. So that is the reason I'm focusing more on backend, but these points are very important, and these you'll not able to understand only when you'll be practicing all this, right? So now this basic authentication part is done. So next we will be moving to another very important section, and that is how to work with file upload. So we're going to implement image upload. We will be using Multer and Cloudinary, and we will be using this project only. And you may ask me why. The reason is because in this one we have a role-based authentication, right? So what we are going to do, normal user can only get the list of images, so they can only see the images. Only admin user can upload an image. I hope you're getting. So that is a role based, right? So that we are going to implement from the next section. Alright everyone, so now it's time to implement file upload functionality, right? So for this one we are going to use two of the most used packages or libraries, you can say. The first one is called Multer, and the second one, to upload and store our images, we are going to use Cloudinary, right? So what this Cloudinary does is, so we are going to use this Cloudinary Node SDK. So it allows simply to integrate your application with Cloudinary, and in this way we are going to upload all the images or videos, whatever assets you are having in your application. And what this Multer does, so this is simply a Node.js middleware for handling multipart or form data, right? Which is mainly used for uploading files. So we're going to see with a practical example, and for this one we will be using that example only, that for a normal user, whenever they will logged in, they'll be able to fetch the list of images, but they can't upload it. Only a admin user can upload an image. Now if you see, right, currently I logged in with a admin user, so admin user can access this admin route. Okay, so first we need to understand that how we are going to form our this image upload model. So whenever you will be working with any upload functionality, always I'm mentioning this point is very important. You need to first take some time, and first you need to decide that what are the properties that you will be having in that file upload or image upload or video upload schema. So in this case we will be having an image URL. So what the flow will be like this. So for example, let's say you are having a front end, and in the front end you'll be having something like upload image, right? So this is the how normal process will work. So you'll click on upload image, you'll select the image, and then we are going to call our Cloudinary. So Cloudinary will be integrated in our backend, so this will give us some ID and everything, so that we need to configure. So once the image or video or whatever asset that you'll be having, that will be uploaded in Cloudinary, Cloudinary will give you a public ID or a specific ID for that asset, right? Or you can say that one as asset ID, and that asset ID, and also Cloudinary is going to give a URL. So let's say you are uploading an image, so that URL we are going to store in our MongoDB, right? So this is the whole flow. So first you select something in your front end, right? You'll upload that to Cloudinary. Cloudinary will give you the image URL or uploaded URL and the public ID, which is nothing but your asset ID, and that you are going to store in your MongoDB, right? So this is the whole flow. So first we'll go to our VS Code. Let's go to our models, and I'm going to create a image.js file. Alright, now I'll just close everything else. So first we need to decide once again that what are the things we will be having in our schema, right? So first I'll do const, and I need Mongoose, so I'll do require, and I need Mongoose here, and then I'm going to take const, and let's do this one as image schema. So this will be new mongoose.schema, and here we will be having a URL, the first thing. Now what will be this URL? This URL will be your image URL that we are going to upload in our Cloudinary, and that we are going to store back to our MongoDB. So this URL will be a type of string, and this required will be true, means this is a mandatory field that we need to pass. And after this we also will be having our public ID. Now this public ID, for now it will be little confusing, but we are going to see what exactly this public ID is, right? So for now I'm going to do this one as public ID. Okay, so this also will be a type of string, and also I think okay, this is not required, so this will be type of string, and for this one also I'm going to do required as true. And after this we are going to do a uploaded by, means which user is currently uploading this image. So here I'm going to use Mongoose schema, and I'm going to use the types, and I'll use the ID or object ID, and here I'm going to refer our user model. Now this part will not be able to understand, but don't worry, because we will be discussing this advanced concept of Mongoose and MongoDB in the next section. So here what we are doing, simply we are referring the user, that which user is currently uploading that particular image, and that we are going to store in this uploaded by. This also we are going to keep as required will be true. Alright, and after this we need to give our timestamp as true. So this will be timestamp will be true. Okay, and after this we'll just do mongoose.model, and I'm going to give the collection name as image, and I'm going to store my image schema. So now this part is done. So we have created the image. Now we know that okay, what are the things we need to save while uploading an image. But now comes the second thing. First we need to upload that image to Cloudinary, but we don't know anything how to use Cloudinary, correct? So first let's go there. So this is the website you need to go, and now definitely you can simply log in with your Google. So I'm going to just do that. So let's click here login. Let's do login with Google. I'll select this, continue. So it will go to your Cloudinary console, so where you'll be able to see all your credentials. So what are the credentials? I mean is basically that you need all the IDs and everything. So first of all we need to install it. So I'm going to just copy this, npm install Cloudinary, and let's go to the second terminal, and I'm going to just paste it. And now I'll go to view API keys. You can see that. So you need to go here, and we need these things like crowd name, API key, API secret. Now I'm noticing every time is that whatever videos I'll be creating, you all will be using my credentials. Sometimes I'll get this kind of email or notification. Please don't do this. Just simply create an account. It will not take much time. And after this, once we'll do that, we need to just import it from Cloudinary, and the config will be very simple. So it will be cloudinary.config. You need to pass the cloud name, API key, and API secret. Now if you see, all of this will be getting here, right? So now we have already installed. So now let's go to our env file, and then I'm going to just create all this env, right? Because we need all of these environment variables. So I'm going to do this one as, let's do this one as Cloudinary cloud name. Then we need Cloudinary API key, and then we need Cloudinary API secret. I'll go there and I'll copy all of this. Let's copy this, and also I'm going to copy the secret, save it, and now let's go to our root, and then I'm going to create, let's create a config. So we are going to create a Cloudinary config file. So I'm going to go here. Remember I told you that either you can create config or we can also create helpers, but this will be a config, right? So we are going to name the folder name as config, and here I'm going to create Cloudinary.js. So now first we need to import it. So I'll do const Cloudinary, and this will be, we first need the package. So I'm going to import Cloudinary, and if you see, we need to import this version 2. So here I'll go there and dot, and you can see that we are getting this v2. Now here you just do simply Cloudinary. This will eject a method which is config, and you need to pass all these. So first you need to pass a cloud name, Next you need to pass a API key, and then you need to pass a API secret. So here we are going to use process, right, because we are already using process.env dot, and we need to use this cloud name. I'll copy this and I'll paste it 2 times. So this will be Cloudinary API key, and this will be API secret, right? And then don't forget to export this. So we're going to do module.exports, and this will be Cloudinary. And this is as simple as that. This is very simple. Now once we'll create this Cloudinary, what I told you, right, that we need to basically first upload that to our Cloudinary storage. So we go here, right, we'll be getting this media library. If I go here, I already have some of the images that I uploaded for other projects, so you'll get all of this uploaded file here. So you can see that I have some images. I don't know, see, some other people actually using this. See, you can see that I don't know from where these all are coming. So that is the reason I'm telling that please don't use this, right? Just create your own and then try to use all of this. But anyway, that's fine. So now let's go there, and then what we are going to do now, I'm going to create another folder, and now I'm going to give this one name as helpers, because these will be our Cloudinary helpers, where we are going to write the logic. So here let's give this one name as Cloudinary helper. So do Cloudinary helper.js. So here first we need to import this Cloudinary config, because this config we needed, right, all of these. So here I'll go there and I'll do const Cloudinary, and this will be require, and here I'll go to our config, and then I'll import the Cloudinary. Now here first I'll create a method, and this will be const upload to Cloudinary. So this will be a async method, and what this will receive, right, this will receive the file that we are going to upload. Okay, so usually it will receive a file path. So I'll take this file path as input, and then I'll take a try catch block. So I'll do try catch. So this will be error, and I'll do a console.error, that error while uploading to Cloudinary, and we're going to log the error. And after this I'm going to throw a new error. So let's do a throw new error, and we'll just throw this. Let's copy this and we'll paste it here. Okay, and then we're going to do a module.exports, and we'll do this one as upload to Cloudinary. So named export we can do, the reason because we can have multiple helpers here. And in the try block we need to now upload it. So uploading will be very simple. If you go here, let's see that how they are doing. So you can see that they are doing this await cloudinary.uploader.upload. This is the method, and here they are passing this URL or path, whatever you want to pass, and based on that you'll be getting the result. As simple as that. It's very simple. Now I'll go there. Alright, so here we'll simply do const result. So we'll use await, and we're going to call this Cloudinary, and then this will give you uploader and then upload method, right? And here we need to pass this file path. Now what will be the result, correct? So let me just quickly show you. So if you go here, right, and see, this is how the response will look. So you can see that we are having asset ID, and also you're having a public ID. Now this is very important. This we are going to store it, because let's say in future you want to update the resource, or let's say you want to delete the asset or image, you need this public ID, right? Because whenever you'll upload a image to Cloudinary and then you'll get the URL back, and then you are uploading that URL to MongoDB. So if you only delete it from MongoDB, that is not the case, right? So you also need to delete from Cloudinary, then you can delete that URL from MongoDB in both the places. Or else it's like from your database the asset is not there, but it's still present in your Cloudinary storage. So you'll be getting this public ID and all the other things. You can see that there is also a resource type, which is image, and then you'll be getting this URL and secure URL both. So these two things we actually need in our case, right? as simple as that, because we are going to create. Now here this result, we are going to return two things. So let's do a return. So I'm going to do a result, URL will be this result dot, and you can see that we are having this secure URL, and then we will be getting a public ID, right? So this will be result dot public ID. So these two things we needed, as simple as that. So now our helper is also done. So now whenever we will be uploading an image, we need to first call this helper, correct? This will upload to your Cloudinary storage, and it will give you this URL and public ID. Now if you go to the model, it will be clear. Now this URL we are going to store in this schema or in your collection along with this public ID. So now we need to create a controllers. So we'll do step by step. So now let's go there, and then we're going to create a image controllers, right? And now again, you can give this on a storage controllers or whatever. You can also play with, let's say I'm using image, you can also try with video, and that is how you learn. It's not like whatever I'm teaching you, that is the end of the world, what I'm trying to say. Like, so there are a lot of things we are not touching in this video because this is only for beginners. I'm repeating this point again and again. I will definitely create a part 2 of this. But if I am teaching image upload, it's not like you only need to learn image upload. You can try by yourself some other things. Let's say try videos, try multiple images, right? At the end the concept will be same. So here this will be image controller.js, and here I'm going to create our first controller. So first let's import our model here, right? So you need image, and I'm going to do require, and let's go to our models and then image, right? Now I'm going to create our upload image controller. So we'll do upload image. So this will be async method. So we'll get our request response, and first I'll take a try catch, right? So let's log the error, and after this I'm going to do res.status of 500 .json. So I'll do success as false, and message also something went wrong, please try again. All right, so here the first thing we need to check this request. So whenever we'll be uploading, let's think of this scenario, right, that we have discussed, that if you're uploading an image from your front end, so you're going to pass that image path, correct, or the file data from your front end to back end. So this request object will contain that file, right? But if the file is missing, so in that case we need to return error. So that we are going to check that check if file is missing in request object. So do if not equal to request dot file. So here we are going to return res dot status of 400.json, and here I'm going to do a success as false, and then I'm going to do, okay, let's remove this, and I'm going to do a message as that a file is required, please upload an image. So this if the file is missing. Once if this is not missing, then we are going to upload this to Cloudinary. So upload to Cloudinary, and here I'm going to do const, then we'll get something that we are going to discuss. So I'm going to call await, right? And then remember we have created this Cloudinary upload to Cloudinary helper. So this we are going to import in this file. So I'm going to do const get this from, so we'll do require, and I'll go to helpers, and then we'll go to Cloudinary helper, and here we need our upload to Cloudinary, correct? So I'm going to call this, so we'll do upload to Cloudinary, and remember, sorry, this will be upload to Cloudinary, and remember this will need a file path. What will be the file path? So it will be request.file, and this will have a path, and what this will return, so this will return this URL and the public ID. So I'm going to copy this, so we'll get this URL, and also I'm going to get the public ID. So these two things we are going to get. Once we'll get this, now what it's very simple, right? So now we are going to store this in our MongoDB database. So now once the upload is completed, now store the image URL and public ID along with the uploaded user ID in database. So here we are going to do const new image, we'll do newly uploaded image. So this will be new image, right? Image is our model, so this image, and here we are going to pass all of this. So we'll pass our URL because this is the first thing we need to pass. We're going to pass our public ID and also we'll pass the uploaded by. Now this part I'm going to discuss that what we are doing here. So uploaded by will be request dot, I'll tell you why, okay? Now don't worry that from where it is coming, because all of this will be interconnected and I'm going to explain each and everything that what you have done. First I'll go to my middleware once. Middleware means my auth middleware, and we'll see that what we are passing. So we're passing a user info, correct? So here I'll do request dot user info dot, now let's go to our auth controller, and what this user info has, user ID. I'll tell you what we are doing, okay? This part. So now this will store all of this, and then we're going to call await, and I'll do newly created image dot save. So I'm going to call this, and this will store in our database. And now I'm going to do res.status of 201, and I'm going to do .json. So in this case now success will be true and message will be image uploaded successfully. And I'm going to use my image, and I'm going to pass this newly created image, sorry, newly uploaded image, and this part is now done, okay? So now first I'm going to export it. So I'll do module dot exports, and this will be upload image. Now till this part is done, now what will be our next step? So we created our Cloudinary config, we created Cloudinary helper, created image model, and also the controller. So now we need to create the routes, correct? So we'll go to routes, and let's create an image routes.js. So here the first thing what we need to do, so the first here we need our express. So we'll do const express, this will be require express, and then I'm going to create the router first because I always forget this part. So we'll do express dot router, and I'm going to do module dot exports, and this will be router. So this part is done. Now first of all we need to check something, right? So while we'll upload a image, so here we'll be having two URL, right? Two endpoint or route. One will be to upload the image, and one will be to get all the images. Now here we are going to do upload image. How upload image will work? Now it's this, from this point it will be very important, so you need to give more attention here. So I'm going to do router, and this will be a post method, and let's give this one name as /upload. The first thing we need to do, we need to pass multiple middlewares here, and it's very important. What will be the first middleware? Now let's go to our admin routes, right? Now if you see that we are passing this auth middleware, and then we are passing this admin middleware. Now I already told you, right, that each and every time a middleware function will be getting called, next function will be getting called once the middleware will execute, and it will call the next function. So once auth middleware will be getting called, it will pass the data whatever this auth middleware is returning. So you'll be able to access that data in your admin middleware, right? Let's say there is one more middleware after this, so this middleware will be able to access data from both the middlewares, correct? Something like that. Now here what we are going to do simply, okay, let me just undo this. First I'm going to pass, or we are going to protect this upload image route. So I'm going to first get our authentication middleware, right? So we need to get this. So we'll go to our admin routes, and I need this auth middleware and admin middleware both. So I'm going to copy this, and let's paste it here. So I'll pass it, So this will be auth middleware, and then this auth middleware will also pass the user information, and this admin middleware will do if the user is admin user or not. So I'll pass admin middleware. Okay, so this is done. Now what we're going to do, right, we'll be using this Multer middleware. Now let's say you have some kind of requirement that you need to store your images locally also. Now this Multer will give you a lot of properties, so some of the properties we are going to see how we are going to use this. But first let me just quickly install it. So let's copy it from here, and then I'll just pass it and install it quickly. So first, because we are doing a single image upload, so we need to create some middleware that will handle this image upload functionality. So we'll go there. So let's go to our middleware, and I'm going to create image, or let's do upload middleware.js. Now first thing, we need Multer. So I'm going to get Multer, which will be require Multer, and also I need a path. Now these things we have already discussed, so I need the path module. So I'll do require path. Alright, now after this, first we need to set our Multer storage. Alright, now how we are going to create the storage. Now let's go there in the documentation, and let's see the disk storage, right? So you have disk storage. Now if I go below, so you can see that it is telling that this disk storage will give you full control on storing file to disk, right? So you need to pass a destination, that in which folder you want to create or upload your images, and also there is a file name method, right? And then you are going to create the storage based on this. Now first go there, and let's do const storage, and this will be Multer. We are going to use disk storage, and here, as I already told you, we need to pass destination, right? In which folder we need to create it. So here this will be function. So here let's see what it is giving, right? So this will give you the request object, a file that you are uploading, and a callback function. So right, so here we are going to get the request, get the file and this function, and now I'm going to just call this. And here you see one thing is very important, that it is telling that which path I want to upload that. So here let's pass null, and let's say I want to upload in my uploads folder. So in my root file, in this root project, I'm going to create a upload folder. So let's give uploads. Now it's very important, this should be there, right? We need to make sure that this directory is exist. So there is upload folder. Now I'll tell that, okay, I want to upload all my images in this upload folders. So I'll do uploads and give slash. Now let's quickly check the spelling once. So you have uploads, this is fine. Now after this, we are going to use a file name method, which will be again function. So we'll do request file, and then here we'll simply call this, and we need to create. So let me just quickly show you. I'll search for file name. So you can see that here this is used to determine that what the file should be named inside the folder, right? So here you can give some unique values, like for example you can append some current date with the file name, something like that also we are going to do. So first, how we are going to create this, right? So let's give, first we'll take our file. So this file will give you a field name. So you can see that we have a field name, and then I want to append with this, let's say hyphen, and I want to add my date. So we'll do date.now, and then I want to extract the path. So we'll do path.extension name, and then we're going to pass the original name here. So we'll do file.original name. So now this will create that file name, unique file name, and this file will be stored inside these upload folders. I hope you are getting. Now this is done. So storage you have now created. Now you're going to check, we'll add some file filter function here. So here we'll create const check file filter. So this will be request file, and here we're going to simply check. So let me just show you. So here you can see that this will give you this MIME type of the file. This we are going to use to check that whether it should accept image files if you're uploading videos. So you can, based on that, you can add those properties. So here I'm going to take if this file that we are having dot MIME type dot starts with, so it's only starts with image, and here we are going to call this and we'll pass this one as true. That means this is successful, else we need to throw some error. So we'll do new error. Now this, why I'm not explaining, because these all are plain JavaScript concepts, right? How you can throw error and everything. So we can give like this is not an error, not an image, please upload only images, right? So this we are checking that it would say image or not. And now we need to create our middleware. So I'm going to create my Multer middleware, because this middleware we are going to use in our routes, because in our routes we already have protected the routes, and also we are checking if the user is admin user or not. So here I'm going to create my Multer middleware, right? So here I'll do module dot exports. So this will be Multer, and here we need to pass. So let me just quickly show you. So we will be having some storage. So you can see that we are having this storage, and also we can pass, just 1 minute, we need to check, that is I'm checking the limits. So there will be some property, this one. So you can see that what options we can pass. So it normally accepts a object, right, where you can pass the storage, like where to store your files. So this we have already created our storage. Then it will accept file filter, like which files are accepted. This also have created. This is our file filter. And at the end there is a limits, that what will be the maximum uploaded limit. If it crosses, so it will give you some error or something, it will block you to upload. So now I'm going to create it. So first we need to pass the storage, right? So this will be the storage. So here I'm going to pass storage, which will be our storage, this storage that we are having. Then we are having the file filter, which is our this check file filter. And then we are going to pass the limits, and I'm going to pass limits file size. I will do 5 MB. So here I'll do 5 into 1024 into 1024. So this will be a 5 MB file size limit. Okay, so now this will create our Multer middleware. So I hope you are getting what are the steps that we have done here. Now we'll go back to our image routes. So let's go there, and here what we are going to pass, we are going to pass this Multer middleware also, right? So here we are going to first, let's import it. So we'll do const, we'll do upload middleware. This will be require, and here we need to go to middleware and we'll go to upload. Now after this we'll just come here and then we'll pass it. So we'll do upload middleware dot. So here you can see that we'll be getting this and any array fields, all of this, because we are uploading single. So I'll pass that this will be single, and I want to only upload image. Okay, this will be image. And at the end, once all of this is done, now we are going to use our middleware, which not middleware, the controller, which is this upload image controller, right? So now I'm going to go there and let's import it. So do const upload image. Now if you are confusing, you also can give this on MS controller. Sorry, I think we need to import it in, that is a named export. So let me change the name. It's a named export, so I'll just save it. I'll go there. So first let me just go to that path. So I'll go to controllers, image controller, and this will be upload image controller. And then we're going to pass this upload image controller here. All right, and this is done. Now let's save it. Now let's go through all the steps one by one, that how it is happening, right? So first thing, remember I told you that this part we will discuss how this is coming, this request.userinfo. Now if you notice, this image controller is actually at the end, and before that we are running multiple middlewares. So this auth middleware will return the user info. Remember, we are storing the user info in token, and this user info we will be able to access in our controller, correct? So now if you go to image controller, so that is the reason you are getting this request.userinfo.user id, and the reason is because we are passing this auth middleware. Then we are checking if the user is admin user, then we are uploading a single file, and at the end we are storing that image in our database. Now let's go to our server.js, and I'm going to copy this. Now let's create, so const I will do upload image routes. This will be require, so we'll go to routes, and this will be image routes. Now I'll go there, let's copy, or let's do app.use. So here we'll do /API/image, and then we're going to pass this upload image routes. And I think till this part this is done. I think there shouldn't be any error. Let's see if there are any error or not. Alright, there is no error. Now it's time to start testing it. So now let's go there. I'm going to go to login user. I'll create a new token. Now token is created. So now I'll go there, and let's check this if it is working or not. Okay, now I'm going to create one new request, and I'll do upload an image. So this will be a post. Let's copy this. So this will be /API/ I think it will be image, right? So let me quickly check image, and then we need to use the upload. So image/upload, we need to go to, okay, first we need to get our token, and then go there. First I'll just send it. Let's see what is happening. So we don't have any token, so first we need to provide the token. So we'll go to bearer and pass this token and send it. Now let's see what is. See, now you're getting file is required, please upload an image, and this is coming from your controller. So there is no file. I'll go there, and then we'll go to body, and then you need to go to this form data, right? And here you need to pass the key. So let's give this one as image. This will be a file, and then we're going to select some files. So now let's select this one, and let's say I want to upload this image, and let's open this, and now let's send it, and let's see if we are getting any error or not. Let's wait for some time. Awesome, fantastic, it is done. So now we are getting true, image is uploaded successfully, and you are getting the URL, public ID, uploaded by ID. This is the ID created and updated at. If you go there, let's go to MongoDB, and now I'll go to images. So there is URL, ID, and public ID. It's working, right? Awesome. And if you notice, this uploaded by is nothing but the user ID, right? This is the user ID of that particular user. And if I go to this A74, let's go to users. So you can see that A74, this is Sangam2, and this is an admin user, correct? Now if I try to go there, I'll go to login. I'll give only this, send it. So this is a normal user. I'll go copy this, go to uploaded image, authorization, and I'm going to now just simply replace this with this and send it. What? Fine, right? It's working fine. Awesome. So you're getting admin rights are required, so you can't access it until unless you are admin. So now this is the whole process. So now let's go through all of this one by one. So first, what we have done, first we created our model, that what are the things we needed. Then we created our Cloudinary config. Then we created the helper which will upload it in our Cloudinary. Then we created our controllers. So in the controllers we'll be getting this URL and public ID once we'll upload, and then we're storing. Then we go to routes, we protect the route using auth middleware, admin middleware, and we use this Multer to upload the image. Now if I go there and let's go to upload, see there is the image, and if I click here, this will be that image which we uploaded. Awesome, right? Now I'll show you one very interesting thing, very important, and that is, let's say you don't want to, once you'll save this, you want to remove this file from your local machine. So how you are going to do that? So for this one, simply go to your controller and import file system. So this will be require fs, and once you'll upload it, right, save, and then I'm going to do, let's say, delete the file from local storage. So I'll do fs dot unlink sync, and then I'm going to do request dot file dot path. So now let's save it. Now let's go there, go to login, let's log in with admin user, send it, copy this, go there, replace this, go to body, and then I'm going to just remove this and select different. Let's use this one, open, and I'm going to send it. So you're getting uploaded successful. If you go there, right, let's go here. See, there is only one image. You notice there is that previous image, but that new image is not uploaded here. That is because we are removing it after uploading. So you can use this unlink sync to remove that from the local. But if you remove this, right, if I remove this line, let's save it, and let's try to use a different image. Let's say this one, open, and then I'm going to send it. So this is done, and if you go there, right, let's go to, see there is another image is uploaded now. Fine, right? Awesome. So now this is all about the complete flow, how you can do upload, and also how you can protect so that only admin user can upload, right? If you remove this line from here, then anyone can upload. So that is the reason we are protecting using this middleware. So now in the next part we are going to implement how we can fetch all the images that we have uploaded. So let's do that in the next part. Alright everyone, so now let's start creating our controller for getting all the images, right, or fetching all the images. So here we'll do fetch images controller. So let's do async, and let's do a try and catch, and let's log it here. Now one thing, while you'll be fetching, right, so it will be pretty simple, but you need to keep one thing in mind, is that only users who have authenticated, they only will be able to access these images, or else not. But while uploading the images, that time we have given two layers of security. Like first you need to authenticate, as well as you need to be an admin user, both. So here we'll do const, and I'll do images. So we'll do await, and I'll do image dot find, right, and now this will give you all the images, and I'm going to simply images, then I'll simply do here res.status of 200.json, and let's do a success as true, and data I'm going to pass the images. That's it. So for now this will be this much simple. Now let's copy this and let's pass it here. Now let's go to our image routes. So now we need to import it. So do fetch images controller, and now here we are going to simply do router.get, and I'll do get, and I'm going to pass this fetch all controller. Now will this work? No, right? Because if you do like this, then anyone can access the images. So what we need to do, we need to protect this route, and for this one we are going to pass our auth middleware, and this part we have multiple times discussed that how it will work. Now let's go there, and then I'm going to create one more request, and let's do fetch images list, or let's do fetch uploaded images. Now we'll go here and let's copy this, and we'll pass it. The first thing you see, if I go do get and then send this request, so you can see that we are getting access denied, correct? And that this makes sense. So now let's do one thing. Let's go to register an user, and I'm going to create one more user here, John1, and we'll keep role user, and I'll send it. So now user is registered successfully, and I'll go to login and user, and then we'll get the token. So now I'm going to copy this, and let's just go to authorization, select bearer, and then I'm going to just pass it and send it here. And now you can see that we are getting all the images, right? And this is fine. So now with this, I'm pretty sure you will be able to create basic level of authentication and authorization, how you can protect routes and everything. Now one thing I want to mention is that, see, this is not the everything that we have covered in this particular section. There are a lot of things. Believe me, if this video will be like more than 10 hours of length, and if I need to create a video on authorization and authentication, I can create complete video of 10 hours on this particular topic only. Now you can understand that how many topics we haven't covered, and the reason is because we can't cover everything in one single video, right? I'm going to create a separate video that will take some time, but I'm pretty sure I will definitely going to upload that also. But if you're a beginner, this part is more than enough. So what will be your homework from this particular section, right? See, again, I'm repeating, you need to create all of these projects once again without watching the video. Try to implement a register logic, try to do a login page, get the token, and try to protect some routes. And now again, you no need to do the same way that I have done. You can apply your own logic and try to do by your own. So with this, the part 1 of this project is done. So what will be the next step here? So next we are going to implement couple of functionality. The first thing we need to do here, and that is if you see the admin user can upload an image, right? So we are going to also implement a delete image functionality. Now when we'll be deleting a particular image, only the user who have uploaded the image, they can only delete it, or else not, right? The second thing we are going to implement will be implementing a change password functionality. So user will be able to change their password. Alright, and then we also will be implementing some sorting and pagination logic while fetching the images. So these three things we are going to implement in the next section. So first we'll start with the first logic, which will be, or first functionality, which will be change password. So let's start working on that particular section. Alright everyone, so now let's go to our auth middleware, and now I'm going to create, sorry, not middleware, we need to go to auth controller. So now let's create one more controller here, and this will be change password. Now we need to also understand that how this change password functionality will work. Now again, whenever you'll be doing any functionality, you need to visualize that from a UI perspective, like how these things will work in the front end, and then how you'll be getting the data, and based on that you are going to implement the functionality. I hope you are getting right. See how change password will work. See, whenever you are going to change the password, you need to be authenticated user. That means without authentication you can't access your user page, right? So you need to log in, and then only you'll be able to change the password. So first we need to take a try, and we'll do a catch, and now let's log here, and I'll make this one E. Now the first thing what we need to do, first we need to get our user ID. This is very important, and that user ID we will be getting from our authentication middleware, because as I already told you that you have to be logged in to change the password. So let's get our user ID first, and this you will be getting from where? If you remember, let's go to our, okay, I think it will be here only. See, you are passing this user ID in our access token, and if you go to our auth middleware, you'll see that you are passing this user info. So user info dot user ID will give you the current user ID, right? So here you need to do request dot user info dot user ID. So this will give you the current user ID. So how we are going to do it? The first thing, we need to get our old password and the new password. So first you need to enter your old password. See, normally the website will work like that, right? So you need to enter your old password, and then you'll be giving your new password, and based on that you are going to change it. Now here we are going to do that extract old and new password. right? And here we are going to do const and we'll do old password. Now again, one very interesting thing, when you'll be passing these two things from the front end, right? So you need to, you will be typing something in your front end, and you'll be giving the new password and the old password. What you need to manage from front end is that, let's say your old password and the new password both are same. So in that case, you need to manage that validation from your front end. Obviously you can do that in the backend also, but that is not that much big deal, so you can handle it. So let's say you are creating a React project and you are typing your old password as 123456 and you are giving your new password also as 123456, and you click on submit. So in that case, you can check that validation from the front end, that okay, your old and new password can't be same, and you will not allow user to submit the form, correct? I hope you are getting. So here we'll be getting our old password and I'll be getting my new password, and this I want to get from request.body. So this is the second step. Now we need to find our user, right? Because we have multiple user, let's say there are 1000 users. So how we are going to get the current user, that which user is actually changing the password? So we'll be getting from this user ID. So we'll do find the current logged in user, and I'm going to do here const user. This will be await. So user, and we need to do what? Find by ID, right? And here you need to pass this user ID. That's it. And after this, we are going to check if this user doesn't exist in our database collection. So you're going to return a res.status of 400.json, and I'm going to do a success as false, and I'll do message as user not found. All right. And after this, we are going to check that if the old password is correct. Very, very important, right? Old password is correct. So when you'll be giving let's say your password is stored as 123456, but from the front end you're passing as 123465. This is your old password, so both should match, right? Then only you'll be able to do it, or you will understand, okay, this user is a valid user. So this part also you need to check. So how we are going to check it? So simply do const is password match, and I'm going to simply do await decrypt. Now this will give you the compare method, right? And here I'm going to pass the old password, which I'll be getting from our request.body, and the new user password from where we'll be getting, see, from this user. So if I do here user dot, you'll see that we'll be getting the password, right? If this password is not matching, so means this user is not a not this user. So that means your old password, whatever you entered in your front end, that is wrong. So we'll return a 400 here, because that will be error. So 400.json, and I'm going to do a success as false, and message I'm going to do that old password is not correct, please try again. Okay, once all of this is done, now we don't have any other edge cases. So now whatever new password we are going to store, we need to hash it, correct? We are not going to directly store this, so we'll do hash the password now. So we'll do hash the new password here, right? So we'll do const, I'm going to create again the salt. I think this part we have already discussed, and we'll do bcrypt dot gen salt, and I'll pass the as 10, and now I'm going to do const new hashed password, and this will be await bcrypt dot hash. So we'll pass the new password, and then I'm going to pass the salt, right? And then I'm going to update the user password. Now we'll do update user password. So this will be user, which is your current user that you are having here. This user dot password will be your new hashed password, this one. And after this, I'm going to simply do await user dot save. and this is done. So we have done a lot of steps, and at the end you need to definitely going to return 200.json. I always return in this format, success true. Now again, this format also you can change it. It's not a big deal. It's based on your project requirement and everything. So now I'll do password changed successfully. Right, so now let's see what we have done. First we get the current user ID, then we get the old password and the new password from request.body, then we are getting the find current user, which is from the user ID here. Now we're checking if the user is not present, so this user is not found in our database. Then we are going to check if the old password is correct or not. If not, that means your old password is incorrect, so you need to try again. And once all the edge cases are handled, then we're going to solve the new password, and then we are going to hash it and then store the new hash password. So this is done. So now let's do a change password. Let's save it, and now let's go to our auth routes. So we'll get the change password, and this will be simply router.post. I'll do change password, and I'm going to pass this change password here. And with this is done. So now let's do all the steps one by one. First I'll go to register an user, and I'm going to do John 10, and I'll do John 10, and I'm going to keep this one as 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, and I'm going to register this user. So registered successfully. We'll go to login, and I'm going to do John 10, and let's do this one as 5 6. So send it. So now you're getting this is fine. So I'm going to copy this token, go to fetch uploaded images, and I'll just send once again, and you'll be getting the result. This is fine. Now I'll create one more request, and I'll do change password logic. So this will be a post, and we'll go here. So what is the route name, right? So that we need to check once. We'll go to server. So we have a /API/auth. So we'll do /API/auth/change password, right? And now what we need to pass here. Now one very interesting thing that I mistake, sorry, my bad, that is in our auth routes we need to protect this with authentication middleware, right? Sorry about that, because I already mentioned it, until unless you are logged in, you will not be able to change the password. So that we need to get it. So let's go to our middleware, and I want auth middleware, and this will be my, sorry, what is the name of this? Let me just check. So we have, okay, I think this is default export. Okay, let's get the auth middleware. So we'll do auth middleware, and I'm going to pass it here because we need to protect it. So now this is done. So now let's go there, and I need to go to my login user, correct? I already created the token, so I'll copy this, and I'll go and then just pass it here, and I'll go to body, go to raw, and then I'm going to pass here old password, which is 1 2 3 4 5 6, and I'm going to do new password, which is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, right? And now let's send it. So password is now changed successfully. Awesome. Let's go to login and user and try to log in now. Let's see what is happening. See, invalid password. Awesome. Now I'm going to do 7 8, send it. We're getting, and now let's copy this, and let's go to our fetch uploaded images, and now let's send it. So you'll be able to log in, but I want to also check the upload an image, right? If we go here, right, let's go to authorization and let's change this. See what will happen here. Send it. See, you're getting access denied, admin's right required. So that means change password logic is working fine. Now whatever I've done, just go through and try to implement by your own, right, all of this. So this is done. Now what will be the next step? So next step, we are going to implement that image delete functionality, and also in that one you are going to understand that how we will delete that image not only from MongoDB, but also we need to delete from the Cloudinary, correct? Because that Cloudinary is working as a storage or like a middleman. So when you'll be directly deleting something from MongoDB, you also need to delete it from your Cloudinary storage. That is very important. So let's start working on that part from the next section. So let's go to our image controller, and we need to create one more. So I'm going to do here const delete image controller, and let's do here, and then I'll do catch and just copy paste because I don't want to write the same thing again and again. So let's copy this one, paste it here, and I'm going to pass error here. Alright, so now we need to understand how we are going to delete the image. Now I'm going to just give you the summary of all the process that we are going to do. See, first you need to understand that which image you want to delete, correct? That is the first step. So you need to get the image ID. What is the second step? Second step, you need to get the user ID, means which user is deleting that image. Let's say there are two admins. The first admin uploaded an image and the second admin is trying to delete that particular image. So it should not happen, right? So that's why we need both image ID and the user ID, correct? Once we'll get the image ID, we are going to find the current image, and then we'll check that if that particular image is uploaded by that user or not. If not, we are going to return like that you are not authorized to delete this image because you haven't uploaded it, correct? Now what we are going to do, once that is done, you no need to simply delete it immediately from MongoDB. What you need to do, you need to delete first from your Cloudinary storage. Once that is done, then only you are going to delete it from your MongoDB. So this will be the whole process. So now let's do step by step. So first I'll do const, I'll do get current image ID, get current ID of image to be deleted. Now again, why I'm keeping long name, so that it will be easy to understand. Whatever you like, you just give it. Okay, I see some people also will give this kind of comments in my videos like why you're writing odd names, but they will not understand that these things I do so that you all can understand very easily. There is no point, right? You can give whatever you like. It's, have I told anything like that you need to exactly copy what I'm writing? Each and every video I create, if you notice that I always mention that don't write everything I do, just try to get the idea and then try applying your own knowledge, and that is the way you will basically learn. Now here I will get the user ID, and this I will get from our middleware. And now by this point I'm pretty sure we don't have to explain, only this we have done multiple times. So these two things we are getting. Next we are going to find the current image. Alright, so we'll do image, so we'll do await, and then we are having the image which is our model, and I'll do find by ID, right? So find by ID, I'm going to pass this get current ID of this image which has to be deleted. If this image is not there, so that means we also need to return. See, it's very slow, I don't know why. And I'm going to simply return a status of 404.json, and I'll do success as false, and I'll do a message of image not found. Okay, and after this we need to check here now. So what we need to check if this image is uploaded by the current user who is trying to delete this image, right? So how we are going to check it? Now remember, if I go to the image, let's go to image, there is a uploaded by, and here we have give the reference of the user. Let's go here, right? If you go to the fetch uploaded images, there is uploaded by, which is the ID of that user, correct? So now we can simply do it if this image dot uploaded by dot to string. So here I'm going to simply do if this is not equal to the current user ID. That means what? That means some other user is trying to delete this image, which should not happen. So we're going to do a 403, and I'll do a JSON. We'll do success as false, and message will be you are not authorized to delete this image. Now if you try to keep this more simpler, and I can also add something like this, because so you should not add this in your real project, but you can keep it like this, but I'm adding for your for the explanation purpose, because you haven't uploaded it. Okay, I need to give template literals. Okay, so now this is done. Now we are returning here, and after this what we need to do, so now we need to delete this image first from your Cloudinary storage. So simply do, so first we need to import the Cloudinary, so we'll do const, so let me just check from which file we have. I think in the, not this one, I think we have this config and Cloudinary. So we'll do Cloudinary, and I'll do require, and I'll go to config Cloudinary. So now let's go below, and I'm going to simply do await, and here we are going to call this Cloudinary dot uploader dot destroy. That means you are deleting. Destroy means you are deleting. And here what you need to pass, remember we have this, see how these all are linked. So in the image you have this public ID. I told you first time, right, this ID is required to delete anything, right? So here what you can do, image dot public ID will give you the ID, and this will delete it. Once this is deleted, now you can delete the image. So now delete this image from MongoDB database. So we'll do await image dot find by ID and delete, and you're going to pass the image ID. So this is get current ID of image to be deleted, and this is done. So now we'll do res dot status of 200 dot JSON, and I'll do success as true, and I'll do message as image deleted successfully. Okay, so this is all the things we need to do. And now I'll go here and let's do delete image controller, save it. So now what will be the next step? Now you need to understand that what you need to use here. The first of all, if you go to the admin routes, not admin routes, I think image routes, and here now you need to do delete, right? So first you need to get the delete image controller, and I'll do delete image route, and this will be router dot delete, correct? And here what we're going to pass, will pass the ID, because this ID we need, right? This ID will be, if I go here, this ID is nothing but this image ID that we need to pass. But how will we getting the user ID? User ID will be able to get, because we need to protect it, right? So this auth middleware will give you the user ID. So I'm going to pass the auth middleware, but not only auth middleware, also we need to check what, we need to also check the admin middleware, because if the user is not admin, they will not be able to delete it. Again, you need to pass the admin middleware, and after this you need to pass the delete image controller, right? So now let's save all of this. Now this should work. So now let's go there. So first what I'll do, right, I'll go to login user, sorry, register user. Let's do step by step, and I'm going to do some different name. Let's give Barry, and I'll give here this, and I'm going to make this user as admin, and I'm going to register this user successfully. Now let's go here, and we'll go to Barry, and what is the, we'll give 1 2 3 4 5 6. All right, so now let's send it. So we got the token. Now let's copy this, go to upload an image, and I'll just send it here. Let's go to body, we'll go to form data, and now I'm going to remove this, and let's upload some different image. So I'm going to select this. All right, and now let's send this. Let's see. So we get this, right? And now we need to check this ID. The ID means this is that ID, this is the ID of that image, but this is the ID of that berry user, right? So I'm going to copy this was 7.1. This is what we'll be getting. So we'll keep a note here. So now what I'll do, simply will go here and I'll just copy this, and let's say I'm going to not copy this, I'll create a request. Let's do a delete a image, right? And we are going to send it, and let's do a delete and then image. And here what we need to pass, we need to pass the image ID. Image ID, how we will be getting, so we'll get from here, right? This is the image ID. So this I'll copy from here. This is just now we have deleted, sorry, not deleted, uploaded. So here I'm going to pass it. Now in the authorization token, what I'll do, right now, notice one thing here. Instead of passing the token of from the berry user, what I'll do, right, I will pass from some different user, and step by step we need to check. So here let's do this one as John 10, and I'll just send it. So we'll get the token. Now remember, this is not an admin user, correct? This is a normal user. So I'll copy this, go to delete an image, go to authorization, and I'm going to do bearer token, and I'll just simply pass it here, and let's try to send here. So we don't have admin access, so that means the first check is completed. Sorry, these two checks. Now we need to check this image. Remember, very important, this image is uploaded by berry, right? But what I'll do right now, I'll go to register and I'll use something else. Tell me some other name. I'll give Raj. So I'll do Raj, and I'll make this one user also as admin. So user registered successfully. Go to login, and I'll make this one Raj, send it. Okay, so this will be 1 2 3 4 5 6. So get the token. Now remember, that image was uploaded by berry, but I am trying to delete it from this Raj token, which is also admin user, and that should not happen. So I'll go to delete an image, and I'll just replace this with this, and now let's send it. Let's see. Awesome, right? So you are not authorized to delete it because you haven't uploaded it. Now let's go to login. I'm going to make this one to berry, and I'll just send it. And now I'm going to copy this, go to delete an image, and I'll just replace with this token, and now let's send it. See, image is now deleted successfully. Awesome. Now if I go here, you will not be able to see it, but you need to understand the whole process, how this is working. Like you see, almost all the things are completely protected and it's working perfectly fine, right? So that means if you have uploaded the image, then only you'll be able to delete it. Not other admin users also will not be able to delete that. So with this part is done. Now let's move on to the next section. Alright, so now we are going to implement some basic level of sorting and pagination, but before that, let's quickly understand some of the concept that how we are going to implement pagination, right? So pagination means, let's say you're having very large amount of data, let's say more than 10,000, right? So 10,000 data. So instead of loading the data one time on page load, what we are going to do, we are going to render some kind of pagination. So based on each and every page, we are going to render some certain amount of data, and we will give the user the preference that whatever page they will select, based on that we are going to render it. Now the alternative of pagination will be nothing but the infinite scrolling. So just like the Facebook feed, right? So every time you refresh it, you'll get the current image, and then you scroll up, the next set of feed or blog post loads. But here we are going to talk about the images. So let's say we're having for now I'll do like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, and here what we are going to do, right, we need to have two things. The first thing is that how many data we need to skip and how much data we need to render. So this is how you need to first think that way. For example, let's say currently we are having 10 images. What I want to do, every time I only want to render 2 images. So 2 2 2 2 2, so 5 times, right? So what we will do, right, so we'll have 1 2 3 4 and 5. So this is how the pages will look in your front end. Now how I get 5? So again I told you, right, so you have total number of images is 10, right? And then what we need to simply do that how much the limit or how many images or products or whatever you want to show at one time. So in this case we only want to show 2 images, so this will be total number of images divided by 2. So that means you'll be having 5 pages, correct? Now let's say you want to render 5 images at once, so in that case it will become 10 divided by 5, so you'll only have two pages, correct? And each and every time you click, let's say I click on the first page, so first page means I need to, let's say, render these 2, correct? So in that case we no need to skip anything because we are at the first page. But when I'll go to the second page, what you need to do, can you guess? So you need to skip these 2 and you need to render this here. Again, when you'll go to the third page, that time you need to skip all the 4 and you need to render this and 6th one. Again, when you'll go to the 4th page, you need to skip all of these, you need to render these 2, and at the last of the page you need to skip all of these, only you need to render the last. So that means 2 things you need to understand, right? What will be the limit means how many images you want to render, and then what will be the skip. Or skip is, again, I already told you, right, that whatever images or how many images you are showing, based on that you need to calculate that skip, and that we are going to see. Now I will go there, let's go to our image controller and let's go to fetch image controller. Now here currently we don't have anything, but we need to do quite a few logic here. The first thing, I'll take a page variable and I'll explain what these things are doing. The first thing I'll do parse int, so this will be request dot query dot page, or else this will be first, means from your front end side, right? So let's say you click on the first page, so in that case you'll be getting as 1. When you'll click on the second page, you'll be getting as 2. That means which is your current page, as simple as that. If you select on 5th, you'll get as 5. Now after this we need to render or check the limit. So here your limit will be, so again I'm going to do parse int. So here I'm going to get limit from my query once again, and this limit is nothing but, as I already told you, that how many images you want to show at a time. So let's say it can be 2, it can be 3, it can be 5, it can be all 10 at once, and or else by default I'll keep this one as 5. So by default I want to render 5 images. And now you need to create the skip. So means skip will be like this, so which is your current page. Let's say current page is your 2, you are in the second page, so it will be page minus 1, so it will be 2 minus 1, which is 1, into this limit. Now see, I'll explain. So let's say you are in the second page and your limit is 2, means when you'll go to the second page means you need to render this one and this one. So how many you need to skip? You need to skip 2. And if you see the calculation, right, so you are in the second page, so it will be 2 minus 1, which is 1, and your limit is 2, so 1 into 2 will be 2. When you'll be in the third page, so in that case it will become 3 minus 1, 2, and your limit is 2, so 4. So that means when you'll go to the third page, so see how this works. So you are skipping 4 and then you are showing this and this, right? When you're in the last page or whatever, you need to calculate like this. So this will be skip and this will be my limit, correct? So this is done. After this I'll do const and I'll take a sort by. This will be my request dot query dot sort by, or else I'll keep this on as created at. Created at is nothing but this created at property. So I want to, let's sort by the date is being created, this image is being created. So I'll keep this on as created at by default, and then I'm going to do const sort order. So here again I'll do if the request dot query dot sort order, if this is equal to async, so I'm going to do 1, or else it will be minus 1 for descending, and this is done. So now let's calculate the total images. So this will be await, and this will be image dot, we have used this count documents which will give you all the data. And now I'm going to get the total pages, that how many pages I need to create. Can you guess? So what we need to do, we'll do math dot cell, and here we are going to pass total images. Let's say you are having 10 images, right, and your limit is 2, so you are rendering only 2 images, so it will be 5 pages. So here you need to render 5 pages. If your total images is 10, right? And you're rendering all the 10 images at a once, so your page will be 1. If it is 10, if it is let's say 5, so your page will be 2, something like that. So this will be your total pages. All right, and now after this I'm going to do const, I'll create a sort object, and I'll do sort object, sorry, this will be sort object of that sort by, which is this one, which is the key name, and this will be equal to the sort order. So either we can do using descending or ascending. Now once all of this is done, now we need to get our images. So what will be the images? So here it will be find, and now I'm going to do a sort here. So this will be provided by Mongoose, and you need to pass the sort object. So I'm going to pass the sort object, and then we need to skip it, that how many we want to skip. So skip will be nothing but you skip this here, and then you need to give the limit, that how many you want to render. So skip is how much you want to skip, and limit is how much you want to, or how many you want to. So this will be our limit, and that's it. And now after this we will simply render. So we are returning the data, and let's say I want to return current page, which will be my page. I'll return total pages, which will be my total pages, and then I'm going to render total images, which will be my total images. So which is this one, these total images, sorry, this will be total pages. Okay, and data will be our images, and this is done. So now let's save it and let's see what is happening. So I'll go here, and I'm going to log in with, let's go to login, and I'll do Sangam2, and I'll just send it. Okay, I think this might be 7-8. Let's see. Okay, now I get it. Now let's copy this, go to fetch uploaded images, and I'll simply replace it, and now see what will happen. If I now send this, we are getting success 1, current page is currently 1, total pages is 3, and total images is 12. And now you can see that currently what is happening. So let's start step by step. First we have a current page as 1, so it will go here, page is 1. So what will be the limit? So limit, again, it's a 5 by default, correct? So how many you are having? So you see total images you are having 12, so 12 divided by 5, so it will be 3, right? Because we are doing math.cell, so it will give you round figure, something like that. So total pages will be 3. And now here you can see that how many images you are getting, 1, and then you are getting 2, then you are getting 3, then you are getting 4, and then you are getting 5. So this is the basic scenario if you don't pass anything. Now I'll go here and see what will happen. If I make this one as 2, means I only want to see 2 images at a time, at one time. And now I'll send it, see what is happening. See, now it's changing. So total images is 12, total pages is 6, because you are rendering only 2 images, and you can see that you are getting only 2 images here. Now I want to check something. I'll go to params, and let's add our page here. So I'm going to copy this, and let's page, I'll do page, I'll pass, and the value I'll give here as 2. Okay, so you can see that we are getting page as 2. And now what will happen? Now notice one thing, this ID will change, this 2 ID, because currently we are in the current page 1. So if I now send this, so now it is at second page, and this is getting changed, and you will see we are getting different data here. So this will now give us page. And now let's say I want to also sort it, right? And if you notice, one interesting thing is that it will be by default sorted by this. Now you want to check with a different property, let's say you want to give something like uploaded by, so you can just give that value, and based on that you can experiment here. But I just, main thing we need to check that how you are going to test this part. So now what I'll do, I'll go here, and now notice one thing, I'll make the page as 3, and I'll add one more, which will be my limit. So now this time I'll make the limit as, so I'll do limit as, let's say how many I want to do. Okay, let's make this one as 4, and now let's send it. Now let's see what is happening. You can see the current page will be in the 3, total pages will be 3. Now why total pages is 3? Because total images are 12 and limit is 4. So 12 divided by 4 is 3. And you can see that how many you are getting: 1, 2, 3 and 4, right? And this is working perfectly fine. So this is how you need to work with sorting and also the pagination. Now page sorting part is actually a little bit simpler, but pagination is actually quite tricky. So that is the reason, this is why I created this visual diagram, so that it will be easy to understand. Alright, so now with this we have completed this particular project. Now let's move on to the next section. So in this section we'll be learning some of the intermediate to advanced level of MongoDB concepts, and also in the next section we are going to learn or basically create a very simple real-time chat application using Socket. So these two things we are going to learn in the next two sections. The first thing what I've done, right, so I already created a blank project, and let me just quickly show you what are the concepts mainly we will be focusing in this particular section. So here you can see that we'll be learning what is aggregation pipeline in MongoDB is, how you can use common aggregation operators, what is the concept of document references, and also how you can populate referenced documents. So these 4 things we are going to learn in this particular section. And also if you see that I already created one database, because we already created database multiple times in the previous project. So that is the reason I don't want to waste time creating another one. Okay, now if you want, you can definitely create by your own, and I'm pretty sure by this point you'll be able to create a MongoDB database from scratch. Now here let's go there, and then first I'm going to run npm init-y. Now once this is done, we are going to install Express. We use also install Mongoose, these 2 things, right? And also in the meantime, let's create our server.js. Okay, let me just close this. Now once this is done, we are going to install Node.js also, because we'll be using Node.js to run our server. Okay, let's open another terminal here. It's taking some time. So in the meantime, we can install Node.js also. Alright, so let's do npm install Node.js, and we'll do save dev. Okay, so let's go there, and let's quickly change this one to server.js, and also we're going to create one start script. So this will be server.js, and here I'm going to create a dev script which will be nodemon server.js. Alright, okay, I think it's doing the same time, right? So I think it's not saved, so let me just close this and I'll open again, and then I'll just paste it here, save it. So this is done. Now let's go to our server.js. So here we need to create our main server, right? So we need express, so I'll do const express will be require express, and let's create our app. So I'll do const app, which will be express, and here let's do one thing. Let's create our env file, and also I'm going to create .env. So I'll do npm install .env. So in the .env file I need the Mongo URI, and also I need a port. So port I'm going to keep 3000, and Mongo URL I just copy from here, and let's paste it here. Alright, now first we'll go to our server.js, and on the top I'm going to import .env.config, right? So this is done. So after this, here I'm going to connect to our database. So we'll do Mongoose. Alright, so I think we also need to import Mongoose. So we'll do require Mongoose. So this will be mongoose.connect. So this will be process.env.mongo URI then. So here let's log this. So we'll do console.log that MongoDB connected successfully. If there are any error, so we're going to log it. So do console.log error. So this is done. Now after this, we also need to use our Express.js middleware, right? So we'll do use middlewares. So we'll do app.use and we'll do express.json. And for now, we are just going to create our server. So we'll do app.listen and I'm going to pass process.env.port. And here we're going to just log that server is now running. Server is now running on port 3000, right? So we'll copy this and just pass it here. Now let's save it and now let's see what is happening. So I'm going to do npm run dev. So let's see whether the MongoDB is getting connected or not. Alright, so it's connected successfully. Alright, so first thing what we need to do, right? See, if I want, I can definitely explain some of the concepts and it will be over. But what I will do, right? I'll be creating a very simple code example, and using those code examples only, I'll try to explain all these concepts, mainly these four, right? So first, let's go and then let's start creating the proper folder structure. So I'm going to go to here and then let's create a models, and I'm going to create a product.js. So this will be our product model. Now here the very important thing is that whatever schema that we'll be creating, right, the properties that you'll be having, you need to basically attention that properly, because all the things will be interconnected, and that is the main concept what we are going to learn, that how you can refer one collection to another collection, how you can use these operators, especially the common aggregation operator. This is very important. Like if you are creating very advanced level of projects, these two things will be very helpful, right? Populating referenced or documents, this is also a very important concept. The first thing, let's get our Mongoose. So we'll do require Mongoose, and I'm going to create a product schema. So I'll do product schema. So this will be new mongoose.schema. So here I'll pass a name and I'll keep this on a string, and my product will also have a category. This also will be a string. Then it will have a price, which will be a number. Then I'll check that whether this product is in stock or not. So I'll do in stock. This will be a boolean. And then these products will have some tags, which will be array of strings. So I'll do string here. So these all will be our schema or properties that this single product will have. Now I'm going to do module.exports, and this will be mongoose.model, and here I'm going to pass product, and I'll do product schema. Alright. So this is done. Now let's save it. So now we'll go here and then we'll start create our first controller. So let's create our controllers, and I'll create product controller.js. Okay. So first thing, because we don't have any form or anything, right? So we need to first push some of the sample data. So that is the reason you can see that I already created some sample data. So each and every object will have a name, category, price, in stock, and some tags. Okay. So first let's go here and we need to get our product schema here. So we'll do const product, and this will be require. So we'll go to models and let's go to product. Now here first I'm going to create a method. So let's give this one as insert. Let's do sample products, because if you want, you can create a form and then you can create one endpoint and create your products, but this is not the point, because this CRUD application or CRUD concepts we already have covered in the previous section. So there is no point of repeating same thing again and again, and the video length will be long, right? So that is the reason I'm creating some sample products. So here it will be async, we'll have request response, and I'm going to do a try catch. So in the catch, just simply log this error, and I'm going to do a res.status of 500.json. Success will be false and message will be some error occurred. Okay, now here we need to get our sample products. First go there and let me quickly just copy this and I'll paste it here. Now simply we'll just do const result and we'll do await. Now here you are going to learn one more important property, and now you need to call your product. And if you see till this part, what we have done while creating, we have used this create method of Mongoose, right? Or we use this save method. But here you are pushing multiple products into your MongoDB database. So to multiple things, we need to use this insert many, right? So this is one of the method which will insert multiple collection or properties. See, insert one or more documents into a single insert many cell call to your MongoDB server. So here simply you need to pass the sample products. I don't know why it's a little slow, but now I'm going to do res.status of 201.json. Success will be true, and here I'm going to pass my data. So let's do this one as we need to check that whether all the products are inserted or not. So we will do inserted and I'll do result, because this result will have the length, right? So we will do dot length, so that we'll be able to understand that if all are inserted or not. So these many sample products we have pushed, right? So now let's save it, and this is done. Now we need to export it, so we'll do module.exports, and this will be, what is the names, insert sample products. Save it. So now we created controller. Now we'll go here and create our routes, and I'll do product routes.js. Now here let's create our first route, which will be this insert route. So we'll do express. So we need express, and now I'm going to create a router. So this will be express.router, and now let's first do module.exports, and I'm going to export this router. Now here we'll do router.post, and I'll just do a sample. we'll do like add, and I'll pass these sample products, right? So we'll do const. So we'll need to get it from our controllers, and then let's go to our product controller. So we have this insert sample products. So now I'm going to pass it here. Now till this part we have done multiple times, right? So this will be pretty simple. Now we need to go to our server.js, and we need to get our product routes. So we'll do const product routes, which will be require, and then we'll go to routes, and then product routes. And here what you need to do, so you need to use this. So we'll do app.use, and I'll do here /products, which will be our base URL, and then I'm going to pass the product routes. Now let's save it. So till this part is done. So that means if I go to /products/add, I'll be calling this, and then this will push all this data in our database. So now let's go to our Postman. I'll create a new collection, blank collection. Now here let's give this one as, okay, this is a little slow. Let's give this one as Mongoose or MongoDB intermediate. So here I'm going to create our first request, and this will be add products. So this will be post, and let's go there, and then let's copy the URL. So this will be /API, sorry, not /API, /products/add, and then I'll simply send it. So we have inserted 5 sample products, right? So all the 5 sample products are now inserted. Now we will start with our first concept. So what is our first concept? First concept is how we can use these aggregation pipeline. So let's say there is some we are going to learn how we can, for example, some of the very intermediate level of properties, like how you can filter documents, right? Also how you can group documents, multiple things, and then on top of it you can sort your results. And all of this we are going to combine and create one query, right? And this query, because we are doing multiple queries, this is why it's called as aggregate, right? So we need to check it how we are going to do it. First thing is that I am going to create one more controller here, and this will be const, and I'll give this one name as, let's say, get product stats. So this will be async. I'll do request response. So I'll do a try catch. So in the catch I'm going to just log the same thing. So I'll go here, copy this, and I'll paste it here. Alright, now let's say you have this requirement. The first thing you need to filter. So if I go to my sample products, right? So let's do it step by step, or else it will be a little tricky to understand. If you see that you have the sample products, and here you are having this in stock as true in some places, and then some places in stock is false, right? And then you have a price. So now let's say you have a requirement like, first you need to filter the documents or products where the in stock will be true and your price is greater than 100. So that is your first filter condition that you need to do. So first I'm going to do a const result, and here we'll do await, and I'm going to call the product, and here you need to use this dot aggregate, right? Now here this, inside this we need to take an array, and here we are going to take our first condition, right? So first condition will be, we need to check that which products in stock is true and price is greater than 100. So that means we need to use this match operator here. So we'll do match, right? So this will match, and here you need to pass all the properties that which is matching that particular query that you want to render. For example, here you need to do in stock. So if you see, if I don't don't write, means if I write here, so this will be in stock, and you need to pass the value that which will condition satisfies here, right? So you need in stock as true, so you need to pass true here. If you do false, so it will only give you which as in stock as false, right? So we'll go there and we'll do in stock as true, and I'm going to do price, right? Price is another property, and here I'm going to use the greater than operator here, and this will be 100. That means you are telling that where the price is greater than 100. That's it. Now for now let's not do anything, and I'll just simply do a res.status of 200, and I'll do JSON, will do success as 2, and I'm going to pass the data which will be my result, this result. Okay, now let's go here and let's export it. So we'll do get product stats, save it, and now we'll go to product routes. We'll get here, I'm going to copy this, so this will be router.get, and this will be stats. So this will be get product stats. Now here let's go one more time and see what is the condition that we've given. We've given the in stock as true and price should be greater than 100. Now first let's go ahead, let's say how many are satisfying. So see, this is one product, this is satisfying, this is second product which is satisfying, this is not, so you have 2, and you see we have true but price is less than 89, so only 2 products still now, and this is also less than 100, so we should get 2 products as a result. Now let's go to our postman and then try to create one more request. Look, get product stats, so copy this, so this will be stats, and I'm going to send it. Alright, so you're not getting anything. This is interesting, so we need to check if we are doing something wrong or not. Okay, let's see here. let's go to our model once. Oh sorry, this will be in stock is capital, sorry, my bad. So that is the reason. So we need to do in stock true. Now let's send it. Okay, something again got, I don't know what happened. Okay, let me just save it one more time, and then let's go here and try to send it. Okay, so this is fine. So how many data we are getting? Only 2, right? So if you see here, we are having in stock is true, price is greater than 100, in stock true, price is greater than 100. This is fine. Now I'll go here, let's go to our product controller, and then I'm going to make this one as false, and let's check what is the, so we are having only one false and the price is 199. Okay, so that means if I now save this and send it, we should get one result here. Okay, so we're getting one result, but if I just go here and let's say, let's do one thing, let's do this one as greater than 500, and now let's save this, and now let's go there, send it one more time. We are getting no result, and this is correct because we don't have any product with this. But if I now make this one true, save, and let's send it, we should be getting, I think there is some problem with my Wi-Fi request, sorry, network request. So now we are getting true result. So we're having price is 999 and price is 699, which is greater than 500. Awesome. But now let's make this one as 100. This is not the thing, we need to add more condition here. So here what we have done, so in this stage we filter the documents, right? So we check that if the document in stock is true and the price is greater than 100, so here we are getting the following result. Now we need to go to our stage 2. So here this is our stage 1. Let's give, not here, after this, so this is our stage 1. Now here after this we are going to add our second condition, which will be we need to group our documents. So how we are going to group it? So let's say we have these criteria that you need to group with the category, all the products you need to group by category, and then you are going to calculate the average price for each and every category, right? And also you need to count the number of products in each category. So what I mean by that, so you have a category electronics, then again you have a category electronics, same electronics, here you have sports, and then category books. So what we are trying to do, we will be grouping all the products based on this category, which is, let's say this is the electronics category, right? And after this we are going to calculate the average price of each category. Okay, so average price means, let's say if this is price 999, then it is 699 and 199, which has electronics category. So we're going to calculate the average price, and also you're going to count the number of products in each category. So that means if this electronics has 3 products, sports has only, let's say 1, and books has 1, so these we are going to calculate. Okay, and these should give us all the summary of our product catalog. Okay, so now let's say how we are going to do that. So this will be our stage 2, which will be to group our documents. So let's use here, so we need to use group property, right? So you are going to group it. So here you need to pass the ID. So I'll pass my ID, and you need to tell that by what property you are going to filter it or group it, not sorry filter, group it. So we are going to filter using category, right? So you'll give this, and then you need to pass a key name. So if you go here, you have a key name category, this is the key name, so this you need to pass here. So I am grouping by category, and then I want to get our average price. So I'll do average, and then I'm going to calculate price. So this will be my average price, and then here you are going to pass average, and you need to, again, when you are doing average, you need to tell by which property you want to calculate the average. So in this case I want to get average of the price, right? So here you need to pass here, so that, okay, give me the average of all the price that belongs to this category. Correct? So this is done, and at the end we need to get the count. And now here you are going to pass sum, and then we'll pass here 1. Now this will give you the grouping. Now let's save it, and now let's see what is happening here. Now let's go there, and I'm going to just send it one more time. So see what you are getting. Very important. Now here you need to check it how this is working. First we'll go there. Okay, first you need to remember that when we have done this, in stock is true and price is greater than 100, and if you go here, right, in this case you are having 1. So this is in stock is true, price is greater than 100, then in stock true, price is greater than 100, which is 2, and then again you have, I think, these two only, right? So we have electronics 1, electronics 2, and then you can see that electronics we have a 3, but here in stock is false, so that means there is only 2 products. Very important. So this is why you are getting count as 2. ID you are getting electronics, and this is the average price. Average price is giving the average price of these plus this divided by 2. Okay, so this is what you are getting. So let's say if I go to calculator, and let's do 999 plus 699 divided by 2, you'll be getting 849. This is what exactly you are getting here, right? So means what we are doing, we are aggregating multiple condition and creating one query, right? So first we have filtered, and then we grouped. Okay, alright, so now we know that how we can aggregate multiple condition and then create one single query. Now we are going to understand how we can use some of the common aggregate operators here. So this part. So I'm going to create one more method here, and for this one let's give as get product analysis, and this will be also async request response, and here I'm going to take try catch, and let's log this here, and now I'll paste it. Alright, so the first thing, I think we have already understand how we can use the match operator, but let's do one thing. First criteria will be here, we need to match filter documents based on specific criteria that we have already done. Just like for category, we need to only get all the products with the category as electronics. So here I'm going to just do that one as first step. So I'll do result, I'll do await product dot aggregate, and here we will be taking our match operator. So I'll do match, and how we are going to do it, now here we need to pass the key, right? So you're telling that okay, I want the category to be electronics. Now here let's copy this and I'll pass it here. So that means give me all the products where the category is electronics. So this is the first. Now I'm going to do res.status of 200.json. So we'll do success as true, and data I'm going to pass this result. Now let's copy this and I'm going to pass it here. Let's go to product routes, paste it, and then we'll do router.get, and I'll do here analysis, and I'll pass it here. Let's save it. Now this part I'm pretty sure you'll be able to understand, because this we have already learned that how we can use the match operator, but still I just want to do it one more time, and I'll do this one as let's do get product analysis. So now let's copy this and I'll do here analysis. Now let's send it. So we are getting 3 products now, right? Because it's only matching the category. So we're having 1, 2 and 3. Awesome. Now I want to do something else. I want to use some common operator here, aggregate operator, or I want to group it. So I want to group something like this. The first thing, I want to group documents so that it will calculate the total revenue, or it will give me the sum of all the prices, that how many products you are having. That is the first thing. Then we are going to learn how you can use the average operator. So average operator calculates the average price. Then we have the max operator. Max operator finds the highest price, and the mean operator, right? So this is how we are going to do it. So first we are matching all of these with category electronics, and on top of it we are going to group it, right? So here I'll take one more and I'm going to use group. So the first thing here, I want to pass the ID as null, and here I'm going to do a total revenue, and I'll use my sum operator here. Now again, when you're doing the sum and everything, you need to specify that which property you are targeting. So again, I'm targeting my price property. This is important, or else it will not be able to understand, right? Next, I want to do here average price. So average price, again I'll use the average operator. Now in the average operator also you need to tell that I want to use the price. Next I want to get my max product price. So let's do max product price. So here we'll use the max operator, right? So this max operator will give us the maximum price of that product. So I'll do price once again, and then let's copy this, and I'll do here min product price, and this will be min, and this is done. Now let's save it, and now let's go there and let's see what is happening now. Send. See, so here now you're getting ID null, that is fine. So total revenue will be getting this, average price is this is the max product price, and this is the mean product price. And if you see there, if you add all of the electronics product, you will get this total as revenue, and also you will get the average price as this. So this is how you need to use it, right? Now I want to tell you one more operator, and that is called the project operator. So project operator, what it does, right? So it will reshapes all the documents by specifying that which field you want to include. So if you want to include any field, you need to pass as 1. If you want to exclude it, you need to pass as 0. So let's see how we are going to do it. So again, if you see how we are doing sequentially, so first we are doing match, then we have done grouping, and now I am using the project operator. So here I'll use project. Now again, because you see we pass the ID as null, so here I'll tell that okay, for this ID property I don't want to get this, so I will pass as 0, right? So that means this will not get, and then I'll get the total revenue, I'll pass 1. I want to get the average price, also I'll pass as 1. I'll get the max product price, I'll get 1. I'll get mean product price, I'll get 1, and let's one more, I'll do a price range here. And in this price range, what I'll do, right, I'll use the subtract property here. So I want to subtract, and then I want to pass here my max product price. So let me copy this, and I want to use the mean product price. So this is done. Now let's see what we are getting the result, right? Now remember this format here, and I'm going to send it one more time. Okay, we are getting some error. I think something is problem here. Okay, I don't see any problem. Let's see what we are doing wrong here. So ID 0, total revenue, then we are having average price, max product price, mean product price, then we are having, sorry, this will be subtract, that is the reason. Okay, so now let's see it. So now let's go there and let's send it. See what you are getting. So now you're not getting the ID property. You see that excluded because you have passed as 0. Go here and pass as 1, save it, and now send it one more time. Okay, I think it's taking some time to load. Now you see we are getting the ID here, right? So if you go here, and I'll make this one as 0 once again, and now I'll send it. So now you're not getting this. So total revenue you're getting average price, max product price, mean product price, and your C subtract it's giving 800. right? So this is how you need to use the common aggregate operators, right? I'm pretty sure now this will give you some very basic idea. I'll not say this will cover everything. We can't cover each and every concept in a single video, right? So that is the reason I've designed such a way that so that at least it will give you some basic idea, and from there you can research by your own and then try to create project by applying this concept. So now we need to understand two more things, which will be the document references and how we can populate referenced documents. So let's do that in the next section. Alright everyone, so now we need to understand the document references, right? So for that I'm going to create one more model here, and I'm going to give this a name as author.js. Now this section also will be very important because you are going to mostly use this in your projects also. And this will be required, and this will be Mongoose. And here I'm going to do const, and this will be author schema, and this will be new mongoose.schema. So this will have a name, so this is the name of the author. So will be a string, and then we'll have a bio, which also will be a string. Now here I'm going to just do module.exports. So you have a mongoose.model, and I'm going to name the collection as author. Now this is important actually, okay? And then I'm going to pass my author schema. Save it. Now what I'll do, right, I'll create one more model here, and this will be my book model. So means, let's say each and every author can write multiple books, right? Okay, so then what we need to do, we need to reference this author in this books collection, and we need to see how we are going to do that. So first thing, again, we need to get this. So let me just quickly copy this, and we'll paste it here, and I'll do const, and this will be book schema. So this will be new mongoose.schema, and here let's say book will have a title, which will be a string, and this will also have a year, and this will be a number, right? And or let's remove this, I think only title is also fine, and then this will have a author. Now here the main point is come, or the concept. Now what we are going to do, right, we are going to reference here that this book is referred to this particular collection. That means, let's say I'm an author, so I can write a particular book, right? So I need to map it. So here I'm going to do author, and here we need to give a type. So this type will be, here mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id, right? And now we need to pass a ref property here. This ref property will refer to that particular collection that just now we have created. So here it will be author. So now I'm referring this to my author collection. Okay, so this is how you need to do this. And at the end I'm going to do module.exports, and this will be mongoose.model, and I'll give this one as book, and this will be my book schema. Alright, so this is done. So now we need to go to our controllers, and I'll create a book controller.js. Alright, so now let's create our first controller. So first I'm going to import both models that just now we have created. So we'll do require. So we'll go to models, author, and then I'm going to get my book, which will be require. I'll go to models and then book. So let's create our first controller, which will be create author. So this will be async request response. So we'll do try catch, and here I'm going to just log this. So we'll do console.log error, and here I'm going to do a res.status of 500.json. We'll do success as false, and message will be some error occurred. Now let's copy this, and then I'm going to create one more, which will be to create book. So you have two controllers. Now I'm going to just do module dot exports. So I'm going to export the create author and also create book. But here this is not the point, because this part we have already done, that how we can create new books, products, or create new documents and save it in our database. Here the point is how we are going to learn this concept, that how we can populate reference document. Now we already have referenced this author in our book collection, correct, using this ref. Now here let's go to our routes and let's create book routes.js. So let me just copy it from here instead of rewriting every time. So I'm going to copy this, and here this will be our book controller, and this will be create author, and then we'll be having create book. Now let's save it, and at the end we're going to create, so we'll do router.post. So this will be let's give this one as author, or let's do let's give this one as author, and then we're going to give this one as create author and then I'll do here router.post. This will be book and this will be create book. Now let's export it. So we'll do module.exports, and this will be our router. So now let's save it. Let's go to our server.js, and I'm going to import it. So this will be my book routes, and I'm going to use it here. So let's give this one as books, or we can give this one as reference, because we are learning reference here, right? So we'll give this one as book routes. Let's save it. Now first thing, we need to go here, and then I'm going to create one more request. We'll do add new author. So this we are going to create first. So we'll do post, and then we'll go here, and this will be reference because we're learning the reference concept, and /author. Now let's go here, and if you see in the author we have a name and we have a bio. So we'll go to body, and let's go to raw, and I'm going to pass here name, and I'll pass my name here, and bio I'll give like Sangam's bio. So this is done. Now let's send it. Oh sorry, my mistake guys, really my mistake. We haven't learned done any logic here, my bad. So here what we need to do, simply first we need to create an author. So this will be await. So we'll do simply author, this one, and then we're going to pass our request.body, and then I'm going to do await author.save. Remember we are using the save method to save a particular document. Oh sorry, we need to do this one as new author. So this will be dot save, and then I'm going to simply do res status of 201.json. so success will be true, and here I'm going to pass my data, which will be my author. So this author that we have created. So now let's go here. Now I'm going to send this response. So we're getting Sangam bio, and this is the ID, right? So now the point is how we are going to create a new book. Now to create a new book also it will be pretty simple. So what you can do, right, simply copy this, and then we'll pass it here, and I'm going to make this one as book. So this will be new book. So book is nothing but the model, and this will be book.save, and then I'm going to pass the book here. Now while creating, what you need to do, right, if you go to the book model, you see that this has a title and there is author. Now in the author we are going to pass the ID of this author. So this is the new author that we have created. That means the book that we are creating, that book is written by this author. Okay, so I'm go here and let's do add request, and I'll do a add new book, and let's copy this, paste it here. So this will be author/book, post body draw, and then I'm going to pass here title. So I'll do book, and then let's do first book, and here you need to pass what? You need to pass the author. Now here you are giving the reference. Now I'll go to my add new author, and I'm going to copy this ID, and now I'll pass it here. Okay, and now let's send it. So now we have a first author, first book, which is a title. This author means this author is created this or write this particular book, and this is the ID of this book. Now what I need to do, right? I need to populate something. So I need to populate the book along with the author. Now in that case, this reference will comes into picture, this refer logic that we have written. So I'll go to my book controller, and I'll create one more method here, and let's give this a name as get book. So to get book with author. So this will be async request response. So I'll do a try catch, and now I'll copy this and paste it here. And now here what I'll do right now, this is the point where you need to pay attention. So I'm going to do a const book. Now see what I'm doing. I'll do await, and I'll do book dot find by ID, and here I'm going to pass my ID. So this will be request dot params dot ID. Okay, and here I need to do dot populate. Now this is the place you need to understand. So now I want to populate my author along with this book details. So what this populate method will do, this will replace the author reference with the actual author document, right? Now what will happen, this book.author will be having the full author object, not just the ID. Now remember, while creating the book, we have only passed the ID of that particular author, and that you are getting. But because you are already referenced that particular author with this book collection, so what will happen, will do populate, and then you want to populate the author, so it will automatically give you the actual author object, and you are going to see it. So now I'll simply do if not book is found. So I'm going to return a response dot status of 404, and I'll do dot JSON. So success will be false, and message will be book not found. Or else I'm simply just return res.status of 200.json, and I'll do success as true, and I'm going to pass the data as this book. Okay, or let's keep it book. So this is how we are doing. So we are finding that book and then populating this author. Now let's copy this, and then we are going to pass it here. Now let's go to book routes. I'm going to copy this, and here we are going to do one more route. So I'll do a router.get, because now we are getting it, and here we are going to do /book/id, and here we are going to pass this get book with author. So now this will give you both. So now let's see how this will work. So I'll go there, and I'll do new request. I'll do get book with author data. So now let's go here, let's copy this. So this will be get. Now after this book, you need to pass the ID. So where will be getting the ID? I'll be getting the ID from this. So you need to pass the book ID, right? So you need to copy these here, and then I'll pass it here. As simple as that. So what we are doing, /book/id. This ID is nothing but the book ID, and now I'm going to send it. See what is happening. Now here the trick will come. See, you are getting the book information. So this is the book ID, this is the title, but in the author you are getting the actual author object, right? You are not getting the author ID back. So if you see this ID is actually the author ID, this is my name, and this is the author bio. So what is the advantage of doing the refer, right? So when you are referring this particular author collection in this book collection and you are populating this here, so it will replace this with the actual author object and you will be getting that in the response. So this is another very, very important concept that you need to know, and most of the time you'll be using. So now we have covered all the 4 things, right? So with this section, try to create a simple project and try to apply all the things that you have learned so far. So that's all for this particular section. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now in this section we are going to learn how you can use Node.js with socket, right? So first you need to understand what actually socket is. So see, socket is a library that enables real-time bi-directional communication, right, between your web clients and servers. Now let's say the web clients can be anything. Let's say you are using React, Vue, Angular, whatever. So what it usually does, it primarily uses WebSocket protocol but can fall back to other methods also, like long polling if the WebSocket is not available. Now these section, whatever we are going to learn, this will not be very extensive because this is a beginner level project, right? And if I spend more time on this, so the length will be more, and that is my only concern, the video length, right? And if you see in this particular video, we are covering a lot of things, right? So that is the reason what I'm going to do. I'll be creating a very simple chat application, and while creating the chat application, I'll try to explain all the popular and most used methods or how you can integrate your socket in your Node.js application. The first thing what we need to do, you can see that we need to install socket.io package, right? But before that, I'll just quickly create one blank folder, and after that we are going to start creating the project. Alright everyone, so let's start creating our package.json, right? So we'll do npm init -y, and before that I want to discuss one more thing, that why we actually need socket.io or socket.js, right? See, there are some advantages you need to understand, and these kind of queries you also will get in your interview also. See, the first or most important functionality or usefulness of socket is that it will give you to access the real-time updates, right? So it enables instant data transfer between clients and your server. So that is the first thing. Then, as I already mentioned, that it also enables bi-directional communication. So what actually it does, that both your server side and the client side can initiate communication. It also is event based, right? So it actually gives you to handling of different types of messages and actions, and also the fallback support. Just now I discussed that it also automatically fall back to other channels if the WebSocket is not available, right? And also there are some built-in methods that we can use here. So these are the main advantages of using these sockets, right? And where we usually use this normally in chat application, right? Real-time collaboration tools, also gaming, like lot of times in gaming application we use sockets. And then most of the times also if you're creating any live admin dashboards or something, so they are also used sockets. The first thing what I'm going to do, first we need to create, or sorry, not create, we need to install our packages, right? So I'm going to install first we'll do with Express, and also what is the name, let me just check. So we have a socket.io. So let me quickly install it now. Alright, so here I'm going to create our server.js. okay, so we'll do server.js and go to package.json. So I'll change this one to server.js, and this I'll give start as node server.js. So that is the first step. Second thing what I'm going to do, let's quickly create one, let's go here, let's create a public folder here. And here I'm going to create the first index.html. So this will be our simple HTML structure that I want to create, because until unless we visibly see this application, this will be difficult to understand, right? So this time we need to create some. Now here, this is not like you can only create HTML, you can create whatever. You can integrate with React, Vue, Next, Svelte, Angular, jQuery, normal JavaScript, and not normal JavaScript, like any other web frameworks or simple HTML you can use. But for now we are going to use HTML. Now here let's give this one as chat app, and now let's inside body, the first thing we will create our main user list container where we'll be rendering the list of users. So here I'll take a div and let's give this one ID, and let's give ID as user list. Alright, and here I'm going to take a h3 and let's give this one as online users, because once the user will be entered, we need to render the list of users in the chat. After this, I will take a eval, and here I'm going to render all the users. So I'll take a ID of users. So this is our first step. The second thing what we need, so I'm just simply creating the basic structure. So after this, I need to create our chat container where we'll be typing and showing the chats. Okay, so once user will type and hit enter, we need to render or show the chats just like in Facebook or Instagram we usually use, right? So we'll do div, and here I'm going to take a ID and I'll do this one as chat. So this will be our chat container, right? And at the end we need to create our basic form, so where we'll be typing the message. Now if you notice, this structure is definitely will look very bad, but that is fine. That is not the thing. We first need to understand how this works. So here I'll take a form and let's give an ID here also. So I'm going to take ID of message form, and I'm going to take a input. So let's give a type. So I'm going to take a type as text. I'll give a ID as, let's give this one as message input. Placeholder, I'm going to give enter your message, and I'm going to also give this one as request. Okay, and there will be a button, so I'm going to take a simple button, and here I'm going to do send. Now because we're using forms, I'm going to give a type as submit. See, that is the reason at the beginning of this particular video I told you, right, that you need to have some idea of HTML, CSS, those things, or else it will be very difficult. Now what I'll do, right, let's do one thing. Okay, first let's go to our server, because first we need to understand some of the very basic or most useful methods, or how we can create our connections and everything, right? So first in the server we need our Express. So I'll take const and we'll do Express and we'll do require, and this will be Express. Let me close it. Okay, next we need HTTP, right? And HTTP module we have already covered previously at the beginning, and at the end we need our socket. So I'm going to give this a name as socket IO. Okay, so here I need require and I'm going to do socket IO. So this is the first step. Next we need to create our Express application. So I'm going to do const app, and this will be Express. And now the first thing, we need to create a HTTP server. Now here you need to pause it and try to do it by yourself, so that you'll be able to understand that whatever you have learned so far, whether you are able to apply those knowledges or not, instead of blindly writing whatever I am doing here. That is not the best way, right? So here I'm going to create our server, and I'm going to do what? So we need to do http dot create server, right? So this will create a server, and what you need to pass? We need to pass this app. So now this will create our server. Next thing, now we need to initiate our socket IO, and then we need to attach that particular initiation with our HTTP server, right? So if I just comment it, so we'll do initiate socket IO and then attach this to the HTTP server, right? Because this is the server. Now how we can initiate, right? So we need to take, so usually we'll take this one as IO, and here you can see that we already have the socket IO, and we'll take the socket IO here. Now here we need to tell that which server we are running. So here we are, sorry, not which server we have created. So this is the server. So now we need to attach this server here. All right, so this is your initialization of your socket IO. Once this is done, now what we need to do, we are actually created a public folder, right? And we need to serve the static files from the public directory from here. So how we are going to do it? So here we need to do, so we'll do app.use, and this Express will give you this static method, and here you need to tell that which folder we are targeting here. So this will be our public folder. So this is done. Now what we need to do, we need to create the first thing, we need to create a connection. Now before that, I want to explain some of the things, or some of the very, very important concept in socket. The first thing is the connection. So what is actually connection? Connection is established when your clients connects with the server, right? So you have a client side and server side. When there is a connection happen, that means socket IO connection is established, right? So in that case, the connection event is fired and a socket object will be created. And if you go to their official documentation, right, so you'll be getting all of this here, and I'll highly recommend please go through it. Now here specifically you can go to the server section and the client section and just go to the initialization process and how you can create server instance, and then what are the things and how it will work. Now first thing, if you notice one thing, as I already mentioned, right, that it works as a bi-directional communication way. So what happens is that let's say you have a server and a client, right, and you are emitting a event from your server, you'll be able to listen it from your client. Similar way, if you're emitting a event from a client side, you'll be able to listen to it on the server side, right? Now this is one thing. So what I've learned so about the connection, then we have the emit. So this is how you can emit a event, and this on method is to listen and then handle events both on the server and the client side. And now this depends that, for example, if you're emitting from here, you listen here, you're emitting from this side, you listen that side. All right, so these all are the very basic and the important methods that we need to know. Now let's go back to our code. Until this part we have created this. So what this line is doing, again if I repeat, so this will serve the static files from the public directory, because that is where we are having the index.html file. Now here let's say what I'm going to do, right, because we'll be having the user, so whenever user will enter the chat application, we need to store that user someplace, right? So for now we'll take a const users and I'll do a new set. Okay, and now we need to listen to the new socket connection. So how we are going to do it? So this IO will give you this on method, and here you are going to pass connection. Now this will take the event, right? So here we will take connection, and in this connection here we are going to take socket, and first I'm going to just log it. Sorry, I will log it and I'll do like a user is now connected. So that is the first step. Second thing, what we are going to do, we need to handle a couple of things. The first thing we need to handle, let me just give the comment. So we need to handle users when they will join the chat. So this is the first thing, right? Then we need to handle our incoming chat messages, and we need to also handle user disconnection. Okay, now let's go to our index.html. Now here what we are going to do first, the first thing is that we have created this. Now let's go here, and then after form I'm going to take a script, and here we'll take a source, and I need to get our socket.io.js, which is the client side package. Now if you go here, right, let me go to the installation of this client, and if you see that by default the socket IO server exposes a client bundle which will be in this path. See, by default it will be by default, but if you want you can also use a CDN service. So for now we've already installed that server, so what I'm going to do, I'll go to socket.io/ we need to use socket.io.js, right? This is what you're having. Let me just copy it to double confirm. So I'll copy this and we'll paste it here, right? Now after this we are going to create our main script logic, which will be on the client side. So I'll take a script. The first thing, we need to connect to our socket IO server. So here I'm going to take a socket and I'll just invoke it, and here we need to first get the DOM element. So what are the things that we need? The first thing, we need this chat where we'll be rendering the chat messages. We need the user list, right? We need the message form, and also we need the message input. So these four things we need. So after this I'm going to take each and everything step by step. So let's do here. So first I'll do const chat, and here you can simply do document.getElementById, and you need to pass the chat because that is the ID here we are having, right, chat. Now after this I'll be having the user list. So we'll do users list, which will be again document.getElementById, and this is the name of this, I think, users, right? So you have a users. That's it. Now after this we need message form. So we'll do message form, which will be document.getElement by id, and here we need to get the message form, and at the end we'll be having the message input. So we'll do message input, which will be document.getElement by id, so having message input. Okay, so these four things we need. Now the first thing, whenever I will be entering the chat application, I need to prompt the user to enter their username. So I'm going to do a const username, and this I'll take a prompt and I'll do a enter your username, and once they will type something, and after this we are going to show that okay, this user is now joined. Now once this is done, here very important, so let's go here. Now what we are going to do, right, let's go to the socket instance. Now we are going to emit our first event from the client side. So what we are going to emit, the event name will be join. So whenever user will be joined, I'm going to emit that event here, and that event I'm going to listen in the server side. Okay, and this is what I already told you. Now here I'm going to simply do socket that we have created, and this will emit our first, which will be joined. So this is the event name, and here I'm going to pass the username, that which user is now joining. So this is the first step. First step. Now we need to go to our server.js, and here if you see, let me just save it, the event name joined. So what we need to do, so after this here we need to take socket dot on, correct, and on means we need to add see, if you see here, it adds the listener function, whatever you can read it, but what I'll explain in a simpler way is that when you emit an event from here, you are going to listen it, as simple as that. And here you need to give the same name what you have given here, which will be join. So simply you are listening to this join event, and once this will join, so what this will give you, this will give you the username, correct, this is the username. So here you'll take the username that will be receiving, and here I'm going to simply add that user in the user list. So I'm going to do users dot add, and I'm going to pass this username here, as simple as that. Right now, very important. See, now for example, if a user is adding for the first time, that is fine, but let's say now second time a second user joined. So what I need to do, I need to inform the first user, okay, there is another user is joined, means we need to broadcast that you broadcast that message to all the users. And to broadcast a particular event, what we need to do, right, we need to use io.emit, right. So here what we are going to do, we need to, let me just comment here, so do broadcast, now broadcast to all clients or users, whatever you can give users, that a new user is joined, new user has joined, right. And here I'm going to simply do io. Now see, if you, what I'll do here, now I'm emitting from here. So now I'm emitting an event from on the server side. So, and I'll give the name as user joined. See how this is working, this is working in a bi-directional way, right. You're emitting from client side, you're listening on the server side, again you are emitting from the server side, you'll be listening on the client side. So you're emitting user has joined, and now what you'll give, you'll pass the username, correct, because this is the user which has joined. Once this is done, now we need to send the updated list of users to the all clients. Now here I'm going to emit another event. Now this will be send the updated user list to all clients. So I'm going to do io.emit, and I'm going to pass the user list. So this will be my event name, and here I'm going to pass what, so I need to do an array, right. So I'll do array.form of that users, and these users is this user set we are having. So this is till this part, this is done. Now let's save it. Now what we need to do, again we need to go to our HTML, right, and let's go to our here. Till this part I hope this is clear. Now after this, what we need to do, simply let's go here on the server side. So we have passed this user joined broadcast, not broadcast, this event to the client side we are sending, so we need to listen to it. So after this we'll do socket, right, and socket.on, and I'm going to copy that event. So we'll do username, sorry, user joined, and what I'll get this user here. So I'll take the user, and here I'm going to do, let's create a helper function here. So I'm going to create a helper function, like we'll do function, and I'll do add message, and I'll get the input here. So I'll take const message element, which will be, we'll take document dot, I'll create an element, and I'll take a div. I'm going to do here message element dot text content, which will be equal to my input, and here I'm going to append it in my chat container. So if you see, right, we have a chat here, so I'm going to simply do chat dot append child, and I'm going to render this message element. And now what I'll do, right, I'll just scroll to the bottom of the chat container. So I'll do chat dot scroll top will be chat dot scroll height. Now this is fine. Now once this is done, so now we'll go to our back to our user join event, and here I'll simply pass this add message, and I'm going to pass the users here. So let's give this one as, so we'll do user, and let's give this one as like has, what we can give, so do user has joined the chat. Okay, so this is the first step. So when the user will be joining, now let's save it. Now first let's see what is happening. So I'll go here, right, so I'm going to run node server.js, okay, I think, I don't know why. Let's do npm run start. Something we have done wrong, is it? Oh my god, man, sorry guys. See, these kind of things I'll be doing most of the times. We need to run our application in a port, right? That only we haven't done, how it will work. So now here I need to do const port, which will be 3000 I'll give, and then I'll do server that we have created HTTP server. So I'll do listen, I'll pass the port, and then I'm going to do like server is now running, right? So we'll do log, and we'll do server is now running. So that is the reason I'm thinking what is happening. So now let's do here node server.js. so server is now running, and I think it will be running on localhost. So let's give this on another thing. So I'll give here localhost 3000. So we'll do running on, we'll do http localhost, and I'll give here the port, save it. So this is now running. So let's copy this, and I'm going to just paste it here. So let's give my name here, I'll give Sangam, and let's do OK. See, it's joined the chat, so we're getting right. Now I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to just open incognito and paste it here. Now give Raj, and let's do this on side by side. I'll do OK. See what is happening. Now obviously you are not getting this, so you need to render all the available users here, but Raj has now joined the chat, so this part is working. Now definitely there are quite a few things we need to do that we haven't done. Now if you see here, right, also you're getting a user is connected, that is fine. In the server end, sorry, server side, we are passing this user list also. So we are emitting this event, right? So we have only handled the user joined for now. So on user joining we are showing it. Now we need to work on when user will left, and also we need to handle when this user list also here. So now let's go to index.html one more time. Now after this, right, so this part we are going to create one more, which will be, so I'll do socket dot on, and you see the name of this, I think user list. So I'll copy this, so I'll take user list, and you see what we'll be getting, we'll be getting the user list here. So here I'm going to get our users user list, let's do users list, and here I'm going to simply do, so we have a user list, right? See, this is the DOM element. So I'll simply do user list dot inner HTML, right? So okay, sorry, I think it's mismatching. Let's do this one as users. So we'll do dot inner HTML, and I'm going to simply do users dot map, and here we'll take our user and let's take a li, and I'm going to simply render the user here. So we'll do render the users. So now let's save it. Now, so I'm going to just close it. Let's refresh it one more time. So I'll give my name. So you can see that also I think we need to join it. Sorry, my bad. So we need to join here. So we'll do join with space. Right, so let's refresh this. So you're getting both, right? You can see that. Now I'll just copy and open it one more time here. So we'll do Raj, or let's give another one, John. So you can see that John has joined the chat. You're getting all of this. Now if this is getting a little confused, so what we can do, simply we also need to do one more time when user will be leaving it. So you need to listen to another event which will be user left. Okay, so for now I'm going to just run it one more time from scratch and we'll see what is happening. So now I'm going to refresh it. So I'll give this. So Sangam joined the chat. Let's copy this and I'll give Raj. So now you're getting both two users. Copy it one more time and I'll give John, and if I do side by side all of this, right? So you can see that we are getting null. So this part also you need to handle, but let me just refresh it one more time. So I'll give John here, enter. I just want to show you that you can see that in all the places it's updating real time, but if it is null, that part we need to handle. Okay, so that we are going to do, but before that we need to finish the other events. Now second, what we will do, we need to handle one more, right? When user will left the chat, we need to remove that users, right? Or we need to notify that okay, this user has now left the chat. Okay, now first thing what we are going to do, let's go back to our server.js, and now till this part we have completed that user list. Now after this we are going to handle our incoming chat messages. But how we are going to handle the incoming chat messages, right? So to get the incoming message, first you need to get the message from your client side. So you need to emit that event from here, and that you are going to listen here, right? And this is what we have discussed till this part. Why I'm repeating these things again and again, believe me, if you're creating a simple application, then only you'll be moving to a intermediate to advanced level application, or else it's very difficult, right? So try to apply all of this and try to create by your own all the projects that I am creating. Okay, so let's start working on these two things. So first we'll handle incoming chat message, and also at the end after this we are going to handle the user disconnection. So this we are going to do in the next section. Okay, so now first we need to handle this incoming chat message. So as I already told you, right, so when user will be typing something in this form, that we are having this form, right, so we need to handle it. So let's go below, and after this first I'm going to handle our form submission. So first we need to handle form submission. So I'm going to take, so we have this message form, right, message form. So let's copy this. So we'll do message form dot add event listener. So I'm going to do here submit. So we'll take we'll take a event, and here we are going to first we'll do event dot prevent default, because this is the normal behavior, so that the page will doesn't refresh every time you will enter the form. After this we are going to get our value that user is typing on the input field. So we'll do const message text, or let's do this one is extract message text, and this will be message input dot value, and then I'm going to trim it. So I'll do trim, and after this if this value is present, so what we need to do, as I already told in the previous section, we need to emit a event, right? So we are going to emit the chat message event to the server with the message data. So what is the message data? Message data is nothing but this data which user is typing. So I'm going to do again socket.emit, and I'm going to name this one as chat message, right? and here we are going to pass two things. So the first thing, we need to pass the username, right? So how we will be getting the username? I think username will be getting from here. So let's get the username first, and then I'm going to pass a text which will be this extract message text. Now once this is done, I'm going to clear this. So I'm going to do message input dot value will be empty. Okay, so this is done. So now we are emitting this chat message event. So now we need to listen it on the server side. So let's go back to our server. Now I'll do handle incoming chat message. So what we'll do socket dot on, and the name is chat message, correct? So that is the event name, and here what you'll get the message information which will have the username and the text. So I'll get the message, and here again we need to, what we need to do, can you guess? See, when user will be typing the message, we need to inform or show that message to all the users, right? Because it's kind of a group chat, so you need to broadcast that received message to all the connected clients. So we'll do broadcast the received received message to all connected clients. So I'm going to do io.emit. So again I'm going to do chat message, and then I'm going to pass this message here. All right, so see, we are getting that message, again we are emitting here. So what we need to do next? So we need to again listen it, correct? So now we'll go back to our index.html, and now after this user list I'm going to do, so here what we are doing simply, so I'll do listen so that you can understand. So that is the reason I'm giving comment. So now listen for chat message events from the server. So I'm going to simply do here socket dot on, this will be chat message, and here I'm going to get the message. Now this message is this message just now we emitted, so this will be my message. And here what I'll do, simply I'll call the add message, and we can simply render this thing, right? So we have message have a username, this username, and this message has a text. So I'll render a message dot username, then give colon, and then I'm going to pass message dot, so I'll do here message dot text. So this is done. So now let's save it, and till this part let's see if it is working or not. So now I'm going to just close it one more time. We'll start from scratch. I'm going to close this, let's refresh this. So I'll give my name, so I joined, I'm going to copy this, and here we'll just paste it. So I'll do John, and I'm going to do a hello. Okay, now let's send it. See, you're getting John hello. Now I will do hi John. So now I'll just send it here. Let's see what is happening. Send here. See, you're getting hi John, fine, right? And I'll do some random message. So I'll do random send here. We're getting, and I'll ask what is this, enter, you're getting in both the places, right? Now if you notice this part, that if you try to understand very carefully, you'll be able to easily understand, okay, this is happening by directional way only. So you are emitting from the client side, you're listening on the server side, you're emitting from the server side, you're listening on the client side, right? And even it will work with the multiple users very easily. But what thing is now left? So the main thing is left is, now you need to handle when the user or this disconnection will happen, right? So we need to handle the user disconnection properly. So that is the next thing. So now let's go there, and then I'm going to go to our server.js, and I'm going to handle it. So we'll do socket dot on, right? Now here again, once again, we need to do disconnect. Sorry, we'll do disconnect. Now here we need to do a couple of things. First I'll log here. So I'll do a user is, we'll do user is disconnected. So after this I'm going to remove that users, right? So we'll do users dot for each, sorry, users dot for each. So I'll get the user. Now how you are going to get it, right? So we'll simply check if this user is equal to the socket dot username that we'll be having. So here I'm going to simply just do users dot delete that user, and now I'm going to simply broadcast. So I'll do io dot emit, and I'm going to pass a user left event, and I'll pass this user here. So this user has now left, right? And don't forget to send the updated user list. So I'm going to do io.emit, and I'll pass the user list. I think that is the what we are having, user list. And this I'm going to again pass it here, and I'll do array.form, and I'll pass the users, and this will handle the disconnect. But this is not yet done. The reason is because we need to also handle it in our this HTML or client side. So after this user joined, right, this user joined, I'm going to take socket dot on, and I will do user left, because that is what we have given, we are emitting here, user left, and this will give you the user, right, the current user. So I'll do user, and simply we are going to do add message, and I'll pass here that this user has left the chat, right? Alright, so this is done. Now we need to do one more quick thing, and that is, if I go here, right, what I notice that we are using this disconnect, and then we are using socket.username, which we are getting from socket object, but we need to do one slight modification, and that is, once user will join, we need to store that username in the socket object. So we'll do socket.username equal to this username. Alright, now let's save it and then rerun this, and then we are going to see everything from scratch what is happening. So let's refresh this. So I'll give my name, enter. So now I joined, and then I'll copy this and then open this, and then here I'm going to give John, and so John has now joined. So now I'm going to just do a hi. So we're getting message, I'll give hello, we should be getting that. And now what I'll do, right, notice one thing. So I'm going to close this. John has now left, and then this is updated, and if you go here, you can see that an user is disconnected. This is getting called. So this is a very simple chat application, although this will work perfectly fine. What you need to do, if you want to make it complicated, you need to add some more functionality, but at the end the concept is simple, right? So you're emitting some events, and in the real time you're listening to on the client side or either on the server side, and based on that you are writing the logic. So with this, till this section is now completed. So the homework for this section will be try to create another chat application and try to apply some more features in that particular application. And for that, what you can do, you can also go to their official doc and try to see how they are doing some of the things, right? Now let's move on to the next section. Alright everyone, so now we are in one of the most important, and I'm pretty sure you all will be waiting for this particular section, and that is how we can do deployment, right? And I'm going to show you multiple ways we can deploy Node.js backend, right? So first we'll start with render, because I think render is one of the best way you can do this. And the reason is because if you're using AWS or something, then you need to add credit card information, right? So if you by chance if you don't have credit card, so then render will be a very good option to deploy your Node.js backend. Now remember, before we in our previous section we have completed all these sockets and everything, right? But before that we have created this Node.js auth application. Remember this one? So this project we will be deploying this one. Okay, so what I will do, right, so I already opened this here. The first thing, whenever you need to deploy any of your application, first you need to push this to a GitHub repository, right? So now it doesn't has to be only GitHub, you can use other like Bitbucket or something like that. GitLab also you can use, but I'm going to use GitHub. So what I'll do, right, I will create a new repository here, and let's give this one name as, I will do YouTube Node.js auth 2024. Keep this one as public, and this is important. and then do create repository. So now this will create. Now let's go there. Now before that we need to do one very important thing, and that is, you see that we have this node modules and the env file which holds some of the credentials and some secret variables that we don't want to expose to publics, right? So we should not push this file. So what we need to do, we'll create a git ignore file. So we'll do git ignore, and here I'll add node underscore modules. So means I'm telling that okay, exclude these node modules, and also we need to do .env file. So these two things I don't want to push whenever I will be pushing this code to GitHub. That is the first step. So next thing what we need to do, right? Next we need to initiate a GitHub git repository here. So how we are going to do that? So to initiate a git repository, first of all you need to install git in your local machine, and after that you need to run git init. So now you see that this will initiate a empty GitHub repository, and if you notice, go here, you'll see that it is not adding the node modules and the env file here, and this is what exactly we need. Now once we'll do this, what we need to do, we need to add all these files, we need to commit it, and then we are going to push it. So now either you can do it from here, so you can click this plus and then give commit message, or you can do from here also. So do git add. Okay, so now see all of this will be added, and we'll give git commit -m, adding, or we'll do pushing Node.js auth changes. Alright, but now you can't directly publish it, so we need to link this repo with a new repo that we have created. So we need to add this remote origin. So I'm going to copy this, and then we'll go here and let's clear it, and then I'm going to just hit enter. And now what we're going to do, simply just publish this branch. So I'm going to click here, and now changes are already pushed. So if you go here, right, let's see what is happening. So you can see that we have config, controllers, database, helpers, middleware, model, routes, whatever other things. Now before that we need to do one more thing, and that is, if you go here in the server.js, you see that not server.js, sorry, my bad, we need to go to package.json, and you see we have a start script, okay, and then we have a dev script. Now we need to do some changes here, because when we will be deploying these in our render, so we need to tell render that okay, I'm using Node and I need to first install all the dependencies. And even if you noticed here, right, we have this dev dependency which is actually not required. This dev dependency means this will be only required when we'll do the development, right? But this is not the thing. So first we need to tell that okay, first we will install all of this dependency, and then we need to run this start command, and this is very important. So how we are going to do that? So first let's go to our package.json, and okay, where is package.json? And I'm going to remove this test script for now, and I will do here node and then server.js. Now why server.js? Because this is our root file which will run. If you are given this one as index or app.js, you need to modify this one accordingly. And then I'm going to do a build command here, and build I will do here npm install. Now let's save it. So now I'm going to push these changes. So let's add this one once again. So I'll do clear, I'll do git add, and I'll clear again, and I'll do git commit -m, and we'll do updating package JSON file content. Alright, and then simply we'll push it. Alright, so this is done. So now let's refresh this. So we're getting npm run build, which will run our build, and then the start. So now this part is done, and now I'll go to my render dashboard. So first you need to log in here, and then once you log in, you'll go to the dashboard, click on new. So you need to deploy a web service. Once you'll go here, you'll get all the Git projects that you have created, right? If you have already connected your Git So you can see that I have a lot of projects here. So I'm going to create my first project and do connect. So here just keep the name as it is. If you want, you can change it. Node, this will be node, branch will be master, root directory. So if your code inside any directory, so you can specify here. And then we have build command. So we see here we have a build command here, right? So which is npm install. So it is automatically taking this one, or else you can also run npm run build, right? This also you can do, or I think install is also fine. Now here this start command will be node server.js. So you also have the start script here, right? So that also we can do. So we can simply do here. So let's do this one as npm run build, and this will be npm run start, or you can also do npm start. Now here you need to select the what type you want to use. Definitely we are going to use free, and then we need to add environment variables, right? So this is important. Now see that we'll go here and let's go to our env files. Now I'll just simply copy all of this, and here I am going to just add from env. I'll do this one and I'll just paste it here. Now let's add this. Now all will be added. Now you see that this JWT secret key, right? This what we are having here, this we need to create some unique key, right? So how we are going to do it? Now to create a unique JWT secret key, we are going to use this OpenSSL. Now if you don't use this one, so this will help you to create a secret key, very strong secret key, right? So you need to just type it here, go here on the first link, and then you can simply download it from here. If you have 64, if you have 32, you can download it from here, and then you just need to run this OpenSSL rand-hex 64. If you just copy this and let's open a command, and I'm going to run it. So this will give a strong secret key. Let's copy this, and then I'm going to just paste it here. All right, so this is done. Now you can click on deploy web service. Now let me just quickly give you one of the recap, that because if you're a complete beginner, this will be quite tricky, right? So I'll just quickly give you whatever we have done so far. So let's go to our code. The first thing is that if you notice that whenever you'll be creating any project, it's very important, if you're using any variables or any secret thing, always keep all this in env, right? So that is the first step. So that will be the first step. And after this also we have added a git ignore, right? Then we push our code to GitHub, then we go to render, we link our project with that GitHub project that we have created, and after this we have done all of this process. So this is the name. Then okay, one more thing, that we added this script, right? So build will run npm install, start will do node server.js. Node server.js is nothing but this is our starting file, which is from our root directory, which is the server.js. If you have app.js, you need to change it accordingly. If you have index.js, you need to change this one accordingly. Now if you go here, we have a npm run build and then npm start. So you can keep npm start also. Select the free tier and add all the environment variables and create a strong secret key. So now all of this is done. Now so I'm going to do deploy web service. Now let's wait for some time. Now once this is done, we need to test it, that what is happening here. Right, so it's already running. Awesome. So build is already successful, so it's run this npm run build, which will do npm install, and now build is actually successful. So let's wait for some time, it will deploy and then it will give you the URL, and that URL we can test it and we'll see if it is working or not. If you want, you can also skip this section. The reason why I'm not skipping or speeding up, because if you, for some people will comment that okay, we are not able to understand, like they will comment in video, so that is the reason I'm not skipping. If you want, you can skip it like 1 or 2 minutes and then you can go to the result. That is also fine. So now it will run npm start, right, which will run our server.js file. And let's wait. So MongoDB is also connected successfully. Awesome. So we're getting all the logs and service is now live. So now let's see what is happening. So now we will be getting the URL, which is this one. So now I'm going to copy this. Let's go to our Postman, and then I think we have this Node.js auth, right? And here we are using register and user. So I'm going to use this only. Let's see what is happening. Okay, so for now, okay, let's see. One thing is, okay, I'll go there. Okay, it's live now. So now I need till this part, so I'm going to replace this /API/auth register. So I'll give some random name like Sam, and we'll do sam@gmail.com. I'll keep this one as user. I'll send. Let's see what is happening. User is registered successfully. Awesome. So now we'll go to login and user. Okay, we need to just copy this, right? So I'll copy this login and user, paste it, and make this one as login, and I'll do this one as Sam and try to send it. Invalid credentials, correct. Remove it. We'll be getting again, and now I'll give the correct one and send. We get the token. Awesome. Now we'll copy this. Okay, first I'll copy this, and then let's check our welcome route. Oh, sorry, we have copied the whole thing, I think. Let me copy only this part. Now let's go here, and then let's replace this /API home/welcome, and we'll go there, copy the token, go to welcome route, and I'm going to paste it, send it. We are getting, it's working, right? So I'm pretty sure we'll be able to check the rest of the things, but this is how you can do it, right? So we have seen all the steps step by step. Now try to deploy it, and then once you'll do 2-3 times, you'll be habituated. All right, now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so in the previous section we have learned that how you can deploy your Node app in render. Now in this one I'm going to show you how you can do it in Vercel. So I'm showing multiple options. The reason is because everyone has their own choice and their own requirements. So based on your convenience, you will be able to deploy wherever you like. Alright, so now see, there are certain steps we need to follow while deploying in Vercel, and first of all will be you need to create a folder, you need to create an account, as simple as that. Okay, all right, now let's go here, and the first thing we need to do a couple of things. First, whenever you will be deploying in Vercel, we need to create a vercel.json file which will tell that the configuration of your project. Okay, and now if you want to deploy this app using Vercel CLI, so in that case you need to install Vercel globally, and then you can run in your terminal Vercel command, and you need to follow the steps. Okay, so that is one way of doing. But first let's start working on this. First, the configuration we need to create. So let's go here, and I'm going to do here vercel.json. all right, now here the first of all what we are going to do, we need to do a couple of things. First, we need to give a version here. So this version will be 2. Now what this version does, so this is nothing but this is telling that you are using this version 2 of that Vercel configuration format. All right, after this we need to use builds, and here we need to take array, and then inside this we need to take source, and in source you need to tell that which is your entry file, right? So this, in our case, it will be server.js, so we'll give server.js. Again, what this does is that it will tell that this is the entry point of your application, as simple as that. After this we need to use a use, and here you need to tell Vercel that I'm using Node, so this will be @vercel/node. Alright, so this is one configuration that we need for builds, and then we need to create for routes. So I'll create one more which will be routes, and inside this again we need to take source. Now here very important, so we need to use a regex which will tell that which will match all the incoming requests, and to write it we need to give slash, and here we are going to give this, sorry, we need to give dot and then this star, and this is telling that okay, this will match all the incoming requests that you will be doing after deploying this application. This will be for your route configuration. And next thing what you need to do, again you need to give a destination. So what will be your destination? It will be the server.js. again this will depend that what file name that you have given here. So first let's go through. So we have given a version. In the builds you need to give the source. So in the source it will take the server.js, and here we are telling that okay, I'm using the node, and now here we are using routes. We are telling we are giving a regex in the source, and the destination again will be your server.js. Now we need to go to our package.json. okay, now here you can see that while deploying in the render we have added this build command. Now if you want, this is actually optional for this Vercel, because Vercel will automatically run the build command, okay, or basically they will install all the dependencies, because this build command is doing nothing, they're just installing all the dependencies, so it will do automatically. So you can simply remove it. Okay, rest everything is fine, because for the start we need actually node and server.js which will run our server.js file. So this is all the changes that I want to do here, and then I'll just add these changes. So let's open our terminal and let's do clear. Okay, it's already nothing is there. What to clear? We'll give git add and we'll add all. Then I'll do git commit -m and I'll do modifying package JSON file for Vercel deployment. And let's push the changes. Alright, so this is done. So now what we are going to do, right, let's go here and then I'm going to do add new project, and you can see that we already have been continue with GitHub. So let me just quickly log in. I think it will be already logged in, and I'll just import this. Now you'll see that we'll have some options, right? So we'll have a build and output options. See, it's already taking npm run build, correct? And output, if you want to change all of this, it will, if there is a public, if it is exist, or else it will take this dot. If you want to change that, again you need to overwrite all of this, right? Now the main thing is again environment variables we need to add. So let's add all of this step by step. So now we'll go here. Let's go to our env. You can also upload env file directly and it will take all of this automatically. So we'll go to env and then start with port. So this will be 3000. After this we'll have Mongo URL. Let's copy this. Add. After this we'll do JWT secret key, which I'll create quickly. So let's open command line and I'm going to copy and paste it here, and I'll get it, copy this and we'll paste it here, add it. Then we have the cloud name, and then we'll copy the API key. And at the end we'll be having the API secret. Okay, so these are all the environment variables we need. Now let's add this also. So we have 6, and now just need to do deploy. That's it. Let's click on deploy and let's wait for some time, and once this is done we'll be getting the URL and we'll be able to test it. Let's expand this. Let's see what is happening. Alright, it's very simple. So this already done. So now let's go to dashboard. Now we'll be able to get the domain. So let's say I'll get this one. Let's copy this and then I'll go to my Postman and I'm going to just run it once again here. So let's paste it here. So Vercel API register, and because we already have this username, so I'll give this one a sam10 and I'll do sam10. Let's send it. So user is registered successfully and it's actually live, so that is the reason I want to show you. Now I'll go here, login, and let me just copy this. Let's go to login user. I'll do sam10 and I'll give some random password. Send it. Invalid credential, and I'll send it here. You'll be getting the token and it is working fine. Now I don't want to test all the other things. You can check it. Let's say for example we'll get the first. Let me just copy this from here and let's check the admin route. Okay, so here I'm going to just paste it and then try to send it. Let's see what is happening. So if you don't have any token, that is fine. I'm going to copy this and we'll go to here and I'm going to paste it and now send it. You can see that we have admin rights required. So if I go to register and I'll do sam11 and I'll do this one as admin, send it. So registered successfully. I'll go to sam11, send it. We'll get the token, copy this, and now let's go to admin route and just replace it here. Send this, you'll be getting the admin page and it's working absolutely fine. So this is the whole process how you need to deploy your Node app in Vercel. So we have learned two things, right, in render and Vercel. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so welcome to a new section, right? So in this particular section we are going to learn how you can use GraphQL with Node.js. Now as usual, like my previous section, so what we are going to do, right, I will divide this particular section into two parts. So in the first one we are going to learn the basics of GraphQL, and after that we will be creating one simple project where we are going to also learn how you can integrate your MongoDB database with GraphQL. Right, so first you need to understand what actually GraphQL is. By the way, GraphQL is developed by Facebook, and this is nothing just a query language for APIs, right? Now in the previous section we have already discussed, right, that how we can create our REST API development and everything. Now first you need to understand that what are the advantages of using GraphQL over REST API. The first and the most important one is that, see, GraphQL will allow you to do precise data fetching. So what I mean by that, let's say in normal REST API how it will work, right? So for example, we'll take this kind of scenario that you are having a form where you're let's say creating a product, and this product will have a title, it will have a description, the product will have a, let's say, price and some tags, and then you'll submit the product, you'll save that product in the database, and then what you need to do on page load, you need to fetch the list of products. What usually happen whenever you'll be fetching the data, right? So you need to get all of this title, description, price and tag in your API response. Although in your UI side or in your front end, let's say you are creating a React app, you are only rendering the title, you are not using the description, price and other properties from that product. Not okay. Now what GraphQL will give you, so this GraphQL will allow clients to request exactly the data you need. For example, in this scenario, let's say you only need the title, so you can only get the title, and it's actually huge advantage, right? And now what will happen with this REST API often leads to overfetching, right? That means we are getting more data than actually we needed, and that is actually not good. So this is one of the main advantages. The second is GraphQL uses single endpoint for all the data operation. On the other side, REST API typically requires multiple endpoints for different kind of resources and operation, right? And what will happen with this precise data fetching, right, it will definitely going to improve your performance, right? Because by reducing the overfetching and the underfetching, GraphQL will significantly improve application performance. So these all are the basic difference or advantages of using of GraphQL over REST API. Now there are some concepts that we need to know in GraphQL. So first we have mainly three types of operation. The first one is called queries, means how we are going to fetch data. Second one is mutations, how you're going to modify or write data, and the third one is called subscription. Subscription is usually used for real-time data updates, right? And we are not going to cover in this one. In this particular section we'll learn only the queries and the mutation section. And if you're a complete beginner, that will be the best starting point for you. There is no point of learning subscription at the beginning. Once you go to intermediate level, then you can start working on subscription and other advanced level of concepts. Also, we are going to learn that how we can create schemas, what kind of types, and how you can create types, everything from scratch. The first, what we are going to do, I already created a blank folder. You can see that. Now, as I already told you that I'll be having two projects or two parts. One will be the basic concepts and second one will be a project. So what we'll do, right? Let's do one thing. I'm going to first create our as usual package.json, right? So we'll do npm init-y. And what are the things that we need here, right? See, the first we need to install definitely GraphQL. Also, we are going to use Apollo server. So we'll install Apollo server, and to write our schemas, we are going to use this GraphQL tag. So let's install all of this. Let me just clear this, and I'm going to do npm install. So I'll do Apollo server/server. Then I'm going to install GraphQL, and also I'm going to install GraphQL tag. So for now, these three things we are going to use this GraphQL tag, which will helpful utilities for parsing your queries and everything, right? So let's hit enter, and then this will install. And in the meantime, I'm going to create a source folder inside of this, and inside the source folder I will be having our main server.js. So I'll do server.js. Okay, this will be our entry point. Now let's go to our package.json, and we need to change a couple of things. The first thing is that this will change now, so it will be source/server.js, and then also I'm going to add a start script. This will be node source/index.js, and also let's install nodemon also. So I'm going to install nodemon as a dev dependency, and here I'm going to add it here. So we'll do a dev script. So I'll do nodemon source/index.js. Okay, I think let's copy this and let's reopen it one more time, and I'll just paste it here. Also, you need to change this one. So let's copy, and then okay, why we are doing index.js, this will be server.js, both. Alright, so this is done. Now first thing, as I already mentioned, right, that we need to create the schemas and everything. Now before going or discussing or writing the schemas, first we need to understand that what actually schemas are, right? See, just like in our MongoDB or Mongoose, what we usually do, right, we create a different types of models. Now similarly in GraphQL, the schema file will define your schema for your project that you are creating. Now what actually that schema is, that is nothing but the structure of your data or the operation that you will perform. For example, let's say you are working, I'm just giving an example, you are working with some product. So this product can have let's say title, right, as I already told you. Then let's say this will have a price, then it will have something else. So this is nothing but the structure of your data. So you're telling that okay, my product can have a title, it will have a price. Similarly, when you will be creating your first GraphQL schema, you need to tell GraphQL that okay, this is my product schema, something like that. Okay, because currently we will be using dummy data. So before writing any schema, let's go to source, and then here inside of this I'm going to create a data, and let's create some dummy data. So I'll create a products.js, and let's create some dummy data. So I'll do const products. So I'll give a ID. So this will have an ID of 1, let's say. I'll give a title. Let's give this one as laptop. Then I'll have a category. So I'll do this one as electronics. Then let's give a price. Let's say 990.95, and also I'm going to do a in stock, means whether the product is available or not, which will be true. Now let's copy this, paste it 2 more times, so this will be 3. Let's make this one as shoes. This I'll do sports. I'll do this on some random value and I'll make in stock as false. Similarly, let's do this one as 2. I'll do this one as what else we can do here. Let's give some tea or coffee. So this will be food, and here this I'll give some value and this in stock will be true. So now for now we will work with this data. So I'll do module.exports and this will be products. Alright, now we will start creating our schema, right? So as I already told you, so for now let's create a GraphQL folder first. So I'm going to do GraphQL and I'm going to create our first schema.js. So this file, I'll just comment it, this file will this file will tell that what will be the structure of your data, right? As in a simple words. So now let's start creating our first schema. So for this one we will be using this GraphQL tag, that package you have installed, right? So I'm going to just import it. So I'll do require and I'll use that GraphQL tag and we are going to use this GQL, and let's create our type definition. So I'm going to do const and we'll do type deps. So here you need to take this GQL and now inside this you need to write all the types. Now you can compare this one with the Mongoose schema that you usually create, right? So don't do it, means I'm just telling you to, so that it will be easy for you to understand. So here you'll be now creating your first type. So I'm going to do a type, see, so this type keyword you need to give and then the name. So let's give this one as product. So this is your type. Now inside this you need to specify that what kind of fields this product will have. Now for now we know that okay, this is a dummy data, so it will have ID, it will have a title, category, price and in stock. But before that we also need to understand that what kind of data types or basic types this GraphQL will provide. So first it will provide a string type, and I'm pretty sure you are already familiar with this. It will also give you int, this will also give you float, it will also give a boolean, and now there is one more that I'm pretty sure if you are doing it for the first time you will not be aware, and that is called a ID data type. So this is nothing but a unique identifier. So it's just like I'll tell you what exactly is this identifier, right? See, remember in the Mongoose you usually have this ID, right, which will tell the unique ID of that individual document. So similarly in your GraphQL you can give this ID. So this ID is nothing but the unique identifier, just like each and every product will have an ID. Okay, so now let's write our so we need to structure it, right? So what are the things that we'll be having? So first the product will have an ID, and sorry, this will be a type of ID. Now here I'm going to use this symbol, and what this symbol is telling that this is a non-nullable field. Non-nullable means this field is mandatory, so that is the reason I am using this. Next this will have a title, which also will be a string, and also this will be a non-nullable field. Then this will have a category, so category also will be string, and this will have a price will be a float, and then I'm going to use the in stock because we'll be having this one, and this will be a boolean. This is also mandatory. So let's save it. So now let's go through. So we are giving a type, we are telling that okay, this will be the type, and then inside this we are specifying that what are the fields or how our product type will look. So these fields, all the fields are mandatory. Once we'll create the type, now we are going to create our queries, right? So three things we need to know. First one is the types, second one is the queries, that how we can create queries, and the third one is the mutation. Now these queries also I'll try to make this one simpler so that you can understand. So here you need to give this one as query, and now you need to specify that what kind of queries you'll be having. Now remember, compare this one with while doing the REST API. Remember, we have created the controller. So how the controllers was working. So let's say we're creating a blog website, and this blog will have multiple controllers, right? So let's say fetch all the blogs, then fetch blog by ID, right? Now these all are the queries. So here what you are doing is simply querying this list of blogs. Here you are querying the current blog by ID. Similarly, here you also need to specify that what kind of queries you will be having here. So for now, I will be having two queries. The first one will be to get the list of products, and second one will be to get a single product by ID, right? So if I give 1, this should give me product 1. If I give 2, this should give me product 2. If I give 3, this should give me product 3. So here I'm going to pass products. Now this is my query name, okay? And here you need to give the type. So type will be product, right? Let me just comment it. So this will be product, but this will be array of products because you can have multiple products. So here you need to specify this as product, and both will be non-nullable. So we are specifying this product type here, and the second query will be having this to get the single product. So I'm going to do a product. And here very important, because if you notice, just like in our controller, we usually get our whenever we'll do fetch something by ID, right? We'll do request dot params, we'll do request dot params dot ID. Remember, we have used this. So these params we usually pass in our URL, right? So we'll do, let's say, /API /product /12345. So this is the ID that will be passing. Similarly, here also, when you'll be querying single product, you need to pass the ID, right? So how we are going to pass it? So here I'll tell that, okay, this will receive a ID parameter, and this ID parameter will have a type which will be ID. Now again, this ID is nothing but what? This ID is the unique identifier, and here in this case this will be this 1, 2 and 3, something like that. And this also will be mandatory, and then I'm going to pass the type. So type will be what? Type of product. So this product, let's comment it. So this is our two queries, and then we will be having the mutation. So mutation is where we'll be able to create a new product, but that we are going to see later. For now, save it, and now I'm going to simply do module.exports, and I pass the type definitions. Now I'm pretty sure this will be clear for you, how we have created type and how we have created query. Now how we are going to get it, right? So we need to somehow call this query. So for this one we are going to create methods, right? And that concept here we called as resolvers. So we need to create a resolver files here. So inside this GraphQL, I'm going to create a resolvers.js, and this will simply resolve what you are going to do. So how you are going to fetch the data, okay? So now here I'm going to we need to get our products, which is the dummy products currently we are having. We don't have any database or anything, so I'm going to get the products. So this will be require, and let's go to data and let's go to products. Now I'm going to create our resolvers. So I'll do resolvers, and here we are going to pass the queries. So now I'm going to create a query, okay? So I'll create our first query, and here we'll be having two queries. So one will be to get the list of products, and one will be to get a single product. So I'm going to pass here products. So what this will return. So for now we don't have any database or anything, so I'm going to simply return these products, right? As simple as that. So now this will resolve or get the list of products. For now I'm not going to do anything else here, okay? Let's save it, and I'm going to show you that how we are going to run the server before writing something other things. So I'm going to just export it, and now let's go to our server.js, and we need to create or start our Apollo server. So I'm going to do here const, and let's do this on Apollo. First we need to get it from require, and here I'm going to get the Apollo server, Also we need to because we are not using any Express or anything like that, also I'll show you that how we are going to do it using Express, but for now we are going to import another method that we called as standalone server. So I'm going to import one more thing from, we'll do require, and this will be Apollo server / standalone, and this will give us a start standalone server method. Okay, now here I'm going to also import our Apollo server, and then I need the two things. The first one will be my types, the second one will be my resolvers. So I'll go here and then I'm going to get type depths. So I'll do require, and let's go to our GraphQL and schema. Then I need our resolvers, so this will be require, so we'll go to GraphQL / resolvers. Now I'm going to create a function, so we'll do async function, and I'll do start server. Now to create a server, it's very simple. So you just need to call this, create a new instance of this Apollo server, and just pass both the things, or config you can pass. The first will be your types, you can pass C, and second you need to pass the resolvers, right? You can see, and also you can pass some other things like plugin and everything that I'll show you in the next part. So this will create a server, but this will not work until unless we'll start the server, right? So here I'm going to now get our URL, so we'll get something. So I'll do await, and I'll call this start standalone server. Now this will take the server that you need to, that you have created. So I created the server. Now remember, you need to pass these type depths and these resolvers. So here we are going to get or pass the server, and here we are going to listen to a port. So I'm going to pass a port, and let's run this one as 4000. Now this will give you a URL. Okay, and let's log this here. So we'll do log, and I'm going to do this one as server ready at, and I'll pass this URL. Now still this will not work because we are not starting this, so I need to invoke it. So I'll invoke this server. So now this will create a server, Apollo server will be running, and I'll just simply do npm run. Okay, sorry, let me clear it. So clear it, so and do npm run start. Let's see what is happening. See, these will automatically run. Now you'll notice one very interesting thing, that what will happen if I go here. So if I click here, sorry if you're getting any background noise, I think some people are talking and everything. So you can see that you'll be getting a pre-built UI, and this is handled by Apollo, and you can see that we are getting the queries and everything. For now I think these all I already created previously something. Let me just remove all of these, and now I am going to show you that how you are going to test it, right? So first you need to give a query, right? And here you see that we have two queries. One is to get the products and one is to get the single product. And if you go to our, let's say I'll go to my resolver. So for now we are only returning the products. So I'll call the products, and now see, it's already giving all the options, like okay, this product will have a title, it will have a price, it will have in stock, it will have an ID, and it will have a category. What are the fields you need? Let's say you will tell that okay, I only need title. Run it, you're getting all the titles, and this is coming from your dummy data. Now okay, now you'll tell that okay, I also need the category. So now run it, it will give you the category. You also need the ID. Run, you'll be getting the ID. See, it's awesome, right? It's really good. So let's say I need the in stock. I run it, and what else we are having? Also we have a price, and I'll get the price. So this means you are just simply querying, you're passing this, and you are telling GraphQL that okay, give me all the fields that I actually need, and based on that it will structure the data and it will return back the data. I hope you are getting. So now with this, I'm pretty sure you will be able to create these resolvers. So one resolver you created to get all the products. Now pause the video and try to create this resolver where you'll be getting a single product, and then you need to pass this ID as the input, and then it will filter and it will give you the single product. So let's do this one in the next part. So let's create one more. So now I'm going to create the product one. So I'll do product, and here what we need, so we need the ID, right? So which I'll be passing as the input, and here simply just we'll do products dot find, do item, and I'll do item.id should be equal to this ID that we are having here. That's it. So now let's save it. Alright, so let's go here and let's create one more query. So I'll give a query here, and now see if I type product, and you can see that's already giving suggestion that okay, you need to pass the product ID. So here I'll pass the product ID, let's say 1, and I'll tell that okay, now I give me the title of the product ID, and I run it and see that we are getting laptop. If I pass 2 here, run it, you are getting coffee. If I give 3 here, we are getting shoes, and also you'll be able to add other properties also, it will give you the results. Alright, so this is how it is working. Now I want to do one more thing. I think we have run that script start folder, right? Start script, right? Let's do one thing, let's run the node one. I forgot to do that. Alright, so this is fine. So now what we will do, so now we know that how you can create queries. So now we are going to write our mutation. Now again, when we'll be writing the mutation, first we need to go to our schema, and now we'll add my first mutation. So let's add a type, and here I need to give mutation, and here what mutation I want to create first. So first I'm going to create a create product mutation. So what this will do, this is like a add product controller. So just like in the previous section we have done, right? So this will be a create product, and now here it's very important, you need to tell that what are the things you will be passing as a input. Now remember, when you're creating something new, let's say product or something, you usually do request.body, and in that request.body you'll be getting all the data, that whatever you're passing from your front end, something like that. So similarly here also you need to tell, and this will be a type of product because we are creating a new product. So inside these, what are the things we need to pass? So first I'll pass a title, which will be a string, right? I need to pass a category, which also will be a string. I also need to pass a price, which will be a type of float, and also I need to pass a in stock, which will be a type of boolean. Alright, so this is our create product mutation. So I'm telling that okay, these all the fields I'm going to pass, but how we are going to write the resolvers? So we need to go to resolver files, and now I'm going to create our mutation here. So I'll add a mutation, and let's add our first mutation, which will be create product. Okay, now here again you need to pass all the things that you need to pass to create a new product. And you see that we need to pass this title, category, price, and in stock. So these all the things will be receiving. So I'll receive a title as input, you'll receive a category as the input, you will receive a price, and also you're going to receive a in stock. So these all the things will be receiving, and after this you're going to create your new product. So here I'll do const new product, or let's do this one as newly created product, and this will be ID, and here you are going to pass the ID. So ID, I'm going to do a string of products.length plus 1, and after this I'm going to do a title, I'm going to pass the category, I'm going to pass the price, and also I'm going to pass the in stock. So these all the things I'll be receiving, and based on that I'm going to create a new product. After this I'm going to push this new product in our static data because we don't have a database for now. So I'm going to do product.push and then add this newly created product and simply return the list of products back. So I'm going to return the new product back. So I'll do newly created product. So now this will create a new product mutation, and if you go there, right, and let's refresh this, now I'm going to create one more, and here you need to pass a mutation, and now you'll pass a create product, and see it is telling the these all the fields I need. So now I'm going to add a title. So let's give this one as, let's say I'll do new product added. Category I'll give this one as electronics. Price will give this one as 500, and in stock I will do this one as true. Once we'll do all of this, let's say I need all the things. So I need the title, I need the category of the new product that I'm creating, I need the price, also I need the in stock. That's it. And now let's run it, and you can see that you are getting new product is now added, you're getting electronics price, you're getting in stock is true. And now just go back to this here, and also I think we also will be getting the ID here, and if I run it we'll be getting ID 5, which is okay. And then now let's go here and let's run it and see what is happening. Now if you notice there is 2 more products is added because I run that mutation 2 times, that is the reason. And you can see that you are getting the updated data back. Now let's go here and I'll pass here 5 and I'll pass run here. See, you're getting the new product added, right? So this is how you are creating a new mutation, right? So this will be the process. So now let's say how we are going to do some other, let's add one more mutation, right? So let's do a delete mutation here. Okay, so I'll go here and let's add one more. So I'm going to do here delete product. Now again, delete product will also receive ID that which product I need to delete, and this will be mandatory. And here I'm going to return a boolean. Okay, now let's save it. So now again, once we'll create the schema, now we need to create the resolvers. So let's go there, and after this I'm going to create delete product. So we'll do delete product. So this will receive a ID, and here we'll take const index, and this will be products dot find index. We'll do product, and I'm going to check if the product dot ID is equal to the current ID that we are having, and if the index is equal to -1, that means we are going to return simply false, that this product is not present, or else we are going to do products dot splice, and I'm going to splice with this index and remove one item, and at the end I'm going to return true. That's it. So now let's save it. So now let's go there, and first I'll go to this and run it. So you're getting 3, and now I'm going to add one more product here. So let's run here and let's go back. So now you're getting 4. Create one more mutation. So I'll do mutation and I'll do delete product. Now again we need to pass the product ID, so I'm going to pass this new product that we have created, which is IDS 4. So I'm going to pass IDS 4, and now let's run it and let's see what is happening. So we're getting true, and now if you go here and run it one more time, you're not getting that newly created data, right? So it is working fine. So this is how you can do a delete. Now let's go there and let's add one more, and this time I'm going to add a update product. So now I'm going to do update product. So do update product, and this update product, again, see, whenever you will be updating something, you need to, again, you can update the title, or you can update category, you can update price, or you can also update in stock, doesn't matter, right? And also it's not like you will update all the things at a time, but how you are going to update, normally how it will work, in the previous section you've seen that you need to pass the ID of that product that you want to update. So ID will be mandatory, correct? So here first I'm going to pass the type as product, and what are the things we need, right? So we need the ID, so ID, which is mandatory. Then we need all of these 4 things. So I'm going to copy this and paste it. Now again, title is not mandatory, all these are not mandatory, so whatever you want to update, that you can update. So this will be your update product schema. So you're telling that, okay, I'll pass the ID, and based on that ID I want to update something. Okay, now let's go to resolvers and let's create an update, or let's do it after create, or let's do it here. So I'll do update product. So again, this will give you the ID that you'll be getting, and also the other updates. So I'm going to spread it. Now here I also need the index. I'm going to copy this. So if this index is -1, so I'm going to return null, or else what I'll do simply, so I'll do const, I'll do updated product, and this will be our current product. So we'll do products of that index, and these will be the updates that what you're doing. Let's say the title is currently 1 and you're changing to 2, so I am overriding that title here, and then I'm going to spread these updates, and these all are normal JavaScript concepts, right? There is nothing to discuss here. So this will be my updated product, and after this I'll simply do products of that index will become this updated product, and then I'm going to return the updated product. That's it. Now this will update the product. Now let's see if this is working. So we'll go back. I will create one more mutation and I'll pass updated product, and if you notice that we are having this updated ID which is mandatory. So let's say what I want to do, I'll pass here 1. So first product I want to update, where title is laptop, so I'm going to change this one to desktop. So I'll go here and then I'll make the title and I'll do desktop, and let's return all the. So I'll return title, I'll return the ID, I'll return the category, I'll return in stock, and also I'll return price. So means only I'm changing the title, and let's run it. Now see what is happening. You're getting now title 1 and all the other things haven't changed. And if you go here, right, this time it is laptop, run it, see this is changed to desktop. Awesome. So it's working fine. Now at the end we have actually completed all the CRUD applications, right? All the CRUD concepts, that how you can create, how you can fetch, how you can do fetch by ID, and also how you can delete by ID. So what will be your homework, right? So you need to practice these things multiple times, because see, I'm already like I know that I'm repeating these things multiple times, but if you work on very large application also, right, see at the end all of this is kind of a CRUD application. So if you are able to master these CRUD concepts, right, it will be very easy for you to work on complicated projects also. So that is the reason I'm again repeating once again that try to create these projects by yourself. Once you'll practice all this multiple times, at least 5 projects you need to create, and after that only move to intermediate or advanced level of concepts. So now with this the basic part is done. So what will be the next step? So next step, right, what I'm going to do, simply because we are using dummy data for now, so I will do one thing, right, so I'll just inform you that what I'll do, and then we'll come back. So inside this, right, I'm going to create 2 folders. One will be basic concepts and second will be project. And what I'll do, right, I'll copy the whole content of this into the projects, because the code will be exactly same. The only difference will be in the queries and the mutation. Instead of using the dummy data, we need to now interact with our database. So that is the only change, and that I'm going to show you that how we will be doing. So let me just quickly organize that, and after that we are going to start working with the databases. So everyone, now whatever projects that we have created, so you can see that I just created one more project here, and inside this I copied the same code, and here we are having all the dummy data and everything, but this time we will be using real database, right? So for that one I already created one database and we are going to use this one. But before that, let's do one thing. Let's quickly install this .env package. So I'm going to install, so we need to install Mongoose also here. Also I'm going to use .env, and I think these two will be fine, right? So now let's install, and then I'm going to create a .env file here, and I'm going to give this one as Mongo URI, which will be equal to, let's go here, copy this, and I'm going to just paste it here. And then also I'm going to use the port as 4000. Now let's go to our server.js, and then I'm going to import. So we'll do require .env.config. okay, and after this I'm going to use this one as process.env. so do process.env.port, and I think this is done. So now what we need to do first, right? So now first, you remember we have this dummy data, and then we are using all of this, but this will not work, right? So we need to create the models. So now we are going to create our models, which will be our Mongoose model, and here I'll create product.js, and let's create this one. So what are the things we'll be having? So here so first I'm going to import Mongoose, and this will be require Mongoose. So we'll do const product schema. So this will be new mongoose.schema. So I'll be having a title. So here this will be type as string, and required will be true. Now let's copy this and we'll paste it. So this will be category. Next I'll be having a price. Next I will be having in stock. Now this will be type of boolean, and for this one this will be type of number. Now let's save it, and now let's export it. So we'll do module.exports, and this will be our mongoose.model. I'll give this one as product, and I'll pass our product schema, and this is done. Now I'm pretty sure this we don't have to discuss, we have done this on multiple times. Now then where we need to change it? So we need to change everything in our resolver. So if you go here, right, we are getting everything from here, and we are creating and passing dummy data. Now we need to replace all of this with our database connection. Also before that we also include our database connection in our server.js. So let's start first create our data DB connection here, and after that we'll start working on the resolvers. Alright everyone, so now let's create one folder here. So I'm going to create, let's give this one as database, and let's create db.js. So I'm going to quickly create this. We'll do mongoose, so we'll do require mongoose, and then we'll simply do const, and I think till this time we have done this one I think so many times, so that is the reason I'm not explaining all of this now. So we'll do try catch. So let's log this error. So we'll do console.error, and we'll do mongo connection failed. Okay, and we'll log the error, and we'll just process the exit. So we'll do process.exit. In the try we'll simply do await mongoose.connect. I think we already have the env file, and here we are using this, so you can simply use the same, right? So here we'll do process.env dot, let me just copy it, and that's it. And then I'm going to just log here that MongoDB connected successfully. Now let's quickly export it. So we'll do module.exports connect to DB. Alright, so this part is done. So now let's go to our server.js, and we can simply, where we are creating the server, just simply call that, right? So it's pretty simple. So I'm going to do const, and let's do connect DB. So we'll do require, we'll go to, I think, what is the name that we have given? Oh, sorry, I think we are doing this one outside of this. Okay, this I made mistake. Let me just do one thing. I'll just move both in source folder. Same I'll do this one also. So I'll move this one to source folder. Alright, so now let's quickly import it. So we'll do database, and we'll do DB, and just simply call it here, right? So we'll do await, and we'll do connect to DB. Now let's see what is happening. So I'm going to just save it, and so MongoDB is now connected successfully. Alright, so this is done. So now what will be the next step? Now, as I already told you, we need to start working on the resolvers, right? Because there we are using the dummy data. So we'll start with the first one. First one will be very, very simple. Now here again, we no need these products here anymore. because we need to get the product model instead of getting the dummy data. So simply we'll do require, and then we will go to models, and then I'll need the product. Now how we'll get the products, I think we have already done multiple times. So simply, now again, very important, we need to convert all of this to async method now, and here simply we'll do await and simply get this product dot find. So what find will give, this will give you all the products, correct? It's very simple. Now I'm going to comment out all of this for now. Same, I'll comment out this mutation also, but because first time you need to see what is happening here. Let's save it, and also let's not comment out this one because we need at least one product. So I'm going to keep this create product, so this I'm going to create. So for now I'll just comment out these two. Alright, so how we are going to do create product. Now again, create product will be also very simple. So let me just remove it from here, and I'll do one more time. So I'll do create product, this will be async. Now again, here you are going to get, we'll take the args and then simply just do const, we'll do newly created product, and here I'm going to do new. So I'll get product, I'll pass these args, and simply I'm going to return. So we'll do await, and what we need to do, newly created product dot save. Remember, we have the save method that we have learned in the MongoDB section, right? And that's it. So now let's save it, and now let's see what is happening here. So I'm going to now refresh this. So let's go there, and then I'm going to create one mutation, and here we'll be having create product mutation. So now I'm going to remove this, and I'll just add all of this. So I'll do my first product, category will give, let's say, sports, price will give 150.5, and in stock I'll give as true. And now let's say I need to get the title here. So now I'm going to just run it, and let's see what is happening. So you're getting my product here. Now let's go here, and now let's go to browse collections, and let's see what is happening. See, got products, right? Awesome. Now you're getting title, product, and everything in stock is true. Now let's go here, and let's go to the first one. Now here simply we'll do run. See what you're getting, you can see, right? We're getting title, category sports, ID, in stock, and price. Now see, this is not a dummy data now anymore. This is a new data. This is the updated data you are getting from where? From the MongoDB database. So let's try one more time. Go here, and I'll do second product added. Second product, let's make this on electronics, and I'll do, let's say, 1000, and I'll do this one as false. Now let's run it. It's added, and now I'm going to just do refresh. We're getting two products, and if you go to the first one and run it, I'll be getting two products. Awesome. So now this is done. Next thing what we'll do, we'll get a single product. Now single product will be very simple. See here, this is nothing new, right? When we have created the controllers using the REST API development, you are creating the controllers, and inside of that you are using this method, and now here you are doing nothing. You are creating resolvers, and then you are creating query or mutation. Mutation means where you are creating or writing any data, and querying means where you are querying or fetching any list of products or data, whatever you are getting. So now I'm going to just, let's remove it. So I'll get product, and this will be again async method. So what we'll get the ID, right? So you need to pass the ID here, and here I'm going to do await, and we'll do what? Product, and then what is the method we need to use? Find by ID, correct? And here what we'll pass the ID, this ID, and that's it. Now let's save it. Now let's go there, and let's do one thing. We need some ID, right? So let's say I need the second product ID. So I'm going to copy this and we'll go here and I'll pass it, and I need the in stock as well as I need the price. And now let's run it. See, awesome, you are getting the second product. Now if I go and copy this, send it here, you'll be getting the first product. Alright, so now this is done. Next we have created two, and now I'm going to create delete and updated product. So let's start with the update product. So I'll create update product. Now again, when I'm doing all of this, right, again I'm repeating that try to write all of this by your own without watching the video. Means you can pause it, and then if you're not able to do it, then only you can see it. So here what we'll get all the updated values, right? So we'll updated form values or whatever you can give. We'll give fields, and here I'm going to simply get return. We'll do await, we'll do product, and we'll do what, find by ID and update. Remember this method, and what this will take the ID, that which product you want to update. It will take the method fields. So here I'm going to pass the fields, right? And then we'll return new as true, which will give you the updated data back. And this will be pretty simple. That's it. Now let's save it. Now let's go here, and let's say I want to update this my first product to my first product edited. So I'll copy this, and what I'll do, okay, let's do one thing. Let's create one more here, although we already have, but I want to create it. So we'll do mutation, and I'll do update product, and here let me just remove this. So I'm going to pass the ID. So my ID will be this ID, and I'll pass the title will be my first product edited successfully. And then I want to get the title, I want to get the in stock, I will get the price, also I'll get the category. So now we are telling that, okay, get the ID with this, get the product with this ID, and return and update this product title from my first product to my first product edited successfully, and give me the result back. Now let's run it. So now my first product is edited successfully. Let's go here, refresh this, it's already updated, and even if you go to the first tab, you'll be getting the updated data, right? Awesome. And now I'm 100% sure we'll be able to do the delete product, because delete is also very simple. So let's do delete product, and this will be also async. So we'll get the product ID by what we need to update. Means using this ID I will update the delete that particular product. So I'll do const, and let's do result. So we'll do await, and I'll do product dot find by ID and delete. Remember this one, and just pass this ID. Very simple. And then what I'll do, right, I'm going to return this result. Or let's do this one, deleted product. Alright, so let's return this deleted product, and now see if it is working or not. So I'm go here, I want to create one more, so I'll do third product, and this will be kids, and I want to run it. So we'll be getting third. Let's go here, we're getting 3 products. I'm going to copy this, create one more, and then I'll do a mutation, I'll do delete. So this will return the ID, and simply pass this ID here. That's it. Run it, delete product, this is true, and if you go here, right, run it, now you'll be getting only 2 products. Even if you go in and refresh this page, you'll be getting 2 products. Now with this we have completed the basic level of understanding that how you can integrate GraphQL with Node.js, also how you can create schemas, how to create queries, how to create mutations. What you will do, I'll highly suggest do this. So what you can do, right, simply create 2-3 projects, and instead of doing the similar functionality whatever you have done, try to apply something else, right? So for example, in our REST API section we have done some filtering and sorting, so those things you can try to apply here. Now why I'm telling that, because there is nothing related to GraphQL, right? It will be simple how you have done it while doing the RESTful API development. So try to add some more functionality, and then after doing 2-3 projects you will be habituated and it will be easy for you to understand. Alright, so that's all for this particular section. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so welcome to a new section. So in this particular section we are going to see how you can use TypeScript in Node.js. Now before starting this particular section, I want to mention one point very clearly, is that this also will be very beginner level of section. We are not going to cover each and everything, okay? I just want to give you the idea that how you can start your journey, and also it will be really good if you know some of the concept of TypeScript, right? Because I'm also not going to cover each and every TypeScript concept here. This video will length will be very large and it will be really difficult. So what I'll suggest that please go to the official doc, or also you can watch some of the videos that are available on YouTube, and then you can come back to this particular section. But to start your journey with Node and Express, whatever things you need to know, that we are going to cover for sure in this particular section. But first, what I've done, right, I created a blank folder here. You can see that. The first thing, we need to set up a new TypeScript project, and we are going to see how we are going to do that. The first thing is that you need to initialize a new node project, right? So how we usually do that, so we'll do what, npm, and then we'll do init -y. So this will install package.json, and now we need to install some of the packages. So what are the packages we need? So we need to install TypeScript, we need to install the types of node, and also we're going to use another module or package that is called TS node, okay? So these three things we are going to do. Now you can see that this TS node is just a TypeScript execution engine, and this is actually what it does, that transform TypeScript into JavaScript, and also enable you to directly execute TypeScript on the Node.js without pre-compiling. This is important. Now one more thing, you remember in the previous section we have done node1 or something, so similar way we are going to see that how we can use this TS node to run our entry point, which will be our server.js or index.js, whatever you'll be creating. But before that, first we need to install all the packages. I'll do npm install, and let's install TypeScript. Then we are going to use types from node. Also I'll use TS node, and all three I will save as a dev dependency, because these we only need when we'll be doing the development. Now once this is done, so now I'm going to create a source folder inside our root here. So let's create a source folder, and inside this let's create our first file, which will be index. Let's give this one as app.ts. Alright, so now I'm going to log here. So let's log, sorry, why this is coming, let's do this one as hello node.js from TypeScript, and let's save it. So now what we are going to do, next step will be, we need to create our TypeScript configuration, which is the file called as tsconfig.json, and there you are going to configure all the properties and everything you need for this particular project. And how we are going to do that, now to do this one, let me just expand this. So I'll do clear, and we are going to use this npx tsc, and I'll do init. Now this will create a tsconfig.json, and here you will get quite a few things that you need to check. Well, let's go here, and you can see that you are getting some of the things. For example, it's using the ES6. Then what else we need? If I search for module, I'll see that it will use definitely. So you can see it's using CommonJS, right? Then we are having lib. So this also I want to comment out, and I want to use here ES6. Next, what else? So we also need to check what is our output directory and what is our root directory. So in this output directory is nothing but whenever we'll be building our code, right? So this TypeScript will be converted to JavaScript, and I want to tell this tsconfig.json file that in which path or destination I want to create it. So let's say I want to create it inside a dist folder, so I'm going to give this one as dist. Similarly for root directory, so here I'm going to give this one as /source. Okay, so these things we need. Then let's search for strict. So strict will be true, and also I think rest other things will be, you can keep it like this. Okay, whatever things are there. Now this is these all the things that you need. And also we need one more thing, and that is, let me just copy all of this. We need to pass that what are the things we need to include and what are the files we need to exclude. So here I'm going to cut it, and let's create and paste it here. And now I think there are some error that we are getting. Okay. Oh, it's already there. Okay, let me just remove it. Okay, so I think we need to, I mismatch with this part. Okay, after this we need to do it. So I want to tell that, okay, what are the files I need to include. So inside source, every file I need, so I'll go to source and then I'll pass this. Next I will tell that what are the files I need to exclude. So I don't want to exclude my node modules, so I'll tell that, okay, exclude the node modules. Now if you have test file in your project, so you also need to specify here. Alright, so now with this tsconfig.json configuration is completed. Now what will be the next step? Next step will be that we need to write some of the scripts, and based on which we are going to build our code or run our dev server. So let's start with our first script. So first script will be the build script. For this one I'm going to use tsc, and next this build will simply convert your TypeScript to JavaScript code. Then I'm going to do a start script. So start will be node. Remember, we will create a dist folder, right? And inside dist will be having app.js. So this will be app.js, and next we'll be having dev. So here we'll use the ts node package that we've installed, and here I'll mention that, okay, go to source and inside run this app.ts file. So this will be our dev. So now let's save it, and now see what will happen. If I now open this and let's clear it, and I'll do npm run, we'll do npm run dev, and see what will happen. We'll get that console. So we're getting hello Node.js from TypeScript, awesome. And now if I now clear it and let's build this code. So how we are going to build it? We'll simply run npm run build. So we'll do npm run build and see what will happen. There is a dist folder is created, and if you go there, right, you see that whatever you're writing in this ts file, that will be compiled into a JS. So let's say I'll go here, right, and I'll do something like this. So let's say there is a function get name, and this will return the name. Now this name I'll pass here. Now definitely here you need to pass the type. So let's say I'll pass a string here, and I'm going to just simply log this get name, and let's pass. So definitely if you pass this, it will give error. So I just want to show all all the points. So that is the reason I mentioned that you should know some of the very basics, that how this usually work. Definitely I'm going to also discuss all of this in the next part. So I'll pass this here, save it. Now let me just clear it, and I'll run this npm run dev first. So we'll be getting my name definitely here with this hello world, and now I'm going to build it once again, and we'll see what is happening. So if you go there right now, see there will be a function also is added, right? So this is what I just want to show you, that how this build is working. Now if you want to run this compiled JavaScript, so what you need to do? So you need to go to package.json, and there is a start script. So start script is simply running your dist, and inside dist you are having app.js. So what you'll do, and you'll do npm start, that's it, and it will give you the same result. You're getting the same result, right? So that means the setup is now completed. So we've done quite a few things. The first thing what we have done, we installed all the TypeScript related packages. Then we'll go to we created our ts config, we go to package.js and we created our script, and based on that we are compiling the code from TypeScript to JavaScript. So this will be the very basic way how you can set up your TypeScript in your Node application. Now let's move on to the next part. Alright, so now let's learn some of the basic types in our TypeScript. So what I'll do, right, I'll just remove all of these now and only keep this console log. And let's do one thing. So here what we're going to do, right, I'll give this one as basic types, and then let's start with the first one. So first we'll start with boolean, right? So what we'll do usually in our JS, so we'll do, let's say let, and we'll do is done, and I'll make this one as false. Now here this is a type of boolean, that is fine, but in JavaScript, in TypeScript you need to specify this type, right? So how we usually specify the type of this particular variable? So after this you need to give colon, and now you need to give boolean, right? So now this will understand this is a type of boolean. If I pass a string here, this will give you error that you can't assign a boolean value to a type string. So I'm going to pass a boolean here. So that is the first thing. Next we are having number. So let's say if you have a num which is 100, so and you are giving here let's say number, so this will work, but something other than number it will not work. Now I know these all are the very basic type of things, I'm pretty sure you already know, but I just want to quickly go through all of this so that it will be easy when we are going to dive into this Express and those things. Next we are having string. So let's take one string and I'll take my name, and this will be type of string, correct? And if I now remove and make this on number, it will not work. Similarly, if you give array, it will not work. Object, it will not work. So there is a type check for each and everything that you'll be doing inside your TypeScript. Alright, now next we are having array. So for array, what we can do, let's say you are having a list, and here you are having an array of 1, 2, 3. Now if you hover here, right, if you see it's already will take a number. This number is an array, so it's an array of numbers, correct? Now here what you can do, simply you need to give or tell that okay, this is a number and this will be array, right? If you remove this, it will not work, correct? Because this is not a single number, it is array of numbers. So you need to give this empty array with the number type. Now what will happen if I just give this? So see, it will not work, right? It is saying that you can't assign this string to a type number. Next, what else we are having? Let's say we are having another type. Let's say I am having some products, and this will have a product 1, then I'll have a product 2, and I'll have a product 3. So what is the type? If I hover here, right, so this is an array, but this is an array of what? This is an array of string, correct? So if I hover here, you see that this is a string and this is an array of string. So how you are going to do this? So let's say I'll take a string here and pass it, it will work. Or you can also do like this. So you can simply take an array and you can tell that okay, this is an array of, so inside this you need to give the type. So you are telling that okay, this is an array of string. Both will work. Alright, next what else we are having? So let's take okay, let's see another type which is like any type. So any type means whenever you have some variable, let's say I have some random value that I don't know what is the type of this particular value. So in that case I can give this one as a type any, right? You should not do this one, actually it will be very rare. You should always give the types and everything, and this is a, let's say, type of number I'm giving. Now what will happen, right, if I just do this on this random value as a string, it is not giving any error, you noticed. Now I'll do random value is true, so it's giving boolean, and then after this I'm giving random value is now array. So it's working because it's don't know the type, so you're able to assign to any type of variable, right? So what will happen if I just simply make this on number? See, you're not able to assign, right? So that means whenever you'll give a type of any, that time you can assign this variable to any type. That's it. Now what else? We also have a type of null and undefined. So let's say you have a variable some xyz and this is a undefined, right? So you can specify this as undefined type. So this will be undefined type. Similarly for null it will be null type. So we'll do, let's say yz, some random value, and if it is a null, so you can specify this is a null. All right. Now you can also assign some enum. Enum means, so let's say I have enum of color, and this can be a type of red, it can be a green color, and also it can be a blue color. And if you want to use this, so let's say I have a variable which is d, and this d will have a type of this enum. Means this d can be only color red, it can be only color green or color blue. So I'm going to pass this color as a type, and now if you see, I'll do color, and if I do dot, and here we'll be getting this, either it can be red or it can be green or it can be blue. Sorry, it can be blue. But what will happen if I give something else, some random value? So this value doesn't exist, it will give you error. So this property doesn't exist on this type of color, right? What will happen if I just add a gh here? It will work, right? So this is how you can also give enum. And let's make this one, which one will do, green. That's it. So I think these all the things at least you need to know to start with. So we have a type of this boolean variable, number, string, how we can use array of numbers, array of string, what is the uses of any, and the undefined type of null, and also how you can use enum. All right, so now let's move on to the next one. Now again, I'm again repeating once again multiple times that this is not the everything, right? This is just a very basic things. There are huge lot of things. Like TypeScript is a very, I'm pretty sure that some people might disagree with me that TypeScript is easy. Actually it's not. You need a lot of practice. So that's why I'm repeating every time that you need to go to the official doc and try to practice by your own. It's very difficult to cover each and every concept within one particular video, and I hope you are going to understand what I'm trying to say, right? So that is the reason I'm doing very minimal things, what we need for this particular Node.js app. But again, there are a lot of things to learn here. All right. Okay, now one more thing I need to show you, what is called the concept called tuple. I don't know how it is pronounced. So let's say I have a variable here, and I'll do ABC, and this can be have a string, also it will have a number. So this is also possible. And here I'll pass, let's say hi, and I'll pass a number as 500 or 400. See, it will work. But if I give this, right, it will give error. And then what you can do, simply you can log this, it will give you the result. So you can also use like this or assign variable like this. So this is all about the very basic level of types. Now let's move on to the next part. Alright, so let's quickly see now that how we are going to use interfaces and also types. So what is actually interfaces, right? See, interfaces define the structure of your data or the shapes for your data. Let's say I have a user, and this user will have a name property, this will have a ID property, and this user will also have a email property, right? And let's suppose this email property will be an optional property, and there is another property which is like let's say created at, means this user is created at what time, and this will be a read-only property, means you can only read it, you can't change this value. So somehow you need to, every time you create a new user, right? So you need to validate whether the type of that user, whatever I'm creating, if it is correct or not. So to do this one in TypeScript, we can create custom types or shapes for our data. And to do that, what we are going to do is we need to use the interface keyword. And here you need to give the name of the interface. So here I'm going to give this one as user. Okay, and inside this I'm going to give that, okay, this user will have a name property, and the name will have a type of string because it will be string value. Then this will have a ID property, this also will be a type of number, right? And this is mandatory property. Now, as I already told you that this user will also have an email property, okay? But this email will be a string, but this email is an optional property, right? So how we are going to do an optional property? And to specify that this email is an optional property, we need to give this question mark, right? So now this email will be an optional property. And how you can do a read-only property? So give a read-only, and then you need to give the field name or the key name. So in this case, this will be created at, and this will be a type of date, okay? So this is how we, so first this is a mandatory property, this is optional property, and this is a read-only property, right? So now let's say I want to add a user, or I want to log a user. So this user, again, just like you previously, we have given the type like what. So for example, if it's a string, we'll give string. If it is a number, we'll give a number. If it's a boolean, we'll give a boolean. So in this case here, we are going to give as this user, because this user has a custom type of this interface user. So here I will give user, and now let's say I'll give name, which will be Sangam. And you can notice one thing is that you are still getting this error, and the reason is because there are two mandatory fields. You have given only one, which is name, but the ID is still missing. So you need to give ID property. So let's say I'll give ID of 1, but still you are getting the error. Why is that? Because this ID is a number, so you need to give a number value here, right? And you can see that still you are getting error. The reason, because although this is a read-only field, but this created at is a mandatory property, so you need to give this value. So I'll give a created at, and this will be, let's say, new date, and now the error is suddenly vanished, correct? And if you notice one thing, because this is optional property, so even if you don't pass it, it will not give you any error. So let's say I'll pass email, then it's okay that you can pass it like abc@gmail.com, but I'm telling that if it's a optional property, so it's absolutely not necessary that you need to pass it. So this is how you can create interfaces, right? Now next, we can also create types, right? So that we call simply type alias definition. So let's say I'll have a type something like this. I'll have a type, and this will be a type of product, and here this will have a for example, this will have a title, which will be a string, and let's say this will have a price, which will be a number, right? So this is how you can give types, and then you can create a product here. So this is like, there is not that much difference between interfaces and types. So based on different scenarios, you will be able to use this, either types you can use, or interface also is very common to use. So now let's say I want to use a product 1. So this product 1 will have a type of product, and now again here you need to give the title, and this will be product 1, and also you need to give a price, which will be 200. Now you can see that the error is vanished, right? You are not getting that error. All right, so this is about the very basic of interfaces and types. Now what will be the next thing? So next thing we are going to learn that how we are going to see one more thing we need to discuss, and that is the modules, right? So in the beginning of this particular video, I already told you, right, that you should have some idea on the JavaScript part, ES6, especially the ES6 module import and export. So till this part we have learned like, okay, to export a module, we will do module.exports, correct? This is what we'll do, and to get it, we'll usually do like require. But now in ES6, what we need to do here, we usually need to do module.export. Instead of this, we need to export a module, and for require we need to do a import a module. And I'm not explaining this one very properly because I'm 100% sure you already know till this part that this will be the only difference. All right. Sorry. Now we are going to understand some of the function concepts, right? That how we can create functions with so let's start with this one. So we'll do functions with type annotation. So what I mean by type annotation, right? So let's say I have a function, this is the add function, and here this function will take 2 numbers as the input, and at the end it will return the multiplication of these numbers. So we'll do a into b. But here you will see that you every time you will use some variables or something, you will get this error because you are not specifying the type here. So now I want to give that, okay, this a has to be a number, and this b also has to be a number. But you can also specify that this function is returning a number. If you notice, it's a into b, so you need to specify that it will return a number here. Okay, if you do a string, right, you will get error. As simple as that. So whatever you are doing operation, based on that you need to give type. So I'll return a number here. Okay, so this is how you can do function with type annotation. Now let's say how we can do in arrow functions. So to arrow function, it will be very simple. So let's say, okay, why I've given this one add, so let's give this one multiply, because we are doing multiply here. And now I'm going to create add function. Okay, now let's say this will return num1 plus num2, and this it will receive as input. So receive num1 and it will receive num2, but again you need to give the type here, right? So we'll do number. Num2 also will be what? It will be also number, and at the end it will return a number. As simple as that. Okay, so this is how you will be doing with arrow function. Now let's say there is one more other function is there, and this function will greet a person, right? And now in this function there can be an optional property also. So how we learn that we can use optional property? So you need to give this question mark, right? So let's say this will get a name which will be a type of string, and it will receive a greeting, right? And this greeting will be optional. So now I'm going to pass here question mark, and then I'll do that this also will be string, and at the end this function will return a string. So I'll give a type as string, and what we need to return, so let's say I'll do something like this, that it will return this name, and also it will return this greeting. Okay, so now you notice one thing, that if I just log here, right, and let's say what we're going to do, we'll do call greet, and I'll pass my name here, and you can see that we are not getting an error. The moment I'll remove this, so now we are getting error, because now this is a mandatory property, right? And if you pass something here, let's say hello, then also you'll be not getting, because anyway you are passing both the things. So this is one more thing you have learned, right? So now what we have understood so far is that whatever function you are using and whatever inputs you are using, what is the return type, everything you need to check, and whatever you are using as input, you need to specify those types. All right. Okay, so now we know that how to use functions also, and modules part I already discussed, that we need to use export and import. And now what will be the next thing? So in the next section we are going to start working with our main thing, which how we are going to set this TypeScript Node.js with Express. So let's start working on that particular section. Alright everyone, so now we are going to see that how we can use Express.js, or how we can set up Express with TypeScript in Node.js, right? So what I'll do, right, I'll just comment out all of this, or I can do one more thing, is that let's create one more file here, or let's create, yeah, I think file will be better. So I'll do basics.ts, and then I'll just cut it all of this from here and then paste it here. Okay, now first to use Express we need to install some of the packages, right? So what are the packages we need? The first of all, again, we already have installed TypeScript. Now we need to install the types of Express. Also we need types of nodes that we have already installed. We need TS node that we also have already installed, and also we are going to install node1. So for now let's install node1, and also I need the types of Express. Okay, so these two things I need. Now what else? We also need to install TypeScript. Sorry, we also need to install Express. So we'll do npm install Express. Alright, so this is done. So after this, now let's go to our package.json, and here we are already having node dist, and for build we already have this one. For dev, what I'll do, right, I'll simply run nodemon, so that we no need to start it every time, and we'll save it, and it will run the source/app.ts file only. Alright, so this is done. Let's clear it, and now we'll start working with the app.ts .ts file, so where we are going to create our first basic API route, or how we can use our Express, right? So first of all, see, I already told you, right? Now in this case we are going to use import and export because we are using the ES6 module. So here I'm going to do a import, and we need to import something. So you need to import Express from, and we'll import it from Express, correct? So first thing you need to import it. Then what you usually do, so you usually remember, we usually do something like this, right? So we'll create an app and then we'll invoke this. And here now every time you will be doing something, you need to specify a type. Like, it's always a better idea. Now I'll give you one more idea, right? How we usually get to know the types. If you hover here, right, you'll see it's giving a type. So from here you'll be able to understand, okay, this is the type of Express, because this is a Express application, right? Sorry, so this is a Express application, so you need to give a type of Express. So here I'm going to just take Express and I'll just import it. Let's import this one. So we'll import from here. Okay, so after this I'm going to take a port, so I'll do const port, and let's do this one as 3000. And now I'm going to listen to this port, so we'll do app.listen. I'll pass the port, and here we're going to do log, and let's do server is now running on port 3000, which is port. Now let's create our first API route. So I'm going to do app.get, and let's go to the home page, which is slash, and then now I'm going to take what? We'll take request and response, remember? And now I'm going to send something. So let's send res.send, and I'm going to do a hello, and I'll do TypeScript with Express. Now notice here one thing is that we have this request and response. Right now we need to understand that what will be the type of this request object and what will be the type of this response object, and it is very important, right? So if we hover here, right, you can see that we are getting all of this. Now you might think, okay, what the hell is this? Okay, now here you see this will take, so first of all, whatever this request and everything you are seeing, right, here you need to you need to understand that what actually all of these are. So what is the first object, what is this any, what is this any, what is this query string, and other things that I'm going to explain each and everything step by step. First we need to give this one as a request, so I'm going to import this as request object. So this is the type of this request object here. If you hover here also, right, you are getting this request, so we'll pass it here. This is the first step, and similarly for response, this will be response. So I'm going to import response here, and this will be the type of this. Now let's understand what is this request object consist, right? So I'm going to just comment out this request object will be, so here let's say it consists of 4 things, right? Not 4 things, it consists of 5 things. So if I type something like this, so this request, this will have a type something like this. It will have a response body, sorry, so it will have a response body, then it will have a request body, then it will have the request query, and at the end it will have some locals. Now if you hover here also, right, you'll be able to see similar kind of structure, right? And you can see that you'll be having this request query, response body, sorry, request body, response body, and this is the P, which is nothing but the params. Now I will definitely going to explain what actually this is. Now remember, whenever we're doing this, right, for example, we are telling that, okay, this will go to the home page. Similarly, if I do another route, for example, /user/id, so I'm telling that, okay, whenever I'll go to /user/id, this route, so this route is actually this type here that we are passing, that this is the type for the route parameters. First one. What is the second one? So second one is the type for the response body. This is the response body. So what response body is, right? So usually do something like this, right? res.json, sorry, we'll do this res.json here. Let's do JSON, or we'll do like res.send. See, here only we are doing, right? So this is that response body. The third one is the request body. okay, that I'm going to explain later when we'll be creating different routes. Second will be request queries. The request queries mean, let's say you are passing some params, you are doing some search or filter, so that time it will be helpful. All right, and then we are having the locals, which is the type for the response locals, which is very rarely used. Okay, we don't use frequently, but most of the times you need to focus on these first 4 things. So this is about your request. Now what will be the response is simply the typing for the response object, right? Now here I'm going to now remove this, and now let's save it, and I'm going to run it. So now let's clear one more time, and I'll do npm run dev. So server is now running. Now let's go here, and let's say I'm going to create one more collection here. Let's do a blank collection, and I'll do Node.js TypeScript. So let's add our first request, which will be homepage, and I'm going to just copy something from here, and we'll paste it here, and we'll send it, and we are getting hello TypeScript with Express. I think that is the one that we are sending back, right? So this is working fine. Now you might definitely think that, okay, this is extremely repetitive because these things we have done multiple times, but that is not the point. The point is how we are going to type each and everything, because now we can't directly pass any type here, right? Just like in JavaScript we usually do, but in TypeScript you just need to identify and practice that what types you need to use in which scenarios. So that is the main thing. Alright, so we started with our first. Now let's quickly create some 2 or 3 more routes, and then it will be like you'll be more habituated, but definitely you need to create more and more projects on top of it. So what I'll give you a best idea, right? Whatever projects till now we have created in JavaScript, once you'll complete this section, try to convert those projects in TypeScript, right? So that will be the best homework that you can do. Now let's move on to the next part. Alright, so now we are going to see that how we can use middleware and everything, and also how we can use custom interface for extending some of the middlewares that we'll be creating. So first of all, we need to parse our JSON bodies, right? So what middleware we use till now? So you need to use the Express.json that we have used multiple times, right? So first I'm going to use that. So I'll do Express.json, and after this, what I'll do, right? Let's say I have a middleware where I want to add some start time to my request object. So I want to add a start time property to request object. So how we are going to do that? So now normally what you usually do, will do app.use, right? And here I'm going to do a request, and now let's say in this request I want to pass a custom request property or interface. So how we are going to create it, right? So whenever you will be doing any custom properties or custom data saving, you need to add that interface. So how you will do it? Simply, so we'll do interface and then name, give some name. So we'll do, let's say, custom request. Now because you are adding a new property in the request object, so what you need to do, you need to extend the request from the Express that you have imported here, right? So what I'll do, so I'll do extend what? It will extend this request here, and then simply just add a start time property here. Okay, I hope you're getting, but you need to make this one as optional. Now you can keep this one mandatory also, but in that case you need to pass it every time. So here I'll give this one as number. So this is, let's say, a custom property I added, and here I want to pass it as a type. So I'll pass this custom request. Okay, then I'll pass our normal request, which will be our normal request. This will be our response, and then we are going to pass our next. Now remember, this will take a next function, right? All the middleware. So what will be the type? Now for this also we have a type, and this type is called next function. So this I'm going to import here. So we'll do next function. So this will be my next function, and here simply we'll just use this request that we are having, right? And I'm going to this request that we are using here. Okay, I think I've done something wrong here. Okay, this will be like this. So this request dot start time, now you can see you already get this property here, and let's say I will do current date. So I'll do date dot now, And after this, what we need to do, whenever we use any middleware, right, we need to call the next function. That's it. But again, I'm repeating, these all are not the point. The point is how you are going to type each and everything, right? Without it, this it will not work. Alright, so now let's say I want to create one more route here after this. So I want to create a post route. Now in that post route, what I need to do, let's say I need to create a new user, and that user will receive a name property and it will receive an email property. So how we are going to type it? Now definitely you'll be able to create the logic because that we have already done previous time, but we need to understand how we are going to type it. Now remember, I already discussed this request, this type of this request, right? So what this will have, so first it will have the type for the route parameter. So for example, let's see if you are going to user and then you are going to this ID. So this ID value will be a dynamic, right? So this we have already discussed. So that is the reason these request, again I'm typing here, I'm repeating these things multiple times because I know for beginners it will be difficult. So here it will receive, first one will be the type for the route parameters like this. Then second one, it will be the type for the response body. Response body is nothing but that res.json or res.send we usually send back. The third one will be the request body. Request body is nothing but these requests that we'll be getting. Let's remember when we created these controllers and everything, we usually used to get these values from where? Request.body, right? So this is the type for that request.body. Okay. Fourth, it will have the request query. Request query means, let's say you are searching something, right? After this you are giving some value and then you are typing or searching something or filtering something, so that will be the request query type, and at the end you will be having the locals. So this is actually how you need to type it. Now let's how we are going to do it. So let's I'll do an app.post and I want to do this in this user endpoint. So now we need to start type. So I'll do request. So request will be type of request. Now the first one, see here we don't have any type for the route parameters, right? Because we don't have any dynamic value. So what happened? So first one will be empty, this part, right? Second, that is for the response body, so definitely it will going to be empty. And what will be the third one? Now third one is your request body. Very important here, because request body means this is a post request, so you'll be getting the data back from your front end. So here you need to give some type, right? So how you're going to do the type? So you need to create an interface, and what will be there in the interface? You'll be having the name and the email. So I'll create an interface and I'll give the interface name as user, and here these will have a name which will be a string, and it will also have an email which also will be a string, and these will be the type that you need to pass here. And if you hover here, right, so this user is referring to this interface, and this request body that you're having, right, so this request body is nothing but this user interface. Now it will get that type. That's it. Now once this is done, after this we are going to pass the response, and response will be type of response. Alright, so once this is done, now what we'll do, simply we'll get our from request dot body. Okay, I think we have done something wrong here. Let me just check. See, again this thing I'm doing multiple times. So this will be if I hover here, right, okay, this should give me request.body. Yeah, it's coming. And if you type here, right, so you see you're getting name and you are getting email. So these two things you're getting from here. Awesome. And after this, what we'll do, right, simply we'll do res.json, and let's say I want to pass a message that user created, and I'll pass this name, and then I'll pass this email. So now let's save it. So now let's see if this is working or not. So let's go there, and I'm going to create one more. So we'll do add new user. Alright, so this will be a post request, and let's go and copy this, and this will be user. We'll go to headers, and then also we need to use a content type. So let's do a content type, and this will be application/JSON. We need to go to body, go to raw. JSON is selected here, And now here we are going to pass two things, right? So first I'll pass a name, which will be, let's say, my name, and I'll pass a email, which will be some email. Okay, so now let's send it and let's see what is happening. So you can see that user created and we're getting this result back. Again, this is not the point. The only thing is that you need to understand how we are typing here, right? Giving types for each and every request and response, and this you need to play around. Okay, now what will be your homework here, right? So what you can do, right, simply you can create one more request where you will be getting, let's say you are passing some search query. Okay, and based on that, for example, let's say you are passing some query to find the name of that particular user. So you can check that, or you can follow that process, this process, that how this type is working, and based on that you can give the type here. Now next thing, I will show you one more way that how we are going to do this typed route parameters, right? So for example, let's say I want to create one more where I want to get a users based on ID. So I want to get a user based by ID, based on ID. So how we are going to do it? So here I'm going to do app.get, and now you want to pass /users/id. Now you see that this ID is a dynamic value, and after this I want to again type it. So I'll do request response, and here, so what will be the type? So this will be definitely response, and what will be the type for the request? Now again, it will be a request type. And what we are going to do, simply again, see here, as I already told you, right now this time we are checking this part because there is a dynamic value and there is a type for this route parameters that we need to pass. And what I will be passing here, I will simply passing that, okay, this will receive ID property and this ID property will be a string. Okay, and what will happen, right, if I just go here, right, and let's say I'll do const and I'll simply do request dot params, you'll see what will happen if I just do here. You see it's giving suggestion ID, that means it is getting that, okay, this will now receive ID property from request.params. And simply for now I'll just do a res.json and I'll pass the user ID. Okay, and this user ID, I'll pass this ID. So that means now we have typed the first part. Now if you, first part means the route params we have typed, so you're telling that this will receive a dynamic value which will be ID. And if you go here and let's try to add a new request, and I'll do a get single user. Let's go here and I'm going to copy this. So this will be /user/1, this will be get, and send it, see what will happen. Okay, we are getting some error, cannot get. Okay, this will be users, sorry, my bad. So now let's send it. So we're getting user ID 1. If I do 10, it will be user ID 10. Okay, so you're getting the result back. So this is how you need to use or set up Express and create routes. Now why I'm not creating any big project or anything, because we've already done previously multiple times. I just want to show you that how you can do the types and everything, right? And based on this you'll be able to create. See, this part what we are doing here, right, this is nothing but a controller, right, and that we have already done. So what you can do, right, you can create a simple CRUD application and then try to move this logic into your that controller file and then import it here, and the rest of the logic will be same. Now in the next part I'll quickly show you how you are going to create a Mongoose model using in this TypeScript, right? Because we already learned that how we can create models, so but we didn't typed it because in JavaScript we don't have to give any type, right? So that quickly we are going to see in the next part. Alright, so in this section I'll quickly show you that how you can create or type your Mongoose or whatever models that you'll be creating for your database, right? So for this one, first we need to install Mongoose and the types for Mongoose. So here I'll do npm install Mongoose. So this is the first thing we need, and the second part will be we need the types for Mongoose. So we'll clear it and we'll do npm install @types/mongoose, and this will save as a dev dependency. Alright. Okay, so now inside this what we'll do, right, I will create a models folder, and let's say I have a user model, so I'll do user.ts. okay, so how we are going to do it? See, it's actually exactly same, only the difference is how you are going to type it. That's it. So first we need to import Mongoose from Mongoose, that is the first step. And then what we usually do, we'll do const, and then we'll do, let's say, user schema, and then we need to do new, right? And we need to import the schema. So I'll import schema from Mongoose, and here we need to pass all the properties. Like, what are the properties that we need to pass? Let's say I have a name which will be string, then I will have a email which will also be a string, then I'll have a age which will be a number, and then I'll have a created at which will be date. Now here, after this, what we usually do, we'll do const, then I'll do user, and this will be mongoose.model, and here we usually pass the collection name, right? So in this case, let's say I want to give the collection name as user, and then I'll pass the user schema. Now I know, again, I'm pretty sure you'll be bored by now because I'm explaining this thing again and again, but because see, we don't have any other option, right? With this, that is the reason I haven't created any project, because it will be extremely repetitive. But we need to see how we are going to type it. Now here again, we do simply export, and then I want to export the user, and this model now I want to use in my, let's say, app.ts or whatever controller file I have created. Now how we are going to type it? Now see, to type this one, we need to import something from Mongoose. So that is the first step, which will be document. So this is the Mongoose document, right? If you hover here, this is the generic type for the document. So what you can do, you can create custom types. Remember, I created this custom request, and then I extend the request object from Express. Similarly, for this one also, you can extend the main document, and then you can add your own custom schemas or user structure, whatever you will be creating here. For example, I'll create an interface, and I'll give this one name as user. So this is the name of my custom interface, which will extend the documents. Extend documents means here I'm extending this particular document from Mongoose, and now here we need to give what are the properties that I need to get. So first I will have a name which will be a string, then I'll have an email which will be a string, then I'll have an age which also will be a string, and at the end I'll be having a created at which will be a string. So you created a custom, this will be date, and age will be number, my bad, this will be number. Okay, so now you created all this, so now you need to just simply use this interface. So how you're going to do it? So I'll simply pass it here. So I'll tell that, okay, this schema, user schema that I've created, this is type of iUser, which is now extending the documents from Mongoose. Okay, so this is done. Now after this, similarly in this model, wherever we'll be creating the model, here also I want to mention that, okay, this will be type of iUsers. Save it, and what you need to do now, you need to also export this type along with this model. And how this will work, because this one you're going to use in your controller file. For example, let's say, just giving you the example, now I want to use this user model in this file, and then whenever, let's say, I will get the list of users, so I have this I'll create one more route here. So let's say I want to get one more route, so I'll do /users, and here I want to create a async method. So this will be async method which will have a request and response, and this request will be type of request, and this will be type of response. And then here I'm doing some database manipulation, right? So I'll do a try, and then I'll do a catch, and let's say I'll simply send a status of 400, and I'll do a JSON, I'll do a message of some error occurred. Okay, now in the try, right, what I'll do, so I'll get user, and this user I'll get, for example, this await and this user schema that we are having right here. So this I'm going to import. So I'll import this user schema from model, and let's say I'm simply doing .find and I'm getting the list of user. But here what you need to do, right, you need to specify that what will be the type for this user. So what will be the type? This type will be nothing but this type you exported here, because this is the properties this interface includes here, right? This you have mentioned here. So now you'll say that okay, these users will be type of I user, and this will be a array. Okay, so that means this will be array of objects, because there can be multiple users, and this is how you will specify the type here. Okay, so this is the main thing I want to explain, that how you are going to use the type and how you can create model and then specify the type while creating the schema whenever you'll be creating any schema. Now here the concept is so generic, is that whatever model you'll be creating, right, at the end you need to apply your own knowledge, because you are the one who is going to decide that what are the fields you'll be having here, right? Now I'll highly recommend now two things I'll tell all of you, that try to create at least 2 projects. And what you can do, simply again I'm repeating, whatever projects you have created in the previous section, try to convert those using TypeScript and apply all these logics you have learned so far. Okay, so I think with this I have completed this complete video. I know you have learned a lot of things, but again I'm repeating that I'm also telling this, that this is not everything we have covered in this particular video, because this is focused mostly on completely beginner level. I'll create a part 2 of this where I'll be discussing all the intermediate and advanced level of concepts also. So if you find this video helpful, give a like, comment down, and please subscribe to my channel. I'll see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.